Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome back to the second part of our broadcast here for the day. It has been interesting racing thus far. We've had 2 safety cars in 3 races, and then finally the GTCs got through and got out the other side without any further issues. Now we're ticking along into our Super Eco class, and it's a unique class and an opportunity to get some technical details and inside what makes a Super Eco a Super Eco. Troy Williams now with more.
Another quick note, guys, you'll see some of the plastic on these competition cars overnight here in Thailand. After the teams go to such a big effort to set the cars up, prepare, get everything ready for the race weekend, overnight you want to make sure the settings stay as they are. So teams will wrap the cars in plastic to make sure they're secure overnight.
Was a little bit of a detail into wrapping up the cars and what Super Ecos look like as well. But now we'll come back more with more details again from Troy Williams.
So here we are in the Super Eco pits. What exactly is a Super Eco car? So for those of us watching from outside Southeast Asia, the Honda Brio is probably not a name that is popular or known to you. So a common weapon of choice for many of the racers in Super Eco this weekend is the Honda Brio. 1.2 litres, VTEC and a 5-speed manual. The tyres these guys are using are a semi-slick Hankook RS4, which most of us will be familiar with as a performance road tyre. Very small car, about 950 kilos all up. And I can tell you firsthand, coming to the track this morning with a Honda Brio road-going car, great performance, great little car. Now, one advantage we've got with the Honda Brio being so popular here in Southeast Asia, that if there's any problems with the race car, we've got the road-going version just over there to grab the spare parts from.
Troy Williams on ground over in Thailand for us to give us the latest on whatsoever, but I get the feeling he might not necessarily be taking some parts off the car he's got to use to get home tonight if somebody needs an upright, a spring replaced, or any such device here today, Pete.
No, Troy sounds pretty excited about the Honda Brio. So when he shoves one in a container, I'm hoping he puts a McLaren 750S in there for me to bring home as well. But yeah, what are we talking about? Super Eco class. So we're talking about the kind of cars that, you know, in Australia, they're small, very economical. So Toyota Yaris, Honda Brio, obviously, the Suzuki Swift are the mainstays of this class. So small cars, hard to really get going. You know, they're perky. You know, they'll turn quick, but without a long wheelbase, they'll also spin around quick. So you need a really careful driving. A lot of them are front-wheel drive. And that in itself is another characteristic of the way you've got to drive the car. So a front-wheel drive will pull out of a corner, whereas a rear-wheel drive will tend to sort of push you out a corner and tend to oversteer. So it's another way you've got to drive the car. But you know, with all of the drive, all of the braking, all of the steering going through the same set of tyres, the same 2 tyres, essentially it puts a whole lot of stress on the tyres when you've got these small engine cars, front engine, front drive, front brake, front turn. Makes exciting racing though.
Yep, and everyone will sit here and go, yeah, but they take forever to get up to speed, you know, they're not really going all that far in terms of a straight line. I don't care. They're alongside for a significantly longer portion of the lap, and that's really what we're chasing here in terms of things. So those of you who are sitting along, watching along at home, if you're looking to probably get involved in the racing, this is probably one of the entry-level categories that you would be a part of, you know, right the world over. We has them right the globe over. There's Mazda MX-5s out here in Australia. If you have the Hyundai Excels, you know, it's a lot of different things, a lot of different categories, a lot of different styles and classes right the world over. This is just Thailand's version of the entry-level category. And, you know, a lot of people want to get out and want to go racing, well, you'll be lining up alongside of these guys, Pete. You got to. It's a big circuit, it's a wide circuit, but it's also going to be where you're going to see some of the more entry-level guys. A few more mistakes, and what have you, but a lot of opportunity for accidents and whatnot as well.
Yeah, but as we said earlier with the super compact car, these are the classes where young drivers learn the trade. Because they haven't got a real lot of horsepower, you've actually got to drive them on the perfect line to get the most out of them. And that's where the learning comes into it. That's where the teams will put young drivers in. And again, that's where the bigger teams in the pit lane will keep their eyes out on who's really leading these kind of races. And if it's the same guy all the time, they sort of ask themselves the question, what's this driver got over all of the other drivers when it's the same car and essentially pretty much the same setup?
And as we start to look our way, eyes up and down the grid as we get prepared for this one. Only a short race. There's two classes and two categories primarily. We've got the super pickups later on as well that are lap certain instead of time certain. We've already seen the GTCs go thus far and the super ecos as well. 12 laps the race journey, 12 laps the distance. You get to see the super pickups later on as well. If you haven't been witness thus far throughout the season to the Thailand super pickup category, commercial trucks, commercial utes, big things with a tray in the back for carrying around all of your stuff to go from point A to point B. Strap a little bit of a frame to that, slap a big old wing on the rear end of that thing. Makes for an exciting class, exciting category, and one of the most unique penalties that you might to be seeing in the world of racing. They have what's called a black flag penalty, Pete, later on, and that's just what?
You got me.
You got me? Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think many people from right the world over would have seen these sorts of things. The super pickups, they blow a lot of smog, and if there's slightly too much smog, well, you can end up being called into the pit lane race over. So keep your eyes for that later on in the piece as well. The racing from those categories is bang on. It's door banging. The guys get excited. A bit more softer suspension. You'll see the cars wiggle around up and down the field as well. You can see it on the grid. Lights, all the flags are starting to be pulled away. All the drivers are starting to settle in, starting to get comfortable. I think we're only going to be moments away from moving off on the formation lap, Pete.
Yeah, I think we're about 3 minutes away. Normally when the crowd disperses, it's a 3-minute call in most series around the world. So it's enough time for everybody to comfortably get off the racetrack, and then the last of the crew will come off with about the 1 minute to go. And that's when the drivers really need to switch on and work out how they're going to get this race started and mentally prepare themselves to go into battle.
And you can see it as they start to walk their way up and down the field as well. The drivers are getting themselves bolted in. 24 car now. And we'll get ourselves nice and settled for Hayden. You can see that he has got the helmet strapped on. He's just about ready to go. 35 car in a Suzuki Swift on the far side of it. And Athapong for the Pro Garage Racing team. Looking nice and set. And you can see just how small these cars are. Padawi for Taka SoCar Racing. 17 car as well. And Akanat for Repsol Racing Team Thailand. And look at the names, look at the brands that support all of these teams up and down the field as well, Pete. Yeah,
that's right. So we've got 5 drivers in the overall class. They'd be the equivalent of the pros for most other series. We've got 12 drivers in C class, and we've got 1 driver in the C plus class. So, C plus class, 12 drivers, and 1 driver in the C class. So the most of the racing will be the C plus class, but the overall will be the equivalent of this race series Pro Series drivers. So that's car number 19, 24, 35, 55 and 95. They'll be the ones to keep an eye out for the front results, I reckon, Scotty.
Yep, and as you can see, everyone has now cleared away from the circuit. Everyone's starting to get themselves settled in, getting comfortable. And for the guys in the pit lane, it's nice and cool, bit of a breeze flowing along. For the guys in the cars, it's starting to warm up. They roll away for their formation lap, and when they come back around, it will be time to get down to business. Any car up and down the field that really catches your eye? I mean, have a look at the 55, is quite eye-catching in the pink colours on the right-hand side at the moment, Pete.
Oh, I love the pink helmet of the Racing Garage car number 55. Yeah, Patra in there in the Honda Brio. Oh, look, if it's not a Honda Brio, it's a Suzuki Swift or a Toyota Yaris. So, do they catch my eye? I think, look, the pink one stands out as a beauty for a paint job, it's always good to see a pink car on the grid.
That's the track map as we've seen it thus far this weekend. Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3. It gets tight and twisty through the middle of the lap. It's all about horsepower at the front end and the back of the lap. As the clouds start to gather, will we see a storm of Thailand Super Ecos make their way through? And then there's your reminder on screen as well. The cars for this category, they're on a more of a road-going variant tyre. As we'll be seeing for the super pickups later on in the afternoon, it is indeed a semi-slick, not a full slick, not a full flat racing tyre. There are grooves in that tyre. They will move around quite a bit. We'll move on to our starting grid for this race now, and it's Varanchit, who's going to start from pole position off alongside of the 95 Danawat, Hayden H and Adapong on row number 2 in the 24 and 35. When we move back to row number 3, it's going to be the 79 of Padawi off alongside of the 17 of Akanet, and Thenapatra and Furupat in the 55 and 33 respectively off of row number 4. Row 5 will see Chenovich and Sathapon in the 98 and 25 cars before we get back to Bandit in 19 and Chanakun in the 56 entry on row number 6. Row number 7 will be made from Adapon in the 26 and the 68 of Akarachai, of Yot Wonchu in the 27 in behind them on row 8 off alongside of Kruptikan in the number 9 entry. We'll move back to the final row of the grid in row number 9, Pong Podge in the 52 and Visit Pong in the 7. Your final row of the field. That is your Thailand Super Eco Series. We are moments away, and that is what the kinks look like. The central pond down over towards turn 8, 9, coming off of 7 in the bottom corner of the screen, all the way up through 8, 9, 10, and 11. And have a look at the little dip on the far side of that pond as well, Pete. It's not a lot of people know quite a lot about that little bit of a dip. It doesn't look as bad as it is, but there's a real rise as you come up and over 11.
Yeah, well, it's always difficult to see elevation on racetracks on the camera. But I'm just noticing car number 55, Thenapatra. That's double duty. Isn't that the man that we just saw just before lunch drive a GTC and get a really good result?
Yeah, it might have been. I was thinking super compact, actually. It was for Thenapatra, I thought. But certainly doing double duty. So it's good to see him out on track. Lots of track time. You'd love to go to a racetrack and do double duty, wouldn't you? Mate, any opportunity to jump in a race car for me, and they're going to form up. And we've got an update on the weather coming to you just before we go live with our Super Eco start as well.
Update from pit lane, guys. A bit of cloud covers come in, so air temperature is moderated, if we can call it that, at about 32 degrees centigrade. Track temperature sitting at 38 to 39 degrees as we head into the afternoon session.
Update from Troy Williams down in the pit lane. I'll tell you what, he's wearing a few hats this weekend. He's actually the category manager in Australia for GT4 Australia. I think we can add weatherman and pit reporter to the list of his duties he's now successfully completed, Pete. He's a popular man over there in Thailand at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack of all trades, can do everything when it comes to broadcasting. And it's so good to have him on the ground, because I tell you what, he's been able to fill a few of the gaps that we had at Sepang where we didn't have someone like Troy on the ground. So it's been really good for him to get around and get some of that info so that we can share it with the viewers as it comes back out of the track, and we can share that across the world. Everybody can understand what's going on. But getting ready for the start now, Scotty, a standing start for this class. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's going to be tight and tidy. It's going to be about getting this thing underway, and missing that start. Green flag from the rear of the field. This is what it looks like and what the drivers face on the run down to turn number 1. It is only a short run. The lights start to build. 5 on. We're about to be 5 off. We are away and running for your Thailand Super Eco in the race number 7 of 8 for the championship. Who is going to grab the points that are on offer today? Who is going to advance their championship standings? And you can see it. They're 4 wide in the middle of that pack as they make their way down onto turn number 1. Who's going to run wide at 1? No, they've all managed to get through there nice and steadily. It's the guys off of the front row. And now it starts to squabble as the draft has been picked up. The 95 let us away, but Danawat managed to get the jump. And now comes Varanchit as he tries to get to the inside on the run down to turn number 3. It's the car in behind them. Is that Hayden Hikal? As he tries to make some ground, and have a look at the sweep to the right-hand side of the road. Trying to open up turn number 3. The 95 pinched him off as they got down into turn 3. Will he get out the other side? Have a look at the drive, though, from Varanchit. He's managed to go and grab a spot away, but it's the row in behind these guys. They look to be 3 wide. They're just about banging doors. There's wheels in the grass now for the 95, and Danawat's trying to find his way back alongside. 35 of Adapong on the left-hand side of your track now as well. And they'll all try and feed back down in here. Drama just seems moments away.
And it does. And the 35 car, the Suzuki Swift, actually took the ideal racing line. He got right out of it where everybody else was fighting right tight. So 35 got a really good run. I think he's made up a position or 2 as a result of that. So, and again, we talked about the Herman Tilke design track. The nice wide corners with a small car gives these guys the ability to fight those different lines. But because there's not that power and reliance on aerodynamics, the cars generally will stay together, and they need to stay together and keep that draft going. So, absolutely awesome.
Have a look at it in the background. When you say Herman Tilke track, you think Formula One, you think high-powered cars with a ton of downforce. You don't think of these sorts of things, and you don't think of those sorts of moves, because all of a sudden, Adapong thought he had second place over the guy he started off alongside of on row number 2. Hayden Haikal gets to the inside, nicks that spot away, but they're all trying to fire it through in the background. They're all looking to squabble over for all the positions left, right, and centre, and that means that our guy that's actually out in the lead has managed to sort of sit there from the 89. Varanchit looks quite comfortable there, and the guy who let us off of turn number 1 all the back to turn 4, it was a lock break as they ran down to the final corner as well. Runs wide at the final corner. They all managed to get through, get out the other side, but for now it's starting to settle down. Well, you say that for one moment, immediately blocking to the right hand side of the track, and have a look at the car coming through in the background. There was a heap of speed on the run down to turn number 1, and they all settle in for lap number 2. Somebody tell them there's 12 laps. And positions right now don't mean quite as much as they will. There's a car sideways off at the exit of turn number 1. This is Thailand Super Eco. This is give me some more of that.
I wouldn't say any of these guys have settled down yet, Scotty. They've certainly got themselves into a single line train, but the ability to fight. And look at that, the 35 goes out wide, nice and wide again to try and take the ideals on. I think he's had that apex pinched off in there by the 24. But what I'm seeing at the back is I'm still seeing cars 2 and 3 wide coming through the tighter corners. So, nobody here, there's no settling down here. This is full on racing. This is the classic kind of thing you see with low-powered small cars. It's nose-to-tail stuff. Everybody's on the brakes at the same point in time. The cars get inches between them.
Whoa,
and
here we
the
go.
drivers have to look after each other.
Well, he's trying to open up the corner, and there is a nose down and in there. They all managed to line themselves up and settle on down, but immediately forces the block now from race leader. I think it was Varanchit who's led us on down in here. Indeed it is. To the outside of him, though, Hayden Haikal is going to go 2 by 2, and the 55s managed to gather some ground back up. It was the pink car in the background for Thanapatra. And they're all still nice and attached to each other, forced way off the road now for Hayden Haikal. He's struggling, and they're basically saying, well, if you're going to force me off the road, I'm going to do exactly the same thing back. Adapong tries to follow them through in the background. All of a sudden, Adapong might think, I've got a sniff of a race win here if these two squabble this way.
I don't think anybody's thinking they got a sniff of a race win. In fact, they're probably all thinking they got a sniff of a race win, because these kind of races can turn around in a heartbeat. All it takes is a locked brake, because the cars are so close. All it takes is a missed corner. Just come out just a little bit early on the throttle. And somebody picks a draft up on you and gets you. And as we're seeing, the front, group of 4 cars, they're swapping positions, and that's all to do with the draft, the braking markers, and the fact that they're so close. They're able to stick so close together on the racetrack. This is fabulous racing, Scotty.
This time by, Pete, we'll get a picture of how many cars have stayed relatively close together, and as they all start to cross the start-finish line, once you get through 3 seconds out on track, 11 cars inside 3 seconds back from our race leader. If you thought you're going to skip clear in the Super Eco class, there'll be absolutely none of that. And have a look at the 55 now with Patra trying to really harass the rear bumper. Bandit's brought his way back up into this one. It was a 5-car breakaway. It now becomes 6 as they all start to come back together just a little bit. The 2 cars have been leading the way the bulk of the way through thus far have been Hayden Haikal and the 8 and 9 of Varun Shit. Dana White got a great getaway early. He's now sort of settled back, dropped in a little bit, trying to find some rhythm. But have a look at the 55 now that tries to go the long way round, and he's picking up the throttle. That means with a front-wheel drive car, you're always going to push wide. There is nothing in between this, and the fact that there hasn't been more contact than there already has been is a big, big mark of respect to all these guys as they drive it off turn 3.
No, that's right. And 1, 2, 3 is Honda versus Toyota versus Suzuki. So it's all there. You know, the cars are there. Nobody's got an advantage over anyone other car just because of the fact that they're in a certain make or brand, or they've all got the same tyres on them. They've all got about the same power. It's just awesome. So now it's down to the drivers. Can they hold it for 12 laps? It's nice to fight for 1 or 2, but you've got to have the patience and the ability to be able to do this lap after lap after lap. And sometimes that means having the patience just to sit there for 3 or 4 laps. You know, work out your opposition, work out where you got a little bit of pace, work out where you're going to make that overtaking move, and you might just save that until the right time. Just you don't want to make an overtaking move too early and then give the advantage to somebody who might be able to work you out and then get you with a few corners to go and you actually lose the race.
It's momentum racing too. We've got an update coming your way from live at the track as well, which means I think we'll have this one just about ready to go. Yep, we'll get that one up for you in just a moment if you've got that one for us. Yeah, so we got an update from the track.
Guys, how good is this racing? There's battles all up and down the fields. I get the feeling in the front group here, the 2 cars with a slightly longer wheelbase might just be a bit more stable through the twists and turns, and it's helping them just get this little gap on the shorter wheelbase Brios. But my word, what's some fantastic racing here, so it's really, really enjoyable. Just got to watch the track limits for these guys, that we don't see too many penalties as the race goes on.
And I was just thinking that track limits warning that's come our way from Troy Williams. There's a number of drivers that are starting to really push it out there. Indeed, we've just got our force warning, and it's one of these cars that's involved in this squabble for the lead. The 35 of Adapong has just received himself a black and white flag. Any further violations, and he's on the outside here as they come down through turn number 3. He'll turn it back and try and pick up the drive. He's got to stay within those track boundaries right now. Hayden Haikal, Varian Shit, and Adapong are going to go neck and neck, 3 wide. As they run off of turn number 3. The run to turn number 4. They try and pinch each other across the track. It's going to be Adapong who leads us down into turn number 4. They try and open up the corner now. Haikal in the mid, and now Varian Shit's going to have to go the long way round. He's got that one there. There's contact between the 35 and Hayden Haikal. They all managed to settle it down. It's back to the inside though. But Varian Shit backs out of it at the last possible minute. Gets underneath him. This will be the inside yet again as they get to turn number 6 here, and the flick back to the left-hand side. Then it's the right at turn number 7. And all of a sudden, this squabbling in the background between Varanchit and Adapong has really allowed for Hayden Haikal to skip clear a little bit. But punching that hole in the air in Super Eco cars, Pete, he's going to be pulled back along. And I continue to be impressed with the pace of the pink car in the background. Here's to the inside. Patra gets down there. Nearly lays the bumper now to Adapong and Varanchit. He wants to get up and in amongst this fight as well. And Dunawat, don't keep your eyes in the background because he might buy into the background of this one as well.
And, you know, Scotty, we saw in the last few races already today that a 5-second penalty can change where you finish. Now, in the races we've seen, you know, the drivers were able to manage their positions and let each other go with a 5-second penalty. But you can't do that in this race. If the leader gets a 5-second penalty right now, he goes from 1st to 14th. So that track limits warning is a really, really big warning, and a minor penalty with such a close field is a big loss. So you've got to keep your wits about you now as a driver.
Well, when you cast your eyes back to qualifying, Varanchit was actually 0.4 of a second faster than the rest of the field. when you think of things right now, that doesn't mean a whole bunch. He's been maybe 0.4 of a second faster this entire race. He just cannot show it. If he's got that outright pace, our fastest lap time in qualifying 2:09.338, the fastest lap time of the race is a 2:11.6. They're squabbling and knocking 2 seconds out of each other in terms of their peak lap time. They'll also let it all back down in this time by. And for Hayden Highcal, now he starts to lead the way. And don't forget, these are a groove tyre as well. These cars are going to move all over the place on these tyres. I get the feeling in maybe 2 laps' time, we're going to have to see some tyres overheating in this, Pete.
No, and you just witnessed coming down that straight there that the speed that the draft actually has given Adapong in car number 35. So he was 0.7 of a second behind coming on at the start of this lap. And along the 2 straights, the draft has just pulled him right up to the back of Hayden. So, the draft is still going to be strong. And this is where Adapong and Varicha in the number 89 are really going to have a look and take their time to assess how that draft can actually help them. And then they've got to work out when is the best time to actually make the move. Although you could think of it, Scotty, they are race drivers. They just might make the move because they can.
Absolutely they can, and they will. And now starting to see Danawat, I think it was in the background as well. It might have been Chinovic actually that ran wide on the run down here to turn number 9. Now through 10, the left-handed kink and up the hill. This is where they'll start to lag with those smaller engines inside of it. And have a look at the Suzuki Swift of Athapong all of a sudden starting to crawl over Hayden Highcal yet again. Got to be careful now. Start to think about those track limit violations. And then again, if you're Athapong, why not have a go under brakes as well? Varanchit will lock back in behind him. And now the field for the first time this race starts to spread out. We've got a 3-way fight for the race win, but it's the 56 car of Chang, who's made a huge amount of time on that most recent lap, grabs himself 2 spots, and now finds himself ahead of the 55. So for Thanapatra, stays just about in position. For Danawat, he's starting to drop through the field. Bandit was quick in the early stages, got aggressive, got a bunch of spots. I think that was Bandit actually just in the background. No, it was Danawat, who ran very, very wide off of turn number 1 to use all of that runoff area. Now the 89 of Varanchit's going to get to the inside. They go through the kink at turn number 2. The run down to turn number 3. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? Who is going to try and enchant their name into Super Eco Halls of Fame? To the inside, gonna get down there, but now the drive off the corner may go the way of Athapong. In the meantime, Hayden Highcal says, guys, if you want to keep that going, I absolutely won't mind. I get a breath of fresh air, and I get to run the racing line.
No, absolutely. And the fighting into the corner is actually costing Adapong and Varichit coming out of the corner, and Hayden's taking maximum advantage of that. And what he's doing is he's been able to just create a gap on the exit, which means that the draft is only allowing the cars to catch up. It's not giving them enough to actually make the overtake. And noticeably, car number 17, Akanet in position 8, he's now on a black and white flag warning for track limits. So look out there. And again, it's a big, big penalty, 5 seconds with this group that's so close together.
And a reminder, keep your eyes on that timing screen on the left-hand side. That is where they were at the end of the lap. So not current gaps, not live gaps. And I just saw the 89 off the track as well. He's picked up a black and white flag warning. That might have been Bandit or Akanet. That might have actually been Akanet in the background off the track again. So if that was the case, he's got himself a 5-second penalty incoming. For Varanchit, now you've got to be careful. And for the guys around him, if I'm on the radio with, let's say, Adapong, I'm telling him, hey, mate, the 89, he's on a black and white flag. He's got to be careful, run him wide.
Yeah, but don't forget, Adapong's on a black and white flag. He was the first driver to get a black and white flag as well. So Hayden's the one who's able to really run them wide and make the push. But we do know, and we've seen this, we saw it at Sepang, the race director will certainly have a look, and if the car's pushed off, it's not necessarily a track limits issue.
Well, speaking of being pushed off, Hayden Highcal might have a little bit of an grievance to judge his way with Varanchit. Now Adapong makes it 3 wide, the run down to turn number 1. They turn it in, they tip it in, they get back to 2. How's the swap back, though, from the 24? He had to lift. You know who didn't have to lift was Chanaknan. And he's been coming at these guys for the last couple of laps. Last time by, gained no spots. At the end of turn 1, he's grabbed 2. And here comes the 55 entry as well. So he might grab himself 2 more spots when they get down here to turn number 3. In the meantime, the 35 of Adapong's got to the lead of this race and might start to show a clean pair of heels, although he's got to keep it on track. The 55 deep in under brakes, manages to slot in, picks the pockets of everyone, and the squabble back at turn 1 has cost these guys a number of spots now.
Yeah, absolutely. The 25 and what's the other car? Sorry, 24 and the 35. I've
89?
certainly lost
24
out on
and the
that.
89, yeah.
At 89, yeah, I've lost out on that. And we've seen Adapong and Thanatra and Chenacon come through from P4s and 5 actually down into a fight for the lead. So awesome stuff.
And there's an incident at turn number 5 that's actually under investigation as we speak as well. So don't think that this is all over and all done with. And that might explain why we saw the car extremely wide later on. But for the meantime, the top 3 sort of close in. And I start to get the feeling that maybe Chanaknon was just being a little bit patient in those opening laps, looking after the tyres maybe a little bit. And one of the problems is semi-slicks are great in terms of road coverage because they give you grip in all terms and conditions. But for a race tyre, and that'll definitely be a slam dunk penalty. That was the 89 we've seen get a black and white flag for track limits warning already. That might be a penalty coming his way. Someone's going to jump on the radio here to Varenchit and say, hey man, you might have been the fastest in qualifying, but you've now got yourself a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, maybe on the way.
Yeah, that's right. And look, it's looking like 5 seconds will cost about 9 or 10 positions right now, the way the gaps are opening up just a little bit more than they were at the start of the race. So that's still a big penalty.
Now, Pete, if I was to sit here and say to you, do you think this sort of racing where you've got the foot pressed as hard through the firewall as you possibly can for the bulk of the race is exciting? You'd say, yeah, maybe from a hot lap perspective, it wouldn't be all that interesting. Racing, completely different story.
Look, I mean, I've been around a lot of racetracks, and one of the best races I ever have seen in my life was a Queensland Gemini Club. I went down to a local track in Australia called Winton, and they just put on this nose-to-tail racing, and it was 15 cars nose-to-tail the whole time. The smaller the car, the less of the power, the better the drivers. The better they come, the closer the racing becomes, and on a wide Herman Tilke track where there's lots of lanes to be able to race, the cars can get different entries, different exits. They can make speed different ways around the same lap and get up on each other. So it always produces exciting racing.
How good is the overhead shot as well? That really tells the story of what turn 3 looks like. It doubles back on itself, it closes off, and it also showed how good Hayden Haikali is down at turn number 3, looking after those tyres. Trace the inside of the track around to slot down in front of the 56 of Chanaknon, and now it's going to be a toe-to-toe fight. Deep in under brakes, and Adapong covered it to the inside. Now it's going to be Hayden. These guys have been going toe-to-toe the entire race. The Chanaknon car is new to the front end of this one. As they get up through here, the flick back through turn 7. They'll know another right-hander, another 90-degree right-hander. They're squabbling. Here comes Adapong. He's going to cover the inside. Down to the inside, Hayden Haikal wants to get up and alongside. Nearly clears the 56 entry, now finally does, and Varenchit's still attached to these guys in the background as well. So he wants to look forward and see these guys squabbling. They've cost themselves some momentum. They've cost themselves a lot of momentum. Have a look at how good the pace is from Varenchit as they come through the 9, 10, 11 complex, up and over the crest at 11, and the run to the final corner, which is a lot tighter than it looks on first glance, and you'll get a really good shot of it here. Look how slow these guys have to be to tip the car in at turn number 12, Pete.
Yeah, they've cost themselves a little bit of race time, but what they've done is they've given us a whole lot of entertainment, but they've also brought Varenchit back into the race because there was a nice big gap that he was able to close up. As they were fighting, you do lose lap time as you're trying to defend. So good on them for providing the entertainment, at their own little cost in the race, but, with 4 laps to go, I still can't call this.
Mate, I swear to God, for the viewers watching along at home, you'll be looking at this and going, man, this isn't taking very long at all. Look at how many laps have already eaten by. For us up here, I mean, it's bang on, it's constant action. It's action left, right, centre. Have a look at the cars in the background that are still going at it as well. And for Chanaknon, he ran Varenchit all the way out on that front straight. And now have a look at Adapong, who's going to hold him out. And it's Hayden Haikal, and he basically says, no, I'm going to run you wide a little bit on entry here. You can't turn back and underneath me. Propped him up on the mid-corner. You know who takes the opportunity that's come out of that? It's going to be Chanaknon, and have a look at Varenchit. He's still not out of this as well. And in the background, Thanapatra is coming back to these guys. Cross the start-finish line, 1.9 seconds back. It'll be under a second for sure now.
No, that's right. And keep in mind that Hayden is the only guy, car number 24 is the only guy that doesn't have a black and white warning out of this lot. So everybody else has got to be really careful with the track limits. Hayden can actually use maybe a little bit more of the track until that black and white flag comes his way. So he's got a little bit of an advantage there over the other cars that he's racing right now. And maybe he can use that to his advantage over the next 3 laps.
Yeah, interesting comment as well. Something that in the back of my mind, it was actually something you said to me about some sim racing stuff a while back when we were discussing when do you give out warnings to drivers and how do they take them. And you said when you warn a driver, Pete, you've got to wait for them to receive that warning because you can start penalising them. And the black and white flag that you saw for Varenchit, I think basically got put through on the timing screens at the exact same time as he was wide again. So you can't penalise him for that one. It's the next infringement, hasn't been wide again.
Yeah, well, there you go. So that's just proof that, the warning that comes out from race control goes to the teams, and then the teams are still got to get it to. And, we know the race director's got enough pragmatism there just to understand that little time period does happen, these things do, and, the drivers have the chance now to get the warning and adjust his behaviour. So lesson learnt, carry on, but I tell you what, don't step over the line again because JT will get you.
Don't even think about dipping a toe over that line. You will be slapped with a 5-second penalty. It's going to cost you a host of spots. And now for Adapong, it's back to him and Hayden Haikal. And for Channington, now he's all of a sudden starting to defend from that driver that's got that warning as Varenchit. And see Channington as well starting to run a little bit wide and use up that track limits. 3 laps left to go from the Super Ecos race number 1 of the final round of the championship. And these guys are toe-to-toe. They're door-to-door. It's epic racecraft, and if you guys haven't seen it, I strongly recommend going back and watching the racing that we saw at Bunkstown as well. And I can tell you that warnings have escalated into time penalties. They're starting to come through as the field fans out. They get down to turn number 3, and Channington, who was in 3rd place, has got Varenchit ahead of him now, so he's dropped now off of the podium. And have a look at Dana Patrick coming back. The cars with penalties, 19, 56, and 79. And I tell you what, we were just talking about Channington. He's just picked himself up a penalty, and there's a further penalty to the number 19 car as well for causing a collision.
No, that's right, and that puts Channington effectively down to about P10. So, these are big penalties for these guys, and that all the teams have got to be onto their drivers saying, stay in track limits, because essentially, losing 8 positions is a lot of points in a championship to lose when you have a field that's so close together.
And for Bandit, he's down in 7th place as well. He's just received 10 seconds worth of penalties. What does that mean? Well, he's all the way down to 14th. There's another car wide, and I think that was the same colour car we saw off the track earlier, which says to me, I think that is actually Bandit. And we might just see him start to fall like a rock throughout the field. The guy we've now got to keep our eyes on is the 79, the 56, and the 19 are the 3 drivers that we've seen get penalties. Patawee's at the back end of this pack. He's in 9th place. That's going to drop him a mile behind in terms of the overall settings. This time by, we will get 3 to go, and it's the 17 car that's managed to drop off the race, but they've found, for Akinet, he's found his way to a service road. He's off the track. Get the feeling we'll stay green here, Pete. Oh, I'm going to leave this one to you. Who can you guess is going to come away with a race win?
Oh, it will be a guess. But that's about all you can do at this moment. It's 2 laps to go, and these guys are still fighting nose to tail. They're still swapping positions corner after corner. And we've got effectively 6, 5 now, long straights to draft and overtake. So, mate, my guess is I think Hayden's going to be able to pull it off. But like I said, it's a guess, and that's all I can do at this stage.
And I've got a comment come through from YouTube, and actually in Thai, and thanks to Google Translate for translating it. 35. Yes, that's the best. So we've got a fan for Adapong out in the YouTube chat as well. So the fans showing their support for their drivers as their drivers try to take it 4 wide as they run down into turn number 3. For now, it's the 24 of Haikal who gets to the front. And there's Varenchit as well. Varenchit's going to rob him blind. And that was a man that entered the corner with a race lead. It's a man that doesn't leave it. Now he's out in the grass. There's going to be dirt, dust, and debris on those tyres. And for the first time this race, Channington gets to the lead. He's got a Suzuki Swift in behind him. And guess what? It's the 35 of Adapong. Here comes racing. 2 laps left to run. It's about to go supernova.
And that was the very definition of just on the racetrack. Hayden he was sort of forced off the racetrack as a curb ran out. He had to leave 2 wheels on the grass. Didn't slow down. He kept the pedal right into it and flat out, and you could see the dirt flying off the front wheel, and he was relying on one wheel to keep him going, and it maintained just enough momentum to stay in the fight, but he did lose a position out of it. But here he comes fighting back again.
And I tell you what, for the driver of the 56, he started in 12th place. He's now found his way to the front end of town. They're all squabbling. There could be a race win in the offering for him, and when you said, coming into this one starting 12th, you would have thought, yeah, maybe not. I've got to survive the opening lap first. Then we'll start to think if we can have a race. For him, he's now in this lead quartet. and it's going to come to one more lap left to run. We're out of turn number 11. The rise over the crest, and have a look at the 35. He blocks the 24 to the inside of the track, switches back to the outside. Haikal goes with him. Will come through to grab the one more lap to go, Borden. The 35 was sideways. Varenchit down the inside. Will be 3 wide as we come off the final quarter. One more lap left to run. This is your Thailand Super Ecos. This is race number 7, and at the far side of this one, we're going to decide a race winner. But I tell you what, the racing's been phenomenal. The 24 of Haikal leads the way. The 35 in second place. Varenchit, after being third off the final corner, he's back towards the tail end. We got 3 cars off the circuit in the background as well. It's not over. And one of those was the 55 at Thanapatra.
No, it looks like the fight between Adapong and Varenchit has actually given Hayden a bit of a break for the rest of this lap. So if he can hold off the draft from these last 2 straights and through the exits, out of turn 3 here, then he's in a position, a commanding position to take this race.
A little bit of a nudge now for Bandit as he gets down and in front of the 55 of Thanapatra, and the 95 slots on through, and the 9 there as well. So if you take your eyes off of the guys up at the front end of town, you'll miss all of this action in the background. Haikal's going to lead us as we run down to turn number 4. He covers the inside. He's not giving that up for any stretch of the imagination. Adapong's there as well. The lapped car gets right out of the way on the inside. It's now gone from a 4-horse race back to a 3-horse race. It's going to be Chang Noon who slots into third. Can he pick both of these pockets on the last lap? Can he be the robber in the night that comes through to steal a victory on the last lap of the race? It was 12th on the grid. It's third on track, and he's not done just yet. For Hayden Haikal, he's got himself a 4-5 car length lead as they come down through turn number 7 on the run to 8. It's 9 and 10. The next 2 right-handers, 8 now as they tip it into the right-hand side. It'll be 9, 10 and 11 through the crest, right out wide for Adapong. And remember, he's got a track limits violation. Is that position now in a little bit of jeopardy as he runs wide on the Hankook semi-slick? And now here comes Chang Noon. He's going to come in the background. He's a little bit out of it. I don't think he's going to be able to get back to these guys. For Hayden Haikal, good drive off of turn number 11. He crests the hill. It's the short run down to turn number 12. He's got to break it. The blocking starts in the background. Here comes Adapong. He wants to fill the rear view mirror. He's too far back to do it. And for the 24 of Hayden Haikal, he led this race just about every lap. At some point in the lap, he leads us back to take the checkered flag, and as they cross the start-finish line in the background, Bandit gets back to 5th place with penalties to come. Danawat gets in there as well, but how good is the drive from Chang Noon? 12th on the grid, takes out your final podium spot for race number 7.
Yeah, what a fabulous drive, and Hayden Haikal, he made the most of just a little bit of a gap that Adapong and Thanapatra Adapong and Chanakon actually gave him just by fighting between themselves, and Hayden used that superior exit speed he had out of turn 1 and just had enough of a gap just to hold that. But my God, that was fabulous racing. That's some of the best racing we've seen all day, and that's some of the best racing we've seen all year, Scotty.
How about Varenchit, though? I mean, it's qualified on pole position. You sit down and you say at the start of that race, did well, got an early warning about those penalties, and then there was a lot of rubbing and grinding for this 89. And in actual fact, I don't think he's going to make it back around to the pit lane. I think he's actually going to have to pull up short and retire the car after crossing the start-finish line. But there is how they crossed the line. The 24 of Hayden Haikal for Pipe Kids Racing takes your race victory from Adapong in the Ver Pro Garage Racing team, off alongside of their teammate in the 56 entry in the other Ver Pro Garage Racing team entry. That was Thailand Super Eco. And I tell you what, can we just strap go around, pick up some of our GT3 competitors and slap them in these cars and send them out on track?
Oh, wouldn't we see some fabulous racing? Because the higher level guys that race those GT3s, I mean, they take no prisoners in those cars, and they'll bang doors in a GT3. Can you imagine banging doors in these small cars? I mean, these guys put on one hell of a show. It was so good to see. So congratulations to all of the drivers just for the show they put on, regardless of where they finished. But super congratulations to Hayden, who was able to put up a really big fight and just find the right lines and find the right exit speeds to hold on there for the win.
Let's talk a little bit about championship standings as well, because for these guys, Adapong leads the way in terms of the championships on 73. So for him, getting that good podium finish does his championship no harm. And as they head into the final race, it's actually his teammate Chang Noon who finished on the podium. Well, the problem he's got now is he's still 16 points further back. And, That's going to be right on the limit of 20 points for a race victory. So basically the only way that Adapon can lose it now is, he's got to finish the next race. That's about his only task that's in front of him.
Yeah, but we saw how hard it is to stay within the track limits with these cars, particularly with them finding so hard. So, and the impact of a 5-second penalty being such a big impact. So, don't write that off. It's still mathematically possible, but a good race will seal it for Adapon. Yeah.
As we go back through the highlights, I think every lap, every corner should be on this reel. So we might just watch all 12 laps left back again, but we can't do that. For the 89, he started on pole, won't finish the race that far up the grid. It was the 95, the Danawat, that got the better getaway on lap number 1. But have a look at the guys in behind him. Every time they get set for a race in Super Eco, it's a swarm of Brios, a swarm of Suzuki Swifts, a swarm of cars that just runs down to turn number 3. And from lap number 1 to lap 12, it was a swarm of cars. And basically, cast a lottery, any one of those drivers could win the race.
Well, the good thing, Scotty, was that it's Honda, Toyota, and the Suzuki. They were up there for the whole race, fighting each other. So it's certainly not a brand race. It's not a mark race. It's it's a race where it really is a driver's race. And to see the 3 marks fight like that, it's just exceptionally good. And not only that, the courtesy they gave each other. Like, they fought hard, they defended hard. They made each other use different lines, but they also respected somebody who got in front, tucked in behind, and used the draft. And that's really good driving. Little bump there from the pink car, and maybe you can unsettle one, but I think race directly on top of that. I'm glad we didn't watch that 12 laps here back again, because the whole thing was a highlight.
Oh, what a highlight of the day. And as we start to set our sights on the tail end of the day, there's realistically only 2 classes left to go, and one of them is going to be your Thailand, your B-Quik Thailand Super Pickups. The other one is going to be your Thailand Supercars, the GT3 category, to come your way at the very tail end of the day. Update came through from the 89 car, had a puncture on the final lap, managed to make it bust past the start-finish line. They'll be keeping an eye on that car for a little bit of damage, a little bit deeper in that car as well. They'll need to do a revisit on that car, double check that nothing was broken, but that is what caused our pole sitter to tumble on the last lap. And, with how much door banging was going on, Pete, someone had to come unstuck, and it's just unfortunate it was Fahrenheit.
Yeah, and it was, because, it has a big impact on the outcome of the race. And, as we saw, the impact of the 5-second penalty. So, something so minor, making such a big impact in results. It's unfortunate, but, as we talked about all day, mate, that's motorsport.
In terms of things for the drivers that are down here, you can just see how much of a sweat and, even though they're small cars, they're light cars, the temperatures, there's not much airflow in that cockpit whatsoever, because you want to keep the wind not poking its head in. You want to keep the car as aerodynamic as possible in the breeze. And unfortunately, that means for the drivers, it is a physical workout. So that was our winner in Hayden Haikal. We'll move across to Adapong at the moment. I don't know whether he will know quite yet that is most likely the championship, unless teammates 56 can win the next race for Chenik Nun. It's going to be a big hard drive, and I just hope that he's aware of what that result might mean for his championship.
Well, he hasn't got it yet, right? So he's still got to have a clean race tomorrow. You can't. I don't think he can rest on his laurels. He'll be comfortable and he'll be pleased that he's eked out a few more points, but there's no way you can take a claim of championship in a racing like that, too early.
Mate, how good is all of this up and down the field, as well as we look a little bit further back? And for you guys, that we're talking about Super Pickup coming up next as well. It's that, but just in bigger cars, basically, and bigger diesel engines in terms of things as well. If you haven't seen the cars, there's one in the background, just heading in the background on the left end of the shot. That's a Super Pickup. And like I said, pickup truck with a wing stapled onto the back end of it. They are a sight to see. If you're new to the B-Quik Thailand Super Series, they are one of the highlights of the weekend to keep your eyes on. And they'll be coming our way in just a few moments as well. 12-lap race for those guys here this afternoon. And Pete, are you a fan of these sort of style of trucks? Because there's quite a few different brands up and down the field as well.
Look, I wasn't initially a fan when they first came out in Australia, because, essentially I've always loved, the V8 sound. So when you had the turbo diesel, it sort of didn't have the wow factor that I grew up with as a kid. But I tell you what, what they've done in Australia, we put the LS1 in them, putting them effectively on race suspension and then putting the cab on. They've actually, made them exciting. That they've now got a whole lot of wow factor. They can slide the back end because the trucks are really light. They're rear-wheel drive. And you were talking earlier about black smoke, so that tells me that these are still running sort of turbo diesel type things.
Yep.
Look, I tell you what, it mightn't be super exciting, but one of the reasons it wasn't super exciting in Australia is we only had 7 cars initially. Have a look at the size. We've got 27 cars about to come on the grid across 2 classes. So
the 89.
That is exciting.
That was actually Troy Williams, you heard in the background, just talking about the 89 car, which was the puncture we were talking about momentarily. Let's talk about the brands that are a part of this one. And as usual, as a part of the Ford Thailand Racing squad and everything that's going on, Sandy Stuvik will be taking part in this next race. And pit lane exit's just about to be opened up for these guys. They'll be taking part in the Ford Ranger. We have the Isuzu trucks that'll be out there as well as the Mitsubishi Tritons and the Isuzu D-Maxes. There is a Chevy Colorado that is within the field, and that wraps us up in terms of brand representation. Oh, sorry, my apologies. There is one more. There's a Mazda BT50 that is out there as well, Pete. So I can tell you very much. Since I've just moved recently out to the country in Australia as well. Not me wants one of these. My wife wants one. So I better not show her the racing that we're about to see, because I might end up buying one of these. And well, if she ends up with one, you can probably bet I'm probably about to go out and strap a wing to the rear end of it and maybe take it over to Thailand with me.
Well, you could do that, Scotty, or you could drop an LS1 in it and put it in the Australian series.
No. These things are nice and low to the ground. Chang International Circuit's brewing as well. Sepang is on the calendar this year. Be interesting to see what's on the calendar for next year. And then I've been informed by most people that tend to end up at the Bang Seng Grand Prix that it is one of the events on the calendar. If you guys are thinking about a holiday and heading to Thailand, maybe for 2024, you might want to line that up with the Bang Seng Grand Prix. It's a celebration of car culture. It's a celebration of racing. And it's on a street circuit that they shut about an hour before the race each and every day. You can go out there and do laps of the street circuit because it's right in the middle of Bang Seng City. It is only meters away from the beach. And we've already seen the shot once this weekend of Marcus Winkelhock in his race suit from along the seaside. It's an awesome shot. It's something just unique right around the world. And this car, this category, this series is so unique in and around the world. It's a celebration of the car culture and the drivers in Asia. And have a look at the car category that we just saw out on the track. It's just a celebration of going racing whatever's available to you.
Look, if you ever get a chance to go to a motorsport event anywhere in the world, you pretty much got to take it, right? But one of the things you do look at is not just the headline category, but if you can find a race event with some really exciting categories to go along to, then you're in for a whole day worth of entertainment. And what I'm seeing here from the B-Quik Thailand Super Series is what they do bring a whole lot of categories that are giving us a whole lot of entertainment all day. So really entertaining day just to be involved in. And Scotty, you and I aren't even at the circuit. We're a long way away from it, and we're excited.
Mate, I'm enjoying things. I'm enjoying things. I don't think I would struggle. I'm going to be honest with you. I'd struggle in the humidity. So, when they said, look, we might try and get over there for next year, the first thing on my mind was, man, I'm going to have to lose some weight just to go and live in the humidity over there. I used to live in a coastal. You'd probably be a fair bit better off because you're from the northern coastal, the region of Australia that's probably most like Thailand. So you won't actually be too far off in terms of your conditions and things, Pete. But I tell you what, having a nice drink at the end of the day, down by the roadside, down on the beach, whilst talking about cars and how cool an event it was. That's certainly on the calendar for 2024. In the meantime, guys, we're going to step away, just take a brief little break as we warm up for the Thailand Super Pickup category. As those cars in the background you can see on, we'll just take a few minutes worth of a break and a bit of a breather. We'll be back with the Thailand Super Pickup category.
And that delivery of power is something to experience, that's for sure. Speedcafe.com, your number one source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we return to now switch on a little bit for the bigger parts of the afternoon. 2 categories left in this afternoon's racing. One of them is one of the unique categories right around the world. You might have heard of super trucks racing over in Europe, where they dump water on the brakes to make sure that they don't burn out the brake discs. But not quite that big, but we are one of the more unique categories. It is the Thailand Super Pickup class. 37 cars, did I hear you say before, Pete? 37 cars?
That's right, for Class A and B, that's what we got on track for this next race. So Class C's, they've got a race at the end of the day. So for Class A and B, we've got 37 entries over the 2 classes. We've got 12 cars in Class A and we've got 15 cars in Class B. And interestingly, if you have a look at the overall Drivers' Championship for the Super Pickup Series, the current person in runner-up position for the champion is actually a Class B driver. So Thanafon, excuse me, everyone.
You try.
Yeah, Thanafon Chuchapon has got a healthy lead over the rest of the field, 103 points. Pretty much sewn up the championship because it's almost 40 points in front of the Class B driver, Alakom Saitang. So the championship seems to be wrapped up, but that doesn't mean the racing is going to be any less exciting than what we might expect from a close series.
Have a look. This is what it looks like on board one of the Thailand Super Pickup cars as well. It is the 95 entry, which is driven by Anawat Mainanen for the Isuzu Sufin Explorer Liquimoli racing team. And that doesn't look all that different. The dash is all still the same. You've got a little bit of a digital dash that's been added to the center. But ultimately, they're just a manual going version of close to what the road car is. And have a look at the cooling that's required in that car. Get some airflow in and around that driver's helmet. Have a look at the frame that sits in and amongst that cockpit, and battery down on the floor there as well. It takes a fair bit of modifications to get something like this race ready. Have a look at, normally when people buy these sorts of cars, they don't tend to want to lower them. They tend to want to raise them. No. With these guys, we've lowered them down, added a whole bunch more downforce as well, Pete. But talk us a little bit through the requirements to get a car like this race ready. Radios are required. Fire extinguishers are generally required as well, man. There's a lot that goes on.
So it's radios, it's really about safety, essentially, first off, and then it's about setting it up for performance. So from a safety perspective, you've got to have the right systems. You've got to have a fire system, you've got to have a fuel system, like the right fuel cell. You don't just run the standard fuel tank, those sorts of things. You've got to have the cut-off switches that you need to be able to turn it off. In and out, you've got to have tow hooks, front to back, all those little things that actually help it if something goes wrong, and because the driver's got to be able to get out of these cars in about 10 seconds, I think it is. So that might be the new regulations for next year. It's 15 seconds. And then what they've got to do is, as you can see the roll cage in there, that doesn't come from the manufacturer. You've got to build that into the car. You strip the car of all the non-essential things. The nice leather door card is not missing there on the left-hand door. And then you lower it, and by lowering it, it's not necessarily the same suspension, because a lot of these would come with struts and springs at the back, or struts at the front, springs at the back, and essentially some of them come down, they end up with torsion bar suspension, and that's how they get them so low. Look, they are a truck, they are designed to go on the dirt, and initially, and that's why a lot of people want to raise them. But when you get a truck and you lower it, and then these guys will still put it on the dirt, no doubt, but at least the dirt's nice and smooth on the outside of the seat.
So what I really heard most disappointingly was you've stripped out the AC condition. So, well, I'm out for racing straight away. Number 2 was you took the radio out, so I can't play my Taylor Swift whilst I'm trying to blaze down the front straight and overtake people. I'm definitely out then.
No, we might leave that with Troy. We're not necessarily saying that the air conditioner's been stripped out of this.
Well, I mean, where else are you going to get fit all the cooling bits for the engine in the front? They've got those turbos. They fiddle with the boost pressure, by the way, in these cars quite a fair bit as well. A lot of straight line racing around here for Chang. So, of course, you want that boost. You want that straight line performance. In terms of things, we've actually been managed to have Troy go and have a chat with the number 3 driver of Sandy Stuvik. Sandy will be starting out of P number 11 from today. So here's Troy with an update.
Just down on the grid with Sandy, P11, bit of work to do this race, mate.
Yeah, we have a little bit in front of us, but let's see. It will all depend on how well the truck performs today. Obviously, I'm going to give it my best. I'm going to try to make it a fun race for everybody watching, and please cheer for me and my Ford teammate Jack Lembard, who starts P2.
Yep, P2, he'll be out there trailblazing. Good luck, enjoy the race.
Thank you very much.
There you go. So there's another double duty, Scotty. Jack Lembard's out there in the trucks as well, pulling double duty for the weekend. Going from the fast Ford Mustang low to the ground V8 supercar into a more sort of a docile truck, but I think the racing might be a little bit more bump and grind.
Yeah, one of the moments of the season actually for this category was a car-to-car contact. One of them tripped up and over their wheels, and it was actually Jack Lembard. Unfortunately, that was the end of his race from the Bang Seng Grand Prix. Tripped over the front end. I can't remember. It might have been Super Chai. He was actually fighting with Super Chai in the number 7 entry. Well, those two will be back at it yet again because Super Chai starts off of row 2, Jack Lembard off the outside of row number 1, so keep your eyes on that one. Championship standings time. Who can ever forget that these guys are competing for a championship? The number 15 entry is going to start off of pole position for this afternoon's race, has 103 points to his name. For his rivals to even get within touching distance of him, cannot finish this race. If he finishes this race and scores points, championship over, and he will take the victory. 4 of the first 6 races of the season. It's been a standout performance. And unfortunately, it was race number 1 at Bang Seng where we saw him start to come a little bit unstuck. The 85 entry of Alan Korn Seitung is second in the championship. He is 36 points further back, unfortunately. It's a long, long way. So 5 points would be good enough for Thenafon to take the championship. Jack Lembard sits in P3. He is 8 points back from Alan Korn and 16 ahead of his rival Super Chai as well. Super Chai, a very popular driver. Nutnutch is in 5th place in the points, albeit he's 13 points further back, but from there it gets incredibly tight. It's 6th place in the championships, the 22 driver Tanawat. Jalen Robotham in the 21 entry is in 7th, and we have a dead heat for 8th spot between Suat and Sandy Stuvik. Rounding out your top 10, only 1 point further back is Chinawat in the 23 entry. So that top 10, particularly the tail end of the championship there, Pete, nothing in it in terms of points. They're squabbling over every scrap they can get from race number 7 here.
No, absolutely. But I was just looking at the gap that Thenapon had with that 35 point gap. So the 5 point difference, he just needs to come 6th or better, and he'll wrap up the championship today.
In terms of things, that's what it looks like from down on the grid as everyone's starting to get set for race number 7 of the A and B class of the Thailand Super Pickup. And with 27 cars out there, this is one of the few classes where there is multiple pages worth of your starting grid. Hankook driving a motion Thailand Super Pickup class. Racing's been thick and fast, and for cars that you think wouldn't be able to get alongside of each other at Bang Seng, they absolutely did. Didn't journey with us to Sepang for the previous round out that we were actually broadcasting. They did an additional round here from Buriram a little bit earlier in the year, but now it's time for them to close it all out. It's been long, it's been flat out racing, and yet again, big cars wandering about on semi-slick tyres, Pete. They are going to be working those tyres hard.
Oh, yeah, those tyres are going to scream with these trucks on top of them. I mean, essentially, the trucks will work a slick really hard anyway, but once you start to throw a few grooves in there, you reduce the contact patch on the road and therefore reduce the ability for it to turn. At least the back end's a little bit light. We might see some really good fun in these trucks, and a little bit of back end touch and front end, and a little bit of door banging that we don't otherwise see in other races. See if these Thai guys have got a bit of bogan in them.
You refer to the Australian mongrel shall we say?
Yeah. Let's see the Australian mongrel come out in the truck series. I mean, that's why the Australians had a youth series, right? But if it's replicated in the truck series in Thailand, I'm going to be super impressed.
Thenafon and Jack Lemvard, your front row, the 15, the 41 Super Shy, and Alan Korn, they are right up there in terms of the championship standings. Who is going to claim it on the backside of this race? They're off of row number 2. There's going to be 14 rows for this class as well, so take a while, take a breath, and get set to see your drivers up and down the field. In terms of things, row number 3 and row number 4 is going to be Natanach and Songsak as we move through row number 3 from Anawat and Ekasit in the 95 and 2 entries on 7th and 8th on the grid. Keep your eyes out for the guys that have the orange on their windscreen banner as well. That will be our Super Pickup Class B drivers. Class A drivers will have their numbers in green. 9th and 10th on the grid is going to be Chanawat in the 23 entry for alongside of the 44 of Salmon, and Sandy Stuvik for Aurora Ford Thailand Racing in the 3 off alongside of Suat deeper in the field. In terms of things, these guys from Sandy, you heard, wants to get through the field as quickly as he possibly can. Jalen Robotham off of the 7th row of the grid, off alongside of Akilak in the 16 entry, Danawat in the 45, and Chalampon in the 13 deeper in the field. 17th and 18th is going to be Warris in the 88 entry, and Firawat in the 39 for Atosh Ralliart Liquimoli. In the 36th entry is Shannon for Compact Brakes Valvoline Aurora, and Atasak in the Mobile 1 Racing Team number 8 in 20th position. We'll roll back over the page to Nudaporn in the 46th entry, in 21st in the 11th row of the grid for Team Donut Exity Racing, and Akasit in the 81 entry for next to Lenso SCG. The 91 entry will find Jadaron behind the wheel, and off alongside of him will be the 22 entry, one of the other Ford drivers deeper in the field for Tanawat. Nathawat in the 5 entry, off alongside of Kimarach in the 99 Mitsubishi Ralliart Fiat Racing Team entry, and the 35 off of the rear row of the grid. Multiple drivers failing to set times, or multiple drivers having their times revoked. So from 22nd backwards will be Akaset, Jetaron, Tanawat, Nanawat, Kamarich, and Bovaron Surya, all failing to set times in terms of qualifying. The 91 entry at the end of pit lane was one of those drivers, was scheduled to start from 23rd on the grid. For the 91 entry, will be starting from pit lane. They've managed to get that car back together and at least make it out, Pete, and that's the key.
Yeah, that's the key. As long as you can get on the race, and you never know, even though they're short races, you never know whether a safety car will come out and you'll make all that back. So if you take your car to a racetrack, or in this case your truck to a racetrack, what you want to do is you want to get out there. And if you have a little bit of a problem, the ability to start from pit lane, whilst it's not ideal, when you start in 23rd anyway, it could actually be an advantage. If there's a bit of bump and grind and put some other cars off, you might miss some carnage that mid-pack and backpack drivers often get by starting for pit lane. So we'll see how that 91 car, how Jadaron gets on with that as he gets back into the race. But essentially the trucks now are just rolling round through the twisty part of the circuit between turn 5 and up to about turn 8 now, just using that to sort of do a little bit of tyre warm-up. And I said they're not doing a lot of left and right. But as we speak, one of the drivers just gets there and just gives everyone a little bit of a hello.
Yeah, might have seen the recording light on the camera and said, I've got to show off for the fans back home. So settling themselves down on, cannot forget, for those drivers those fans who are watching along at home and you want to know what class each of the drivers in, if the windshield number is in the green. As you can see, there's an orange one just gone through the front end of the shot. The green numbers mean Class A. The orange numbers mean Class B. Now, I am colourblind, so Pete will confirm for me I got the colours right on that one.
That'll be right enough, Scotty.
Mate, it doesn't help when I'm trying to see a cricket ball at 130 clicks, I'll tell you that much. In the meantime, we set ourselves on a Super Shy in the foreground of the 7 as well. He's had a phenomenal round a couple times throughout this season, always thinking to try and go for more. For Alan Korn, who is off the outside of row number 1 in the 85 entry, he only needs 5 points as well to secure his championship win for the Class B category. Is in the hunt, though, for the outright standings. You get the feeling, Pete, he's going to get promoted to Class A at the end of this season.
Oh, without a doubt. But I've got to tell you, we talked earlier about 4 wide, Scotty, in some of the categories. This is the one where I think we're most likely to see 4 wide, 3 deep.
Yeah, it's for Suat in the 59 entry, has a fair hold over the Class B second place as well, but from there on back, it's anyone's game. Salmon in the 44, Chang in the 36, Anawat in the 95, Nutnach in the 93. There is so many drivers who have got things certainly going against them. The 95 on screen just there, that was appropriate timing for him. For Anawat, we'll see if he can pick himself up some results. 2 DNFs, 1 in round 1 and run in round 2 as well. Both the first races of those weekends could have prevented him from finishing on the podium. Well, he's going to try and have a go from this last one. Standing start for the Super Pickups Class A and B. Green flag from the rear of the field means that we'll have our eyes on. We'll be pointed towards the front of the field. Lights are going to come on, and moments away from a green flag start as the 15 got the drive as they get on from the grid and the run down to turn number 1. Indeed he has. So for Thanafon, check mark number 1. Lemvar did not get away quickly at all. He's still struggling to try and find some speed on the run to turn number 1. Gets pinched back, but from the front row, I think he's back to about 5th spot as they run off of turn number 1. And look at them 3 deep into the pack. Deep and way down at the tail end of the field, there's a couple drivers trying to make some space and make some ground. But in the meantime, Thanafon is gone. The 15 has got a huge start as he jumps out to a very early lead. I think it's Superchai is going to try and slot back down into P2. They're all squabbling on it as they get down into turn number 3, and the long way around for the yellow truck there in about 4th position as well. But we'll keep our eyes clean because we need to keep a lookout for Jack Lemvard. Has he managed to recover that car? He is. He's on the right of the screen. It's now the 44 car of Seven Peki, who's 3 wide with him as another car in the middle there, Pete.
Yeah, Lemvar got a shocking start, and I suspect that what he's done is he's probably overcooked the clutch a little bit, or missed a gear in that start.
Superchai trying to get the run down on the inside as they head down into turn number 5. Didn't quite get to the inside there, so now he's going to be looking for it. I think it's Alan Korn who's also got that good getaway, but for these guys that are mired back here and fighting each other, Thanafon is absolutely gone. He's out of here. He was 0.3 of a second quicker in qualifying. I think he's broke the draft of these guys. I don't think they've got a hope in hell of catching him at this point because right now they're squabbling so hard amongst themselves.
No, that's right. And the more they squabble, the more Thanapon's going to pull away. So that's a real positive. But as we saw in the other race earlier, when the cars got a gap, they were able to fight themselves back. But they need to work together to be able to fight themselves back. If they keep squabbling, then Thanapon's he's got this already. But let's not call it too early. There's a lot can happen in this race, and there's a lot of racing to go yet.
As well as there's one car in the background that's already out of things. And it was Alan Korn coming down the last corner. Big old lock up on that tyre. Might have pinched it. Might have put a flat spot on that tyre. And you do not want to be doing that on lap number 1. And there's Lemvard to the inside. They're deep in the pack now. We'll keep an eye out for where he crosses the line. Sandy Stuvik's grabbed 3 spots on lap number 1 as well. Managed to slot all the way up into 8th place. And I think Lemvard's back in 13th. So he's back behind both of his Ford and Lenatech teammates in Robotham and both Sandy Stuvik as well.
Yeah, if it was what I thought, look, if he did overcook the clutch and on that bad start, then he should be able to bring the car back in because you can drive most of these race cars without actually using the clutch once you've got them going. And it does take a little bit of time if you've overcooked the clutch for it to just come back a bit and then you can actually drive it at normal race pace. And that might be what's happened with Jack Lemvard. If it's worse than that, he's going to keep going backwards.
Well, Sonsak will be blessing his lucky stars at the moment because he's up in a P4, and this is a real opportunity for a podium, particularly if Superchai and Alan Korn continue to squabble the way that they have thus far in this one. And for Alan Korn, you know, you sit there and you look at him and you go, man, just put a result together. 3rd here is absolutely good enough. Lock yourself up the B-Class Championship lead. He's a long, long way back in terms of taking the outright overall victory. And with Thanafon that far gone, you think the mindset might turn now to locking in that Class B championship.
See, we go. We see the track limits are starting to get breached, and you can see that Sanachai just brought up a little bit of dirt, so he's playing real truck games. Bring it on and let everybody race through the dirt. Let these trucks be trucks as they can, even though they've got spoilers and near slicks on.
I'll tell you what, the fastest car with the highest top speed at the end of the straight was about 217 kilometres an hour. It was Nutnach on that most recent lap. He's just set a purple sector 1 on the current lap, and the purple sector 3 times actually come through in a few moments' time. I think might actually be Superchai, who is absolutely on a charge, and the most recent lap time, 56.787, took a second out of our race leader. as these guys start to come back through, and look at the tyres getting all out of shape. They're a very long wheelbase, these super pickups, and he really struggled to get the power down as well. That's a lot of torque going through those rear wheels.
That is, but what I'm watching that gap between first and second, because it originally started about 3.5 seconds. It's now down to 2.3. So that means that Superchai is actually coming back at Thenopon, albeit at a slow rate, but at a rate good enough for him to be able to make a challenge at the back end of this race. So that means that Thenopon hasn't got it all his own way for the whole race. It's still a nice gap, and he might be able to eke it out further if he puts his head down. But again, the cars driving together, once they get together, they can actually use the draft and find that they actually get a little bit more top-end speed and may be able to close that gap. But if they fight, like we're saying now, 2 wide and 3 wide, we pick up track limits, we go slower because we don't have the ideal line, and we lose time to the leader. So, when you're in P2 or when you're in the fighting positions and you've got somebody with a gap out in front, you've got to ask yourself, is it worth actually fighting for the position or tucking in and just pushing the car along a bit and then fighting a little bit later when you get closer?
I'm wondering whether or not that's the 95 Ananawat that's at the head of this pack, and I can tell you it was Salmon. It was in second place in this pack. Sandy Stuvik, Robotham was in there. Tanawat it was side by side with Jack Lemvard, and they were 3 wide as they got down in there into turn number 3. They're still trying to settle down as they get through the middle sector. The run through 6 and 7, and unfortunately for the car back in pit lane, that's Lemvard! Lemvard's down! No, that's Robotham! It's Jalen Robotham. My apologies. It's Tanawat. I was about to say, how unlucky can you get as a race car driver? But for Tanawat, well, for Robotham, he'll be not happy to see his teammate off the side, but that is some sort of mechanical failure. Could be gearbox, could be engine, and with where that car's situated, that may trigger a safety car, albeit it's circulating at the back end of the pack. As they start to come through the start-finish line, Thanafon's gone through. Superchai's in second. Alan Korn's in P3. Superchai's started to skip clear as well now. Sets this time by 57.635. So he's dropped a fair bit of pace, albeit Thanafon's actually found some. So he finds another 2 seconds, and we're starting to hear that Robotham might have actually dropped way out of things as well. The 44 starts to get past down into turn number 1, and Lemvard's in behind him. That might be the 16 that was ahead of him. Indeed, it will be Akaluk that the 44 entry's fighting with. It's got the flapping front hood at the moment, not completely attached. So might have broken a hood clip on that car, which is hurting it aerodynamically. But have a look at how much straight line speed these guys have got. Down the middle goes the driver of the 41 car, not quite able to pull it up, and just barely managing to hang on to that car as well was Jack Lemvard, still looking to try and keep this car together. And Sandy Stuvik it is in the big old number 3 on the left-hand side is the car that stuck out. But for Lemvard, he went deep in there down at turn number 3 and went very, very deep and very, very wide.
Absolutely. It looked like straight line speed, Scotty, but it was well and truly a missed braking marker and well and truly off the track. But look, I think Tanawat, we're going here. This is Jack Lemvard having a go under brake. He's missed the brakes altogether. He's sort of locked up the front. The back end's come out. He's well and truly out of the racing line. I think he'll get a track limits violation for that one. And, back onto the track. So he didn't really gain an advantage out of it, but he's still back in the mix to racing. Now, if we go back to Tanawat, the blue smoke that come out there is an indication that that's either a blown engine or a blown gearbox. He'll be out of the race for that. They'll have to fix that up before they can race tomorrow. And we see a lot of the black smoke and all of the cars come back together. That's the diesel fume. That's just normal fuel fuses coming out of these turbo diesel engines. And you get that. It smogs it up a bit when they're all together. And if you're seeing white smoke, it's either water's got into one of those systems, which is really bad, or most likely it's a tyre rubbing on something when it's just white smoke. So that blue smoke from Tanawat's was a bit of a telltale for me. That was terminal for this race.
Yeah, and having a look at the gap now between these two cars on the most recent lap time by, you're seeing the best times on screen as they currently stand. 57.9 for Thenafon, 57.3 now for our second place car in Superchai. Superchai has taken some time out of him. Very, very quick in Sector 1, and again, is quicker in Sector 1 is the 15 car of Thenafon. 27.7, 27.9 now for Superchai. So only lost 0.2 in Sector 1. Not quite as quick through Sector 1. It's Sector 2 and 3. He's looking after those tyres. He's driving it nice and square and just carrying speed through the middle of the lap as Superchai. The 85 of Alan Korn starting to drift just a little bit. Is off on his own as it currently stands. And then we get back to these guys. Nat Natch and Songsak is your P4 and P5, which is your B-class drivers, by the way, as we start to see the field spread happen a fair bit. We lost a number of drivers on that lap. I can tell you We've lost the 99 to pit lane, the 22 to pit lane, the 91 was in pit lane earlier on, the 21 of Jalen Robotham, the 23 of Chinawat, 36 of Shannon as well, and Ekaset's the 2. So multiple cars in, and there's the incident in the background, something that happened at the final corner as well.
Yeah, that's just a bit of an incident between two cars at the final corner, just near that pit entry runoff. But yeah, they all got back together. There's the 22 cars coming back. Still a lot of blue smoke coming out of that. So there must be oil. There's certainly be oil remnants on the drive line there and the gearbox. I'm sure the race director will look at that closely, because the last thing anybody wants to see is oil on the track and oil on the racing line.
Straight off.
He's come straight off. He hasn't even put on the racing line. So that's really smart, and that's awesome from the team to be able to call that and call that car out of the race.
One of the things I'm concerned about is pit lane usage as well. As we've got GT3 coming your way later on in the piece, and they'll pick it up and put it on the tyres. There'll be a little bit of oil on the tyres for opening laps of races coming up. The 92 of Songsak looks like he might have got the measure of the 93 there of Nat Natch, and we might see a positions update here in just a moment. No, it's the other way around. It was Songsak and it was Anawat. So Songsak managed to hang on position from Anawat, and we won't see those changes. Deeper in the pack, Jack Lemvard's lost another stop as well as they come by the start-finish line to the 5 of Natawat. So for Lemvard, whilst he might have taken the race victory in GTC earlier on in the piece, unfortunately, the Ford's struggling with a little bit of reliability in this race right here.
Yeah, and we've seen that with a couple of Fords having some trouble. But I am watching the two Isuzus up at the front, and Thanopon is coming back into the clutches of Sufachai just slowly. He's gained another sort of 0.2 seconds over the last lap. And each sector, he's just set a fastest. So Sufachai and car number 7's just set a fastest sector 2. So he's fighting back. He'll be on the back of Thanopon, I think, and we're going to see a fight for the lead. I don't think Thanopon's got it all this way this race.
Yeah, Sandy Stubik starting to pick up a couple spots as well. He's up to 10th, was up as high as 8th earlier in the race. Has already dropped an extra 2 spots, and that's Natawat in behind, Lemvard in the 41 and the 16 as well as Akilak. So Sandy might actually be up to P8 or P9 yet again here and start to close in again on the cars up ahead. That looked like it was Suat that just went through the front end of that shot in the 59 entry. And have a look at the aerodynamic devices, the diffuser at the back end of these trucks. They do not want any aerodynamic performance for such a big car to be lost. And all of a sudden, you blink and you miss it. The 7 of Superchai starts to charge on, and Thanaphon is in trouble because this car is coming. Drifted it on the way in. Well, the 15 got a really, really good brake on the way in. He released the brake, run wide, used all the track limits. He is absolutely making everything of it. And you get the feeling the warning might be coming. Have a look at Alan Korn in the background as well. Nat Nutch starting to crawl all over him. So third place might not be locked up, and those tyres starting to scream for the 85. Whoa, my word, from Superchai. That was a big old drift through turn number 1, Pete.
Well, why just race a car on 4 wheels without kicking them sideways, right? Let's give the people some entertainment. That's what we're here to come and see. But no, track limits is going to come into play. We're 6 laps, so we're halfway through this race now. And we know that most of these races we've been watching all day, it's about now that track limits do start to come into play, because the drivers just eke out here and there. And, we're seeing now if there's just a little bit of missed braking or a little bit of lockup, it's not just a small violation here, it's a massive track violation. So, they'll come into play. And I think there's something there just to look at the end of the race. But the field has spread out, so it's not going to have the same impact as we saw in the Super Eco class. It's the number 7 of Sufachai is in this race, and he's taken another 0.2 seconds out of Thanopon, and we're going to see him just have a crack, unless that little slide is actually an indicator that he might have burned his tyres off a bit hard in the first 6 laps trying to catch him.
And I get the feeling, no, that's not Alan Korn just in front here as well. So for the 92, starting to hunt down, I think that might be Anawat. Indeed, it is Anawat who's actually made his way past Songsak since the start into this lap. And Songsak not looking as quick. Anawat look very, very accurate as they come through turn number 6 right there. And we look forward to this battle. This is the one I was thinking about, will be the 85 and the 93. So this is for Class B honours out on track. Superchai and Thanaphon in Class A. So this is really, really important. And now we've had another one of these guys get let go. And it is going to be the 41 car, which will be Jack Lemvard. And he is going to find the nearest road to just get out of there. So I talked to Jay before the earlier rounds of the year. They said they can adjust the boost pressure. I think some of these guys might have gone too far.
Well, give me more, says the race driver. And an engineer's going, no, you can't really have more. That's going to cause, reliability issues. Oh, no, I'll take that risk, says a race driver. It's just a conversation that engineers and race drivers have all the time. And the real compromise is, how far do you take it? You can take these things to the highest edge of the performance that you can find, but when you do that, what you're doing is you're limiting the reliability down to the shortest lifespan that it has. So it's a real compromise to give the drivers something to fight with, but something that makes at least the race, ideally the whole race weekend. So maybe the Ford guys have just pushed it there, that team, a little bit too far, and we've seen a couple of failures there, because that was another blue smoke failure for Jack Limvard, and that's 2 of those cars for the race so far.
And the 81 of Akaset we just saw on screen, that looked more like he missed a braking mark. It was just a long, long way off track, because he actually was rolling backwards there. I don't know whether or not that might have actually been the slope that allowed him to roll backwards just a little bit there. But for the meantime, Thanafon starting to put some of that gap back over Supercharged. The Supercharged tyres might be on their last legs and starting to wear off a little bit, but the battle for 3rd spot overall, and I think that might be the 81 way off track right there, so that might actually explain that car is back out there and rolling. But for the 85, this is the defense that Alan Korn's got now, and this car was wiggling all over the spot. No, there's the 81 there, so different car yet again. It'll be localized yellows in so many different areas of the track, and the number 8 for Adisak is actually under investigation for gaining an advantage off the track as well.
Yeah, well, as we've seen, some of these cars are going quite a long way off the track, and particularly if you come out of turn 1, that's an area where you could probably go quite off the track and actually make up some time and eke an advantage out of a car ahead, whether you're fighting them or close to them. But you can, the guys up in race control, they can tell from the timing whether someone's got an advantage of that or not. They certainly get a track limits breach, but if they get that a breach and get a big advantage, then that's a penalty that will come their way. But we'll see what happens. But it looks like the race might have settled up at the front. The gap did come down to about 1.3, but Sufachai seems to have made a little bit of a mistake. It's now eked out to 2.8 seconds between Thanapon and Sufachai at P1 and P2. And I think that what that has done is now given a little bit of comfort for Thanapon for the end of the race, given that we've got 4 laps to go.
Did you see that? Did you just see that for Supercharged when he went to tip the car in there? Those front tyres did not want to turn.
Yeah, he's put a whole lot of stress on those front tyres to actually chase down Thanapon in the first 6 laps. And I think what he's finding now is he might have gone a little bit too far, and he now needs to try and just hold the next 4 laps and prevent Alicon and Nutterchats from coming up and actually giving him a bit of pressure in that last lap, because essentially they can catch him if he's burned his tyres off and he doesn't get on his corner exits that he needs to maintain his lap speed.
Yep, talk about the 3 and the number 8. So Sandy Stuvak and Adisak have just received themselves a black and white flag for track limits violations. That is it. They will not be given any more leeway. And I think the stewards this weekend will be saying to a few of the drivers, you're pushing these margins and you're pushing them right to the very edge. You cannot go any further or you're going to start being penalised a lot more heavily. As race car fans, we tend to want to see it decided out on the track, but you can only push those margins so far, Pete. And the stewards have said, yeah, look, we're going to step in here. We've got to get this back under control, stay to the racing surface, and you won't have a problem.
Well, the margin's the margin, right? The track's the track. You can't call it a fair lap if you don't actually stay within the track. So, but staying within the track means 2 wheels stay within the track. You don't have to keep the whole car within the track, but the track is defined by the white line, right? It's not defined by the curbs. The track is defined by the white line. So you've got to see some of your car must stay on the track at all times. Otherwise, you do end up with those track limit violations.
And talking of definitions, the definition of P3 compared to P4 right now as they cross the start-finish line, you could absolutely not fit an extra car down in between these guys. For Alan Korn, he's really pressing on now in the 85 machine, and in behind him, Natnach. It's going to be an Isuzu versus Isuzu battle as these guys try and light it up. The run down now to turn number 3. Who's got the performance when they get down here under brakes? They're both on the brakes for an extended period of time. Big, heavy cars. The lock up now from Alan Korn to the inside for the 93. Looks for the overlap, looks for the opportunity, looks for the drive off, and Alan Korn gets a big old wiggle, comes back at him, says, I want the inside when we get down here to turn number 4, which might become the inside at turn 5. There's been an incident between the 35 and the 39 in the background as well, but they're not quite done. The 85 got better drive, and Alan Korn's going to hang on to it for a little bit longer, but it's starting to become a debate of how long. 3 laps left. It'll be 2 laps when he next cross the line. Big wiggle as they get down under brakes. It was trouble stopping the front end of that car for the 93, and I get the feeling Superchai is actually starting to come back to these guys as well. As they continue to squabble, they're throwing away the opportunity to go after the cars that are ahead of them as well.
Yeah, Superchai is dropping off a little bit from Thanapong in the second place there. But this squabble, it's a great fight for us to watch, and you could see that even though that Nadanach missed a bit of a braking marker, what it did was it gave him a really late apex, and it gave him a whole lot of speed off the corner that Alencon didn't have, and it put him right back into the back of Alencon. So yeah, it's just a little mistake, but I think it didn't necessarily cost him, and he's kept in the fight.
But did you see the difference in apex speed and the different lines they took there through 9, 10, 11 as they run down to turn number 12? This time by the start-finish line, it'll be 2 laps left to run for Superchai. What was the lap time last time by? It was a 2-minute flat .11. For these guys, 2:01s. Warnings now. Final warnings, by the way, coming out to more cars. The 45, the 92, and the 93. So the 93 of Natnach in this battle. Songsak, the 92, sitting in 6th place. Then the 45 is a little bit deeper in the field. And getting their final warnings for Danawat down in 18th as well. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't stay within the white lines now for Natnach, he might give up 3rd place. He may even give up 4th if he's not careful about it.
Yeah, that's right, because he's not. Oh, he is. He's sitting in 4th, and he's 8 seconds ahead of P5. So he can afford a penalty. He doesn't want one though, because what he wants to do is he wants to stay in the fight with Alencon. And I think, given that Alencorn's 2nd in the overall championship, Nadanach is actually, he's got something to prove here. I can beat the B class champion. He's got something to prove. He's not going to give this up. A race driver wouldn't give this up. He's a race driver, pure and simple.
Well, track temps as well, starting to really climb. 41 degrees Celsius, the track temp out on track at the moment. That's starting to climb. They're actually going to get a conversion for Fahrenheit. A few miracles as well, because we do have it was right the world over. Confirming things. The important part is it's hot. 105 Fahrenheit. That's off of turn number 10 and 11. This is the 35 car over on the inside, which is going to be over Marissa, Mr. Fatu. Unfortunately for him, his race is just about done. We're losing super pickups left, right, and centre as it currently stands. But for Thanafon, he looked after the tyres in the early stages. Things had a little bit of a gap. He used it to preserve the tyres. Crosses the start and finish line. 1 more lap left to go for Superchai. He isn't all that far in behind, and for Alencon, well, all of a sudden, his tyres seem to recover just a little bit. Or might be backing off and saying, hey, I'll take a P4, I won't take the penalty in terms of things. But Alencorn's only 5 seconds behind. I think he took 2 seconds out of Superchai on that most recent lap.
No, that's right. And Nadanach has dropped back to 7 seconds now from Anawat in P5. So he's still going to maintain his consistency and stay within the track, because he's creeping ever so closely to actually losing position if he does score a 5-second penalty. So, you want to watch out.
95 right there of Anawat. Him and Songsak have just about had this entire race been a battle between the two of them. And for line honours in Class B, it is 3rd, 4th and 5th on the road, the 85, 93 and 95. So it's an important race here for Anawat, but in behind him, the 92 of Songsak, that is actually Class A overall 3rd for these drivers. So we've seen a few drivers come, we've seen a few drivers go, and a lot of those Fords, unfortunately for those guys, I don't know how many parts they'll have to replace for those cars. There might be cars out of that stable that we won't see on the grid tomorrow.
Yeah, well, overnight they'll have a close look. They'll see what failed. They might have a couple of engines available. You speak to you've always got to take a spare engine if you've got a race car. But do they have two? It really depends on what went wrong with them. Both of them were blue smoke failures, which tells me they're sort of engine driveline related failures, something with oil in them. But they'll get into it. It could be something simple. It could be something major. We don't know until I guess the teams get to have a good look at it.
And the 15 of Superchai, you can see that he's celebrating, and he's got reason to. He's got the lead. He's got it comfortably. Hand out the window as he comes down to the final corner. turn 12, the run to the flag. He lights those tyres up. They've done their job. Doesn't need them anymore. He gets home in P1 for Super Chai. He'll take P2. And there's a car very wide at the final corner. Super Chai's running extremely slow to the start-finish line. We'll still get home in P number 2. For Alan Corn, gets home in 3rd. And for the 93... I've got Jadderon all of a sudden jumping up to P number 4. So something's happened to Natch. No, okay, timing's now corrected itself. And the 91 drops back through the field. But it's the 93 of Natch who gets home in P4. Anawat 5th and Songsak in 6th. Class A outright winner 15 of Thanaphon. Super Chai in 2nd. And Songsak comes home 3rd in Class A. For Class B, Alan Corn, Natch and Anawat. The 85, 93, and 95 cars, your Class B winners. And Pete, I told you were on for something special. I just didn't expect it to be that special.
No, and what I liked about the trucks was that, you know, the Class B guys are mixing it with the Class A guys. So, you know, you could, if you essentially made them all the same class, you wouldn't know the difference, right? I mean, you know, a Class B guy finishing 3rd podium with, what can I count, 10 Class A guys behind them. You know, do they need 2 classes? Well, no, make them all one class.
Make them all one class and make sure that there's enough points for every place as well.
Yeah, that's right.
I want to see whether or not it's, 1, 2, 3 from the back end of the field. Just give them all points. I want to see what that actually equates to when you get to the tail end of next season. And for Class B, that is the definition of the results on screen there. This is how they finished on the road. Thanaphon, Super Chai, Alan Corn, Nanach, Anawat, Sangsat, Jadaron, Suwat, Sumun, and Nadawat to finish off your top 10. Sandy Stuvik not making it home inside your top 10. Talked to him pre-race and said, we've got to have a go, got to have a crack. Finishes in 12th. It was the 88 actually coming home in 11th was Sandy, but it was a 5-second penalty, I think, for the 88 that's relegated him further down the field. And fastest lap time, well, it was by your race winner. Thanaphon gets home with the 57.4 as the fastest lap of the race. And this was the highlights as it happened for the Thailand Super Pickup. The D1, the A and B class drivers, was a slow getaway for the 41 machine of Jack Lemvard and just got swamped, eaten alive. He dropped back outside the top 10 and try and recover on that opening lap. And unfortunately for him, the car just never really completely come back. For Thanaphon, I tell you what, if he was a little bit further back and didn't necessarily get out to so much of an early lead, we might have had a little bit of a race on our hands. 3 wide. And the trucks, as they got down to turn number 3, Robotham in the 22 to the inside. And there was some damage hanging off the rear end of the 81 car. It was actually the rear left light assembly. This is the first of the engines that let go for the 22 machine. And unfortunately, it would just continue to get worse from there. That was Lemvard trying to get it down and through the inside. Would miss his braking marker completely. Sandy Stuvik's Ford Ranger going through in the front ground, and in the background of that shot is the incident that we saw, and a race control actually come through and reviewed that one, and I believe there was actually no further action stated on that one. Stuvik to the inside now on teammate, it was the number 5 car, and this battle pack in the mid-ground was really cool to keep an eye on as it progressed, and unfortunately for Jack Lemvard, that was an expiring Ford Ranger. He very quickly took to the side of the track, but no one could best this man on screen. It was the number 15 of Thanaphon who took out the flag. In behind him, Super Chai come home in second.
Yeah, absolutely classic truck race there, Scotty. What we saw was, all different makes having a big fight. We saw lots of black smoke coming out of these trucks. We saw understeer, we saw oversteer, we saw guys well and truly off the track in the dirt, putting the dirt on the track, making it hard for everybody else. But congratulations to Thanaphon. He's certainly cemented his championship lead and took. I wouldn't say it was an easy win. He had to fight all the way, but took a comfortable win.
And ladies and gentlemen, is having a chat to our post-race interviewers in terms of the Thai broadcast. For the English broadcast, we're actually going to pop behind the scenes and have a little bit of a look at what goes on behind the scenes of the B-Quik GT3 Audi team. And Troy Williams with the latest.
We're in between sessions here for the GT3 and GT4 cars in the B-Quik garage. 5 GT3 cars, of course, plus their GT4 contingent. It takes a big team to keep all of these cars on track, and I'm just going to take you out the back here quickly to have a look at the engineering area for Team B-Quik Absolute Racing. You'll see there's a lot of folks here reviewing data, the debrief with the drivers. It takes a lot to keep all of these cars on track. You've got the radio station over there, engineers from both the team, and also Audi Sport in Germany here for the weekend. So a lot of effort behind the scenes to keep these cars on track all weekend.
And that's what it takes to keep the GT3 field and the Audis on track. They're a complicated piece of machinery, the GT3 cars, Pete. And, well, they say it takes a village to raise a child. I think it takes an entire city to keep a GT3 car on track.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, they're complex race machines. They've got full safety systems in them. They've got full racing systems in them. They've got a whole lot of electronics in them to help drivers with things like stability, traction, ABS, all of those things that we see, in a 5-star ANCAP rated car on the road. They're all in these race cars. And then they've got, precisely manufactured suspension and things like that, and all those types. And you've got to bring all of that together from an engineering sense to get the car to work. So complex piece of machinery, lovely to watch, but what they do produce is they do produce some very, very fast cars.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away and have a little bit of a break before we get into the first of the series that we've seen on track already today. Earlier this morning, we got to see qualifying for the GTM and the GT4 field. That'll be next in terms of the action coming for you on track. We'll take about a 10-15 minute break. Enough time for me to step away, cool off a little bit, and come back in time to give you all the on-track action. We'll see you shortly, ladies and gents. Hello, ladies and gents, and welcome back to the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. I tell you what,
Pink, right? Catches the eye real life. But, in the sim, my favourite car to drive right now is a Porsche anyway. So, the old GT3 Porsche. But we're here in the GTM category, and it's good to see a couple of Lambos out there and fighting with a Lexus. Unfortunately, we don't have the Ford Mustang in this group today, but that's normally in the Thailand B-Quik Super Series. A Ferrari 488 in there as well, and 3 992s and a 991.
as we get set to set the grid and get away, probably time to talk us a little bit through qualifying as it went on earlier. Who you're seeing on screen at the moment is the driver of the 24 for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand in a Lexus RCF GTM car. It's Natavude. He's been quick just about right throughout the season, even having a look at the older style of helmet and getting a comms panel in there. And I believe that's a drinks tube poking through the front end of his helmet there as well. Hydration always important in these longer 60-minute races, particularly when you're doing it solo, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk BOP, because we do have different marks on the grid. Balance of performance is one thing we do in these race series. And for the GTM category today, the key thing for the balance of performance from a weight perspective is all of the marks except for the Lexus RCF GTM. They all have a 30 kilogram ballast added to them. The Lexus doesn't have that 30 kilogram ballast. So hopefully that brings the power to weight closer to all cars and gives us closer racing.
Indeed, we might actually send our roving pit lane reporter down to have a little bit of a chat to the drivers at the tail end of the field in the GT4 category, because this is one of the unique ones. If we can get maybe a bit of a discussion with Sandy Stuvik, who'll be climbing into the 32 Porsche Cayman later on this afternoon. We've already spoken to Sandy about prospects for race of the super pickups that just climbed out of. Well, now he's got to get out of that and get ready for the race here in terms of that Porsche Cayman. Dealing with multiple different classes out on track, particularly with how quick those GTM cars are. They just come on you so very, very quick compared to the GT4s and what they're capable of. And Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the 77 is a perfect example of that, Pete. Actually, we've got some information from Troy at the moment. He's got some more information on the start of the race for the GTMs and the GT4s.
Down here on the grid with the GTM and GT4 field, a split field, so the Lamborghini, the Lexuses and the Cup cars in GTM starting at the front of the field, and then a 4-row gap back to the GT4 field headed by the Merc, the AMG number 99, followed by the B-Quik Porsche Cayman GT4.
So that's really important, Scotty. So the 4-row gap is really just where they're setting up to start. But we know these cars have a rolling start, and it's up to the lead cars of the GT4 category to maintain that 4-car gap. I do expect to see the GTM cars lapping the GT4 cars. And the other thing to keep in mind is that the GT4 cars have a minimum 150-second start point for the compulsory pit stop, whereas the GTM cars only have a 90-second pit stop. So there's quite a big difference in terms of length of time for the pit stops between the two classes. And so what that's going to do is, over the course of the 1-hour race, that's certainly the back end of the race, that's going to mix up the field, and it's going to make it really important for the GT4 drivers to have one eye on their rear vision mirror, particularly when a GT car or two, and if they're fighting, are coming up behind them, so as they don't, impede their race progression. And really, when you're in a slow class, the one thing as a driver you never ever want to do is you never ever want to get in the way of a faster class, particularly when they're fighting for position.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, and one of the big things is you've got to have that level of communication with the engineer. Oftentimes when you look in that rear view mirror, particularly McLaren. Now, we don't have a McLaren in the GT4 category here. We do have it in the GTC category, but that rear view mirror is incredibly tiny. The Porsche's got a little bit better vision out of the wing mirrors, but that McLaren, you cannot see anything through that in terms of the visibility straight behind is incredibly poor in that McLaren. It's one of its real weaknesses. The Toyota Supra has got quite good visibility, doesn't have so much as that big rear wing attached to the rear end of the car, and Mercedes-Benz, that rear wing sits up off the rear deck just a little bit more, gives you some more visibility.
Yeah, well, a lot of people, have heard or read about European, supercars, and one of the common complaints about them is the difficulty to see through rear vision mirrors. The way the cars are shaped, there's only really ever a small gap, and so the driver's ability to maintain an understanding of what's going on, beyond their peripheral vision, they still need to understand that so that they can actually make sure that they run a safe line and let faster cars go through. So, really, the Supra, the Porsche Cayman and the Mercedes-Benz, they should be okay. They got a lot better visibility than cars like the Ferrari 488 and the Lamborghinis out in the GTM class.
In terms of things, we're walking up and down the field, starting to set ourselves. And you see it this year is the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. And no longer the similar spec as the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo cars that you're seeing. It's that new spec Ferrari 296 that took over at the Nürburgring this year and won line honours in its first ever outing of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Well, that was the 488 Challenge, the older generation, with a few less driver assists, a few bit less horses. They're designed to go racing, much like these Porsche Cup cars right the world over. Creates a different level of competition. When Porsche come out with this Cup car, I guarantee the guys at Lamborghini and Ferrari were fuming. They come out with a phenomenal idea and they had to go and match them. Well, they did. They brought out the Super Trofeos for Lamborghini and the Ferrari Challenge cars. This is the Fire Monkey number 10. Big fan of it over here in the comms box. And Simon behind the wheel of that one as they head out to start race number 7 from their category. And the 33, this is the older gen of the Porsche Cup cars that are available to us in the GTM category right here. The 33 is the 991 GT3 Cup Evo car. All the other Porsche Cup cars you'll see on the grid as a part of this GTM category are the 992 spec, come a few years later. Indeed, it's the spec that they're just about running worldwide in terms of Porsche Cup cars at the moment.
So, yeah, he's in the GTM, but we do know it's a favourite amongst. But we've also got driver combination times that are added to that. So looking down the list, the GTM, so the shortest pit stop will be 113 seconds. So that's 1 minute and 57 seconds. The longest one will be 121. So that's just over 2 minutes there with 1 second. So there's not a big gap between all of the GTM pit stops. Oh, sorry, I did miss one. There's one there for 100. So that's the 33 car with the 2 bronze drivers, Paifong and Jacofan in that number 33 car. So they're 2 bronze drivers, but they do have a success time of 10 seconds added. So, the lower your penalty, the better you get if you have safety cars earlier, because it's a bit of a advantage. But if you win, you get an additional 10 seconds at the next race, 5 or 10 or 15 seconds. So it's always good the way these pit stops. Now for the GT4 class, we're looking up beyond around about the 3 minute mark. So, plus or minus 10 seconds. So we're looking at about 150 seconds for the 99 car. That's the car with the 2 bronzes. So that's just the standard pit stop for them. But the highest one is 191 seconds, so 3 minutes and 11 seconds there. So we're looking at quite long pit stops in the GT4 category, and I think once we get through all of those pit stops, we're going to have these cars spread across this 4.554 metre track.
Now, in terms of things, you mentioned the 33 car, the 991 spec of the Porsche Cup cars. They lead the way in terms of championships. Win here at Buriram to start off the season. From race number 1, round number 1 early in the season, they picked up both of the race wins at Bang Sen. From since then, at Sepang, it was not the race that they were looking for from the 33 entry, and now they qualify from the tail end of the field, indeed failing just at a time. I believe they've actually had that one rescinded. Now, Vude will get the pole position on the 24 Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Saravit will be off alongside of him in terms of the Super Trofeo car. Then it's back to the 15 of Munkum, and Kittapul in 25. We'll then get back to our third row of the grid, Shuchikori in the 38, and Natachak in the 17. Then we'll be off from Simon, and in the 8th place car is the 33 entry of Faofeng. From here, we get deeper into the field. This is where our GT4 category drivers start. Nadan in the 99 and Iro in the 88. The 9 of Howwei Kun and the 44 of Puriprat are going to be your second row of the GT4 cars. In the biggest GT4 field we've seen thus far this season, the 19 of Sudapong off alongside Kachon in the 59 and Zhang round out your GT4 field for the Thailand Super Series, proudly brought to you by B-Quik, GTM, and GT4 categories. Indeed, one of the only multi-class categories we've got throughout the weekend. I'll tell you what's going to create some interesting racing, as we saw in the qualifying this morning as well. Don't forget, it was, I believe it was the 38 of Suchikori trying to let one of the GT4 cars go, and unfortunately caught the back end. I think it was the 88 car.
Yeah, and it was just a little bit of a tap, but what it did was it upset the aero in the 38 car, and it put the 88 car just off the track in a bit of a squiggle. So we didn't see anything out of race control from that. Maybe there was a little bit of chat in between by the drivers' teams and race control, but nothing really come out of it. And but it's one of those things when you've got faster car classes going and you're in that qualifying situation, because they certainly, they come out of the pits in whatever order they come out of the pits. There's no protocol that says GTM comes out of the pits first and GT4 second, and then you've got to, keep them separate along the track to qualify. But as the cars form up now, getting ready for the race, Scotty, I'll hand over to you to call the first lap.
Yeah, there was a lot of fans back there for the number 88 car of Iro and Shannon. They currently sit about 29 points clear at the top end of the table, looking for a strong finish from race number 1. We'll see if they can get that, and then we'll see if they can own the championship. It's all theirs to take. From the 33 car, they're 14 points ahead. Natavude is going to do his best to see if he can get after them in the Lexus, and have a look as they get the power down. We are green flag racing for your GTM and GT4 category, and have a look at the challenge car and the Super Trofeo around the outside of turn number 1. Natavude had to really pinch tight to cover it off, and there's contact as they get through turn 1. The Super Trofeo is around and backwards, and Natavude's got huge damage to the front of that car, and it's the first of the Porsche Cup cars. I think it's Mungkong who's been collected in that one. Left front upright broken. We'll get a safety car for sure, but that did not take long to kick off whatsoever.
No, that's right. The Lamborghini Evo made a cracking start, but unfortunately, the Porsche came out and just touched the back end of it, and it spun it around the front of it and then into the fence. That's really hard luck for a couple of cars there. And it's actually really out. What? Wow, Scott.
Yeah, taken out in next to no time at all. It was Natavude who was trying to cover off one of the cars in behind it. It might have even been Mungkong. He was trying to cover off when they got down into turn number 1. Indeed, it was in the Porsche Cup car, as you can see on the inside of turn 1 there. Have a look at how tight he had to cover him off. That meant that he ran a little bit wide, and he thought he had a little bit more room to do so, but it was the 77 Super Trofeo Lamborghini off alongside of him. They just tripped over each other, and look at where Munkol's going. He's got nowhere he can go. The rear end of that Lamborghini comes around and wipes out that front left upright, and that car is done. Yeah, that tire is not staying attached to the front left-hand corner of this car, and race over for two cars very, very quickly. Yeah, and I get the feeling
Natavude might be in trouble for this because he seems to have drifted out and made that, and it's like he's made that contact and hasn't given racing room to the Lamborghini. So I'm sure the race director is going to have a real close look at that. I know it's the first lap of the race, and sometimes on the first lap of the race there's a little bit extra latitude given to the drivers, but that's something that's caused a big crash. It's taken two of the lead cars out. I think my gut feeling is Natavude might have something to answer here for race directors.
Yeah, we'll keep half an eye on it. In the meantime, GT4 field, would have been scary for those guys in the background because, you would have been wondering whether or not they're going to ricochet off the inside barrier and shut back out into the traffic. So for those guys, they've got their own race that they're trying to recover from and set up and go on to win. And another safety car early on in the piece, and it tells you, Pete, lap one, race car drivers, they're all about it. They want to get down, they want to get aggressive, and they want to get as many spots as they possibly can. They're going to take a look over the 24 Natavude car for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. And there's a fair bit of damage to the front end of that car.
Yeah, there is, and it looks like the same sort of damage that they end up in qualifying. They're going to pull off that front spoiler. They might have time to do that. He's under safety car, or they might just tape it up and see how they go. Let's see what the team's doing. They've had a look at the front end of the car. The tyres look okay. It's a little bit squished. Maybe a bit of race tape, Scotty. Good old 100-mile-an-hour tape. We'll whack it on, and that's the second best aerodynamics you can get on a race car.
I get the feeling race control will be keeping half an eye on this. They want to make sure, obviously, things aren't flapping away. They're going to get released and shred a tyre for somebody else. So safety is a concern here. And I'll keep half an eye on...
You guys... Yep. Okay, sorry, Scotty's dropped out there somehow. But so just talking about the safety of the race director and race director keeping an eye on these guys in the pit stop. And essentially what they're going to be doing is just going to be making sure that the cars all stuck together properly. And when it comes back on the track, it doesn't lose a component, because any of these components, particularly the ones made of carbon fiber or really dense plastic, they can actually pierce a tyre, and it can cause all sorts of trouble for the cars at certain high speeds. But we have a look at the restart in the lap one again, and you can see that the Lambo gets a really good restart and actually has the advantage coming out. But Natavude on the inside in the Lexus just squeezes him right out onto the curb and makes contact with the rear left corner of the Lambo, and the Lambo's got nowhere to go from there, and he's already a passenger out of control, and the red Porsche behind it has nowhere to go as well. It does as good as he can to avoid the action, but unfortunately it's done some front end damage to the front left of the Porsche and putting two cars out of the race so far just from that. So we'll wait and see. We think Scotty and I believe that Natavude might end up under investigation as a result of that, but we haven't got any notification yet. But we'll let the race settle. They're still clearing up the incident. Cars are under safety car right now, and we might get another lap under safety car. There's the lights are still on, so it looks like we'll get another lap under safety car at this stage.
Well, Pete, with a little bit of time to talk about things, we were talking pre-race about how it's very, very important for multi-car class racing, and indeed multi-class racing. You've got to manage the drivers, the cars, everything else that's going along. Here's a little bit of insight into what goes on between an engineer and their team when they're out on track.
I've just been speaking with Tim Kalkoven, the engineer for car number 88, one of the GT4 cars, about how they're going to manage, later on in this race when the traffic starts coming through the GTM cars. And he was saying their standard practice for car 88, he watches the screens and watches the data and gives the driver a warning about a minute or so out that there's a GTM car approaching. And then as it gets closer, he'll jump on the radio again, preferably on one of the straights, and let his driver know to keep the eyes out for a GTM car approaching from behind. So in a long race like this with split grids, traffic management is key, not only for the cars doing the overtaking, but also the GT4 cars watching in behind as the GTM cars come through the field.
Yeah, and we've seen that, Scotty, in Formula One and a lot of other racing series around the world. If you don't have that good combination between your race engineer and your race driver, essentially what it results in is it results in a surprise for your driver, because he hasn't necessarily got the warning he needs to get from his engineer, and that communication and that warning can end up costing race penalties, or at worst, it can end up costing in a crash.
Yeah. And no one wants to be repairing race cars. They don't necessarily have to be, let alone trying to make up for points that could have been scored on the day. And it was one of the things I sort of witnessed. I got to witness this round of the Australian production car class in terms of things over here in Australia. And there was multiple cars and multiple classes, multiple categories. That communication level is absolutely key in making sure that you keep the cars safe. And there was a couple of instances where something wasn't communicated immediately, the driver wasn't aware. Well, it was an accident that did happen. Safety car has been flagged now as it coming back into the pit lane on this lap as we currently stand. We've got about 52 minutes left on the board in terms of race time left available to us. The cleanup efforts have been pretty stout and pretty quick, you'd have to say, Pete. They've been quite good at picking up those cars, getting all the bits off the track on the trailer, straight off and outside the circuit so that the teams can start reviewing their cars.
No, absolutely. And a big shout out to all the volunteers that come along to race events all around the world. Without those volunteers, these events wouldn't happen. And these guys have proven to be quite slick today. We've had a number of safety cars throughout the day, but I don't think we've had a safety car go beyond 3 laps. So, that's a real credit to the teams out there and the way they're able to get the cars on the tow trucks off the track and out of danger. And so we can resume racing. So well done to all those volunteers and thank you.
One of the big differences now, though, compared to the first start, is that the GT4 category is going to be right on the back end. Now we've been whittled away. We've lost 2 of the GTM cars. There'll be 5 at the front, and then Natavude is going to be down at the tail end of the field as well. He'll have to fight his way through. They're back in the lane, so they're not satisfied with this, and we're talking about race tape. There's lots of different tape being applied there. Anything they can do to keep that front splitter aerodynamically as stable as they possibly can. You do not want a splitter wobbling about under your braking.
No, not at all. And the faster they go, the more drag you get from a wobbly. The forces come up and down. If that thing does start bouncing up and down, what it does, it takes a whole lot of downforce off, reduces your ability to turn the car, and ultimately it impacts the lap speed. But yeah, like you said, we're no longer under race start conditions. We're under restart conditions. So the necessity for a GT3 car to actually maintain a 4-car gap it's not necessarily there, but it looks like they're still doing it anyway. All the GTM cars have just pulled away as they got under racing against Scotty. Here we go.
Yeah, back to green flag racing. It's the 488 challenge car that now steps clear at the front end of the field, and they've got control of the field. Their biggest rivals, the biggest competitors now at the tail end, and it's the 33 car as well. Don't forget, they're incredibly quick in terms of their driver pairings, won so many races thus far this season. But for the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, 25, Kittapol behind the wheel. They currently lead the way in the number 25 entry. And for now, number 10 Fire Monkey car at the tail end of the field is going to be trying to gain back everything that they possibly can. Have a look at the front end. That is the 991 generation of the Porsche Cup car and the 33 entry. They lead the championship. And the car ahead of them and the car 2 back from them, that 10 entry. That front split is so different. The architecture changed so much. And now a huge lock-up because they've got no ABS on board. That is going to put a huge flat spot on that front left tyre for the number 33.
Yeah, and it looks like Natavude might... still got him on an outlap, so might be out of this race. We don't know. He's on that trailer, so he's not coming back in here. But anyway, we had a race where we thought we might have a big race between a Lamborghini, a Lexus, and a red Porsche, and that's shaken it all the way up. But the other thing it's done is that safety car has increased the advantage for the C-class drivers or the C-licensed drivers in terms of that extra time in the pit stop. So remember what we saw in the earlier race today, Scotty. 2 safety cars pre-pit stop made a big difference to the outcome once everybody got through their pit stops in the outlet. And it shook up the order quite considerably.
Yeah, and just got confirmation come through on our timing screens. Well, it was under investigation, that incident at turn 1, lap 1. Well, for Natavude and the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entry, he does have himself a drive-through penalty. But I get the feeling that's not necessarily going to matter too much. Currently, 2 laps down. He's lost 2 laps under safety car conditions with the damage and trying to repair the front end of that car. Did get it back out there, is still circulating, but now the battle is on deeper in the field for the 38 entry. And have a look at the difference the 33's now got, struggling to get that car to pull up. They are so keen to not put any further hurt on that front right tyre. Front left tyre, actually, sorry, for the 33.
No, a lot of race drivers will tell you that once you lock up a tyre like that, it creates a little bit of a bald spot on the tyre, and then every time you come back to hit the brakes, if the car locks up, it's going to be on the exact same spot. And then eventually that bald spot, just that flat spot, becomes enough to create a little bit of a vibration in the front steering wheel, and it upsets your grip through corners. So it's really easy for a lock wheel like that to have a major impact over the course of the race, but the most difficult thing is not locking up again and making that flat spot any worse.
Well, it was The 24 car for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand that they thought might be their best hope of a podium from race number 1. And around goes one of the Porsches as well, the 66 entry in the GT4 category at the moment. And unfortunately for them, they're tumbling through the field with Zhai Weijun and Zhang Shengfang. It's Zhai at the wheel currently of this car around, unfortunately, early on in this race as well. So conditions tricky to drive in at this point in time, particularly for a GT4 car, which does have some of those driving assists on offer as well.
Yeah, it is. I'm wondering whether the track temperature is a little bit hotter. It might be a little bit hotter than it was in qualifying, and that might be putting it off. But also, after that last truck race, we might have got a little bit of dirt on the track that the guys didn't necessarily have. So a little bit hotter and a little bit of dirt, will certainly reduce the grip level on board. And these guys are now coming really, it's lap 5, and after a couple of safety car laps, this is the first time they've really got to find what the racing grip is, because their tyres will now be up to pressure. They'll be up to speed, and finding out what they've really got to race with.
Yeah, the 99 Mercedes-Benz leads the way in the GT4 standings on camera right now. And for this car, the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco, they've got cars in just about all the categories, and the 24's back in the lane yet again for more repairs that front left. That was a hefty whack, and it looks like it's just getting worse and worse and worse for Nadavude. Coming this one, looking strong, feeling good in terms of his championship hopes, and maybe needed to bank a whole bunch of points over the 33 to take it to them. But within a couple laps down, look at the splitter vibrating on the ground. That you've got to be concerned about that thing potentially coming apart. That'll be a concern for race control. It'll be a concern for the team as well.
Yeah, it'll be something race control look at, and he might end up with a meatball flag saying, you're going to come into the pits and fix that we consider that front spoiler unsafe. It'll certainly be costing him time and downforce, so from a just pure racing perspective, he's going to lose time anyway. I think that might have been just seeing car 24 finishing off his drive-through penalty, because we didn't see any extra repairs there, but because he's got to serve that fairly quickly within 3 laps. Otherwise, he ends up with a DQ anyway. But a tough day for Nadavude, and maybe they might think about pulling that in. But at the end of the day, they've still got a championship to fight for, and they're sitting in 3rd spot. So that's you don't give up. You really fight to the end and make points rather than give up.
And the fans for the IRO car, the number 88 entry. We might have seen some of them in the stands earlier on. Well, I've got bad news for you guys, because he's just been issued a black and white track limits warning flag. So he's now going to get that car, let alone for Shannon, who's going to get in that car later on in terms of this race. They've been issued a warning and said, hey, well, you've got no room to play with for the rest of the race. So 45 minutes the distance to deal with a black and white flag. You get the feeling they may have a penalty that they're going to have to serve later on in the piece. Well,
I can, as we've seen all the way through the day, these track limits infringements, they're going to keep coming. The track has got in some electric sensors. We've got eyes on. We've got very quick warnings. They're coming out. Within a matter of corners. The race directors get that out to the team, and I'm sure the teams can get that out to the drivers within another matter of corners. So we're keeping every driver honest all the way through the race. So, to get that warning so early in a 60-minute race, so within the first 25% race, it's a long way to stay inside 2 white lines. When you try, it's all right if you're just doing a comfortable road pace, right? You can stay in your lane. But when you've got the car on the edge of the grip and trying to maximise your speed and, minimise your apex corner rotation to be able to maintain speed, all those things contribute towards just going over those track limits by a millimetre or 2, and that's the thing that gets you in trouble eventually with the race director.
Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of our fastest laps of the race thus far from the GTM cars, 141.145 last time by for the 25 entry in the 488 Challenge car that leads the way. Right in behind them, fastest lap of the race came on lap number 6 for Nutachak behind the wheel of the 17 Porsche Cup car, 141.077. Well, just the most recent time by, again, another car buying into this argument. It's the 38 car as well, that Lexus, 141.184. There's nothing in between these cars, Pete, in terms of the outright speed. Now it's going to come down to looking after those tyres.
Well, it's also going to come down to pit stop duration. So we've got to consider that each of the cars has a different pit stop time too. So whilst the lap times are the same, and what we're now seeing is the field just it's spread out a little bit as we get closer to the pit stops. The pit window will open at 2:58, 27 seconds local time. So that's about 7 minutes time from now, or 6.5 minutes time from now. So we've still got about 4 or 5 laps to go. If we don't see a safety car, that spread out field, where we might see some cars come out closer than they really are once we see the balance of the pit stops come through.
Yeah, we're looking at Sudapong at the moment in the it's Toyota Supra GT4 car up against the 59 entry of Kachorn, going round the inside at turn 6, becomes the outside at turn 7, and nearly manages to hang it all the way around the outside. Indeed, they have. So for the 59 entry, picks up a spot in what would be a very, very difficult overtaking opportunity. Now, for the number 19 entry for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, they've got to try and settle that car back in. But how about this battle up at the front end of the field? And have a look at how close that Porsche is starting to get. Vanatachak, he's now breathing right underneath that rear end of the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. The two single-class cup cars that go racing right the world over. They're very, very popular in Europe, and now we get to see them outright performance over here in Thailand and out on track. There is no holds barred between these two drivers.
And this is a genuine battle between Kittapol and Natachak, because the 25 car and the 17 car both have 116 seconds as their pit time. So what you're seeing now is an outright battle for the lead of the race, including the compulsory pit stop.
Wow! Down the inside. That was at turn 8. Now they'll get to turn number 9. It's job done, and Natachak takes over control of the race lead. Seated now by Kittapol, who will step back a little bit. And fastest lap of the race come last time by was for Simon C on board the number 10 car, and that's the Fire Monkey entry as well. So they've got pace, and all of a sudden, the field is going to change up and down the field, because Simon's going to start coming after these guys up ahead of him. The Challenge car's starting to struggle. Well, the Porsche Cup car's looking after its tyres extremely well.
Yeah, and the Suchatori Lexus seems to be coming up on the back of the Ferrari as well. So maybe the Ferrari's going pretty hard early and maybe upset its tyres a little bit. We see the Ferrari come in early in the pit stops. We saw in the earlier race today that the cars with the earlier pit stops really struggled at the end of the race. So, the question for these teams is, how do they now apply that? And we know that some of these teams did the outlap and the conditioning lap. So they roaded some of their green tyres for the race, and they might be the tyres that they've saved for the longest part of this race today.
Yeah, and I'm going to say a big shout out to everyone in charge of Thailand Super Series. It's very easy to sit down and talk to your tyre supplier and go for a harder tyre. Well, no, they haven't done that. They've gone for a softer tyre compound, and it leads to the racing, and it leads to us talking about the tyre fall-off. That's the way we have right throughout the year. Give me more of it, because it's creating exciting racing. It's creating overtaking. It's creating cars wiggling all over the track a little bit, as we see the Fire Monkey entry. More black and white flags starting to come in for track limits violations. The 17 who takes the race lead, as does the 25 who just lost it. So for our two race leaders right now, stewards may want to have a few words with them post-race. Indeed, they may make themselves heard mid-race.
Yeah, they may make themselves heard mid-race. And again, Scotty, I've gone back and had a look at Suchatori in P3. His pit time is also, or their pit time is also 116 seconds. So P1, 2 and 3 here, they all have the same pit stop time. So there's no handicap thing. This is pure racing for them from start to finish.
Yeah, so they're going to have to get their heads down, see what they can necessarily do. And in terms of things, unfortunately for Natavude, he's just not able to extract any pace out of that car at the moment. Indeed, right now, his best lap time is a 1 minute 47.9. Now, our GT4 drivers, 1 minute 45.8, so he's slower than the GT4 cars and the bulk of the GT4 field at the moment. So that incident on lap 1 has got disastrous consequences for Natavude, and at this rate, even with the time allowed to him, he's not really, I just don't see him getting back past the GT4 cars. He's going to finish overall behind them.
Not being laps down, but I'm going to stick on the pit cycle for particularly the GTM cars out the front. The one car that stands out to me at the moment is the number 33 of Pafong. That car has a 102nd pit stop, and so that means it's got a 16-second reduced pit stop compared to all of the other cars in front. And right now it's got a 12-second gap. So essentially after the pit stops, we might see the number 33 car out the front by about 4 seconds if all is said and done evenly as the way it sits now. And so we're in for a really good race.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and tight. It's going to be really, really interesting to keep half an eye on. And in the meantime, in GT4, it's about a 5-second lead currently to the 99 entry. We just had another warning for track limits to the 44 car, which has got Prithvirat Radikul behind the wheel for that one. And currently 5 seconds, nearly 6 seconds the margin for GT4 outright pace on the road, 7.2 seconds back from the lead. So all of a sudden the number 9 car in GT4 starting to respond and come back to the race leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that a little bit of debris on the track? On the exit of that turn?
Yeah, maybe. Potentially. Right,
Yeah.
is that what you're talking about right
That's
there?
what I'm talking about there. Yeah.
That's bodywork that's flown off. You sort of
Yeah.
wonder with the 24 back in the pit lane potentially. And indeed, Nadavude is back in the lane right now, as evidence on that track map. That might have been some bodywork that just flew off, and it might have been the front splitter.
No, that's something I'm sure the race director is going to have a look at, because we know in other categories, that's enough to damage some tyres and can be considered a safety risk. But it depends what it is, whether it's carbon fibre or some other material. If something that breaks up under pressure, it might not necessarily cause the damage that.
Well, have a look at the car.
Carbon fibre does. Oh, just what car? Is that a Lexus? Oh, yeah, that's right. You can see the badge on it. But, essentially it's got, heaps of damage. They really need to just change that whole front splitter section, to be honest. But that might be too time-consuming for them.
Well, the other thing is we're not inside the pit window yet either. So even if they wanted this to be their service, they can't. It doesn't count because we're just prior to the window. We're about 30 seconds away, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, from the pit window opening.
No, and you just saw the crew chief there, just giving him the little crossed arms signal. So that's a signal to the driver to turn it off where it's stepping out of the race. So unfortunately, that's going to be out of the race for Nadavude in the 24 car. So that team's now going to focus on their sister car in P3 there with Suchitori at the wheel.
Yeah, Suchitori in the Lexus RCF GTM, currently up against Kittapult in the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. So it'll be Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand versus Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. The two entries in second and third as they currently stand. And a Singer Motorsport car currently leading. Did have control of the race earlier on. Last time by, we'll talk about our race leaders.
All right, Scotty, the pit window has just been opened, so we'll see if the cars want to come in at this lap. And notably, the car in P5 has just dropped beyond 16 seconds as a gap. So if all is said and done, it should come out very, very close to the leaders once they've done the pit stop. But I think if the leaders stay out for another lap or two, they might eke just enough of a gap so they don't have to deal with the number 10 car on track after the pit stop.
And for the meantime, it looks as if the Ferrari car is nice and quick in a straight line. They're getting down to this slow, tight, twisty section, and that bodywork continues to bounce around on the external section of the track down at turn 7, on the run between turn 7 and turn 8. And like you said, the X given to their driver, Nadavude. Now it will be rolled back into the pit lane, and it will be rolled back in there without front tyres on that car.
Yeah, it looks like the team's going to go to work and just get that car prepped and ready. Nadavude hasn't got out of the car yet, so he hasn't given up. I think he's hoping his team's going to do the work and he can drive back out. But it's a bit of a kiss of death in these races when you've got to wheel the car back into the garage. It takes up some. That means that you need more people than you're allowed to work on the car to get the jobs done, and it just takes up time in the race.
Yep, pit window open, and here they all come. The Fire Monkey entry, the number 10's in, as is the 66, and it was one of the other Porsches as well. It was the race leader. No, sorry, it wasn't. My apologies. Chang in the 59 entry will come in to do a driver swap. Bulk of the drivers in this field will be doing a driver swap. There was only two. It's the 44 car and the 24 car of Nadavude were the only two single driver entries in the field for GTM GT4. One of those now out of the race for the number 10 Fire Monkey entry. Car will be handed over to Sean Thong And his job for the silver-rated driver will be to close up and see what he can throw at the race leaders. You can see the driver swaps starting to come in for the 66 car. They'll hand that one on over. And control of that one from Zhe Wanjun will now be handed over to Zhang Xingfang in the 66 B-Quik GT4.
Yeah, and you can see, there's limitations there. There's only 2 people allowed to work on the car at any one time, so they do take their time, but they do have a lot of time. So that balance of performance time to get through what they need to do on the pit stop, changing a set of tyres and doing a driver change, there's more than enough time to do that comfortably and safely and get the car ready. And essentially, you'll find that most of the drivers might have to sit there for, it could be up to 20 or 30 seconds alone with nobody working on the car, just waiting for the time to count down. And the crew chief will give them a go-ahead so that they actually hit the pit exit at the time or just after the minimum time that they've got for the pit stop. As we've talked about, you can't hit the pit exit even 0.2 of a seconds before the time you got for the minimum pit stop, because that earns yourself the ire of the race director and gets you back into the pit lane.
Well, the 33 car in and out, the Alpha Factory Racing Team by Polesar entry. Falfong Chenchella is now going to hand over to fellow bronze-rated drivers Jackraff and DeVee. And they got out well ahead of the Ferrari Challenge car. And the 33 is going to take effective race lead of the drivers who have now swapped the 19 from the GT4 category into the lane. And the Toyota Supra driver will change hands from Sudapong over to Grant Superfong for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand in the Supra GT4. And you can see their marshals standing on by engineers saying, yep, you got to hold just a little bit longer. We'll get you in. Got to get into that car, get those belts tight, make sure your driver's all ready to go, check every box, fan plugged in, radio plugged in, and make sure that if they've got a drink accessible to them, that's plugged in as well.
Yeah, and I'm noticing that something must have gone wrong in the number 10's pit stop, because it hasn't taken the 16-second advantage I thought it might have. It had just by the pit stop time. So it's come out relatively where it went in before the pit stops, and so I think they've taken a little bit extra time than they needed to, from what I can see. Is it number 10? No, the number 33. Sorry.
Yep, so Jackraff rejoins the race in behind Cantadini and Kantasak in the 17 and the 25, and he's not all that far. I think you might get the update on it now. The 33 car has actually made those overtakes in terms of having to have that limited pit stop time. 38 car currently leads the way for Tsuchitori. And we're talking about this car, and I was starting to find some pace. Well, they're continuing on. They're going to run extremely long here. Pit window halfway through now. The 10-minute window starts at the end of the 25th minute of the race and runs all the way. Sorry, my apologies. Starts at the start of the 25th minute of the race and runs all the way through to the start of the 35th minute of the race. 10-minute window there for those drivers to get in and get out with their compulsory pit stop. Must be in the lane prior to that time period elapsing.
And there's about 4 minutes to go for that to come in. So the number 38 car out in front has still got an opportunity to probably pull one more lap out if they want to. And then they might want to really look at considering coming in after that.
99 car now into the pit lane from the GT4 class. And they'll do their driver swap here as well. Nat Ned's job now done for YK Motorsports is now over to Dietrich, who will climb in. You can see reaches on over, grabs the plugs, gets everything aligned and settled down in.
And it looks like roaded tyres, Scotty, going on. They're not greens, they're roaded. So they've been on the track already, those tyres. So they would have been ones that went out at the start of the qualifying session and come back in. And this is why it's okay to be a little bit slow, and you've got the time. So you've got 6 lug nuts on that. So, your wheel nuts we call in Australia lug nuts in the US and other places around the world. Plenty of time to do that in, and some of the other cars, so the faster class cars, have the single wheel nut system on them.
So the 38 car comes into the pit lane. There was not many cars that stayed out. In fact, I actually think our entire field's now either in the pit lane or already completed their stops. So we're going to get a field normalized here in just a few moments. The 38 car has come in, and they will get their pit stop out of the way here in just a few moments. Driver swap on board for the last car to pit from the GTM class. And the Lexus will be handed from Suchitori Kintaro for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Hand over to his co-driver, Chris Vasaratna.
Yeah, that's right. When we see the 44 car come out, that should be about the last of the pit stops. All cars have done their pit stops, and we're good to go with 27 minutes left in the race. So essentially, the race now has been normalised. The cars are quite well spread out, but there's still a race. The group of GTM cars are actually still fighting each other 1, 2, and 3 within sort of a nice little gap of about 5 to 10 seconds. So with 27 minutes to go, if you overdrive the cars and do the tyres out, this race order can change fairly quickly.
Tell you what, there's some drivers really starting to try and settle the circuit alight. And as the drivers coming out of the final corner at this point in time, this will be critical for where this pit lane exit is. The 99 is going to come out of the pit lane for the GT4 category, and the 38 is only going to be just in behind it. I think the 17 car for Cantady might get out. I think you're going to see him come through the shot. He might have actually already gone down this straight. So for the 38 Lexus, they're still in the lane. There's 17 now. So for the 38 Lexus, it was up and it was in contention, not anymore in terms of those pit stop balance of performance times. One of the ways they balance the cars is obviously the balance of performance within the drivers, weights, restrictors, everything they can do in terms of the car. They also balance it out in terms of the pit stops. And yet again, it's shaken these races up whilst they change hands in terms of the 38 car, and they hand the car over to Chris for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, and he's on the board as your race leader right now. That will not be the case the next time they come past the start-finish line. It's the 17 of Cantady who leads the way over Kantasak by a fair margin.
Yeah, they're going to have a nice little break, and they can settle in and keep going. But like I said, it's easy to overdrive the car. Remember, it's still quite hot conditions. The track will grip up a little bit because these cars will wipe the dirt off. They don't tend to go off the track as much as we saw some of the other categories. They still sort of test the track limits, but not necessarily as far as they go. So, the track surface cleans up, the rubber goes down, the cars will get a little bit faster, and we've got the faster drivers in now for the back end of this race. The higher level of professionalism in the driver, often means, fewer mistakes. I was just about to say they don't necessarily breach track limits as much as others do as we watch a car go well and truly beyond the curb. So,
and this is what it's like in terms of what your GT4 versus your GTM category looks like. And communication with the drivers, we talked about being incredibly important for the 17. He was looking for a little bit more help there as he come down through on the 66, and you get the feeling that maybe they weren't necessarily all that aware that they had a GTM car rapidly closing in on them.
So we've got a listener who's asked what the main category is. Someone new to this racing. GTM, it's similar to GT3. So the cars have aerodynamics and slick tyres. GTM. That's the main category. The second category is the GT4 category. So they have less aerodynamics, thinner wheels. They have less things to make them a race car, and they're closer to a production road car, but ready for racing in the GT4 class. So they're the two classes that we've got racing today. The GTM class is about 5 to 6 seconds a lap faster than the GT4 class. And the difference is the GTM class has a 90-second minimum pit stop, and the GT4 class has 150 seconds, so 2.5-minute minimum pit stops, and that ends up spreading the cars around. If you're watching the stream, the orange cars are the GTM ones, and the green cars are the GT4 cars on the track map.
Yeah, in that bottom right-hand corner. And as they settle themselves down on in, let's talk about our GT4 standings as it currently stands at the moment. It's the 99 Mercedes-Benz that does lead the way, and they are out and ahead of the number 9 Porsche Cayman. So in that category, the number 9 run by AAS Motorsport is in second place to the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco Mercedes-Benz, and that Mercedes of the 99 machine has been incredibly quick all weekend long, doing a phenomenal job. But right now we look back at third place, the Fire Monkey, number 10, 992 Porsche Cup car. Effectively, if you're wondering along at home, what does it effectively race like? Or what are these cars styled like? Well, basically cup cars. They're one make series. You've got a Ferrari 488 Challenge car. You've got a Lamborghini Super Trofeo, both of them single make series, and I don't know anyone that wouldn't have heard of Porsche Cup racing. All three classes are one make racing series right the world over. When they come to Thailand, no, we slap them all in a category and try and balance them performance-wise and get them out there as if they're kind of like a mini in between GT3 and GT4 kind of category, and that's sort of what you're seeing unfold on the screens.
Yeah, I mean, they're still very close to a GT3 car, but given they're all the one make that series, and it just gives us that extra little element, GTM, and bringing the marques together makes for interesting racing, and all different flavours that everybody likes across the world. You might be a Lambo fan. If you're a Lambo fan, you're not necessarily a Ferrari fan, just because of the history and background between the two marques and how they were all created. But it brings that interest into the Thailand Super Series, and also puts more cars on the grid, because people have access to different cars around the world from the different networks that they have. We can bring all those people together, and the drivers can get out and have a ball and tear up some tarmac with some of the world's best cars.
Well, put it this way, probably one of the best ways to describe it is that we've got 4 Porsche Cup cars out here. Well, 4 Porsche Cup cars circulating out on the road probably wouldn't make exciting racing. We've got one Ferrari Challenge car. Well, watching that circulate on its own wouldn't be all that exciting. Lamborghini Super Trofeo, exactly the same thing. And then you've got a couple of Lexuses. And unfortunately, this time out, we don't actually have the mixture of the New Zealand and the Thai drivers of Sam Collins and Craig Corliss, who were scheduled to be here in their Ford Mustang as well. But basically, how boring would it be to see, a couple of classes not necessarily racing anyone out the track, and the design of the series in the GTM category, including the balance of performance and the measures they do behind the scenes as a part of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series, is to mean not only can we get these cars out on track, but they're racing someone, they're competing with somebody, and that is the design of the series. And like we said earlier in one of the pieces, it's a celebration of car culture. Well, if I'm a fan of a Porsche Cup car, I can still be a fan of a Lamborghini Super Trofeo, as much as Pete says you can't be.
No, that's Ferrari versus Lambo, mate, not Porsche versus Lambo. So if you know the history of why Lamborghini was invented, then you'll understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I've got some research to go and do at the end of today's broadcast, that's certainly for sure. The 19 car still circulating, currently sits in third place in terms of our GT4 category as well. And in terms of balance of performance, one of the interesting things that they do here as well, we do have FIA standard driver grading systems. And against the cars marked in our driver entries, we actually have their license levels, so silver and bronze rated drivers throughout the GT4 category, but the same just about throughout our GTM category as well. So not only are the drivers rated on the international scales, we then use that Pete's been talking about. If you've got a silver and a bronze driver, you get so much in terms of pit stop. If you're a bronze and a bronze driver, again, it's about creating. The goal is to have the cars as close as you possibly can be on the final 5 minutes of the race you have a race on, and mix in some safety cars and other bits and pieces, and you end up with what's displaying out on the track at the moment. And unfortunately for Nadavude, was in with a shot of potentially a win and set the pole position time thus far this week. Well, something's going on for the number 9 car. I did see the indicator on this car as it was coming down into the final corner. I thought, hang on, might be coming to the lane. They are coming to the lane for AAS Motorsport. This is unscheduled. It says that they might actually have a problem on this car. No, you know what? I think the problem is we didn't serve enough time at our pit stop. A stop and a go. That'll clear the required time remaining from their pit stop. So I wonder whether or not there was a penalty that we missed somewhere in that, Pete.
Yeah, well, we haven't got notification to race director on that one, but essentially a stop and go like that comes from a pit stop, that sort of, from what we know from Sepang, that's generally an indication that they just snuck over that pit exit line maybe a little bit earlier than they should have, and they've been found out and asked to just go back in, stop in their pit lane, take up that time, and away they go. It's a big penalty to pay because this is such a long pit lane too. It's outside. The pit entry is before turn 12. It's all the way along the main straight, and it's around round turn 1, and then you get on it. So it's a long pit lane. Is that a second car to serve a penalty, Scotty?
Well, it's the second car coming through the pit lane, so I'm going to go ahead and say yes, based upon the information that we have. More than likely for the 44 entry with Pritterat behind the wheel that has been told he's going to slow down, prevent airflow from coming in the front of that car and potentially keeping him nice and cool. And a long, grumpy drive down through the pit lane, and have a look at the 33 car now going toe-to-toe with the 38 entry. And for Jack Raffan and Chris, this will be them dicing on track. This is on the line for fourth spot in terms of things, and now they've got the 44 car to deal with just ahead of them as well. If that doesn't throw a cat amongst the pigeons, I don't know what will.
No, here we go. And this is a classic. We see the GT3 car getting mixed up in an actual race, but he's done the right thing. He's gone off. He's going to cop a track limits violation probably for it, but he's gone off, and maybe the race director be kind enough to realise that he's actually just stepped out of the way for the race to continue between the two faster cars there in GTN.
Yeah, and he did get way out of the way. Wanted nothing to do with both of those guys. In the meantime, the guy that was very, very much aware of that was Chris. And, well, in the 38 entry for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, he'll take full advantage and work his way up to fourth spot on the track in terms of GTM standings. And opportunism turned into a phenomenal overtake, all things considered. Albeit I wonder whether or not this Porsche Cup car's got a few more horses behind the wheel. Might be quicker in a straight line for Jack Raffan, and whether or not he might find some time back as he heads down into the final corner with the fastest section of the track from here all the way down through turn 3.
He certainly looks like he's got a little bit of mumbo there, and he's just putting the pressure on the number 38 car, the Lexus there of Chris. He'll also get a little bit of an advantage because he's close enough to sneak into the draft and take some advantage of that, and that'll help him on these long straights. The longest straight here at Buriram is over a kilometre, just over a kilometre. So that's a long way for a race car to really get a draft, and essentially it can sort of change positions when they're really close.
Yeah, the 25 car, the Singer Motorsport entry driven by Superket at the moment, making his way past some lap traffic. And for these guys, that was quite a long way outside the track limits. So the 88 car in the GT4 category as well is one of the Porsche Caymans has just received a black and white flag for stewards starting to crack down on things. Who was it? Who was the first car that we were talking about half an hour ago saying, yeah, you've got 45 minutes to go in this race? Well, there hasn't been any penalties for track limits violations thus far. But 15 minutes to go. If the tyres are going to be screaming, it'll be sometime about now when they might start to run themselves just a little bit wide.
Yeah, that's right. I think that wasn't that the number 17 car? It was number 1725 car. Both got a warning pretty early in the race. So, but yeah, no, look, it's still a long way, and we are seeing cars still just go over track limits a little bit, but we're not seeing a lot of penalties. So that's pretty good. The cars have spread out a little bit, but we've got some racing now, and we can see that the 25 car of Kanasak and Sean in the number 10 car in P3 is now starting to squeeze up close, and I think we're going to see a little bit of a fight for the silver spot in this race very shortly. Yeah,
supreme pace thus far for the 17 Cantadee car run by AES Motorsports. The Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car leads the way thus far, and lap times wise has been reasonably good. Last time by 39.0 for that car. 40.318 now as the Ferrari 488 Challenge car continues to work its tyres exceptionally hard. They've dropped a bit more than a second on that most recent lap to the Fire Monkey car, who's chasing P2. And with 15 minutes on the clock, that's a fair way to hang on to that one. And I think the track map tells the story. I think they are quite close on track this current time by. It was about 1.3 seconds last time by. As they shoot through in the background, you saw them in the background of that shot. That's what the margin is now for P2. And the Fire Monkey entry is coming. How much longer will we see the Ferrari hold down second place, and how long before the Stuttgart Special finds a way through?
Yeah, I'm just hoping for the producer to scan towards it, because those two cars, you saw them in the background there, just coming onto the start-finish straight. They are front nose to tail, so I think that's a race waiting to happen. We need to be able to see that on screen. There it goes. Yep.
I think you got through, Pete. I think you got through. 40.1 last time by, 39.1 now for Sean in the Fire Monkey car as the rear wing begins to shake as it picks everything up. A flash of the light says, hey, I'm here, and I feel like a fight. To the outside, deep under brakes now for the number 10 car, the Fire Monkey entry. And I tell you what, the 25 didn't look like it was going to pull up either as they suddenly want to go toe-to-toe. Great drive off the corner now for the Fire Monkey number 10, and Sean is starting to harass the rear bumper of the 25. He's going to cover the inside. Where does the Fire Monkey car find a way through? He looks better under brakes as the Porsche. The Ferrari has a wiggle as he runs down into turn number 4, and now it's at turn 5. He gets to the inside. The Fire Monkey car for number 10 gets his way on through, out the other side. Job done. P2 on the road for the Fire Monkey boys.
Yeah, job done. That was great racing, and that was considerate racing by both drivers. Katasang actually gave him a little bit of space and held him out wide and made him go around the corner. So you want to try me at the hairpin, go all the way around out the outside, Sunshine, because I'm taking the ideal line, and all I need to do is leave you a little bit of track to stay on there. So, and away he went. But unfortunately, what happened was the Fire Monkey car just got a wider exit, so he was able to get on the throttle just a little bit faster, and then coming through turn 4 and then into the braking zone for 5 was able to sneak under using the draft and superior braking.
I'll tell you what, Pete, something I've just noticed from both of those cars in that most recent lap is we watched the 10 car into the final corner was it wanted to swap ends at the last bit of braking as it sort of transitioned off the brakes and the tip in, thinking about getting back on the throttle, wanted to swap ends. Well, the 25 car and that Ferrari 488 Challenge is really struggling. The latter stages of braking, and it's a lot earlier than the Fire Monkey car is having the problems. That it seems to be tip-in point for the Porsche, but the Ferrari is struggling to pull that car up in a straight line.
No, that might be an indication that the Ferrari is using its rear tyres just a little bit more than the Porsche, and the rear tyres on that Ferrari might be just burning off a little bit, and hence the little bit of loss in lap time. But essentially, as we know, what is it to saying? Porsche doing Porsche things. There's a tendency for everyone that's listening. Scotty and I are both sim racers, and the Porsche in the simulator tends to have a pendulum effect when you get the back end a little bit loose, and that's Porsche doing Porsche things in most races.
Yeah. For the 99 entry, they continue to hold down a consistent lead in terms of class for the number 9 car as well. In this category, the GT4 entry, they're starting to make just a little bit of time back at this point in time. I think it was on the 88 entry, so we might see that one, but currently 37 seconds is the lead, so the 99 car certainly leading the way. Most recent time by 46.7, so they've got pace on board that car as well. Sudafong was half a second quicker, but when you've got a lead of 35 plus seconds, and 10 minutes worth of racing to go, it's not going to happen, and you're going to rely on some bad luck and some performance issues for the 99 car. We have seen those today, so don't count it out yet. But we're like, whoa, that is a Toyota Supra that is struggling to keep some rear tires underneath it for the 19 entry. And the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand drivers, Grant behind the wheel currently.
No, and that was a classic case of, even though you got a little bit of error, just as soon as that GTM car jumped in front of it, it upset the air going into the car, and the turbulent air. So right behind the car, we can't see it with our naked eye, but right behind the car, when somebody jumps in front of you, it gets all turbulent, that air. And if you've got laminar airflow going in onto a nice aerodynamic surface, you've got maximum downforce, and that's what the Super was relying on. But as soon as that Porsche jumped in front of it, it basically took all that laminar air off. And essentially, it might have taken off, let's say 50 kilograms of downforce as it went to tip into turn 1, and that just upset the balance of the car throughout the turn. Good on the driver for keeping that in check, because that's something you don't see, but as an experienced driver, they know that it's coming. So well done there.
As this race has developed for the 88 car, I mean, they've started to drift a little bit in terms of overall standings, but it is a good result for the team. And they'll be buoyed by that heading into tomorrow for the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche Cayman. Has been handed over from Iro Razanakoto and Shannon. I'm not even going to try and mess up, unfortunately, his surname. Too much respect to the driver behind the wheel currently for the B-Quik Absolute Racing. Been a good race. They're drifting at the moment, but they're in P3 in terms of GT4 class standings, which is phenomenal for them, and they'll be happy with that. You take those, you don't shy away from a podium. No,
absolutely. And I'm just having a look. The number 17 car, fourth in the standings. So that's just under 40. So 39 points behind first. looking like taking a win. So that's a 25-point bonus. So that's 25 points off the 33 car. But the 33 car currently in fifth. They'll get about 10 points, I think, with fifth, 10 or 8 points. So, I don't think there's certainly not a championship sewn up. And if the number 33 car has a disastrous race, which as we've seen, can happen lap one, turn one, the championship, as we see overall, can turn on its head in a dime still tomorrow. So there's no rest for the wicked in this series.
Yeah, the Mongkol team as well, the 15, just wrong place, wrong time for Mongkong and Tenart. Satharina through our call. Unfortunately for those guys, incident with the cars ahead, and I'm sure it'll be talked about and debated. And, Natavude is obviously not going to finish this race. Neither is the 77 Super Trofeo driven by Saravet and Nafik for Vitana PSC Motorsport. And they left them, the 77 car, it left a lot of room on the outside of turn one. And unfortunately, the car inside them still needed it. And Natavude, I'm sure he'll walk up pit lane. The first thing he'll say was, man, I didn't mean to come that wide. I'm really, really sorry for contact. But regardless, it's ended 3 cars races effectively in turn one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got a suspicion that Natavude might have just had a little bit of understeer because, there's never an intent to sort of drive a car right off like that, particularly when you're behind, because, if you touch the back end of a car, it's going to really hurt it and spin it around. And that's a really dangerous situation. So there might have just been a little bit of understeer in that turn one incident that created, that contributed to, I won't say created, but contributed to the contact. But at the end of the day, it was on the 24 car to actually make sure that he had some racing space, and he didn't. So, the stewards have had their say. Unfortunately, both cars are out of the race, and it also took another car out of the race. But it's upset the championship because, the number 24 car was currently sitting second in the championship. And, with a DNF, that really hurts in the, for the fight tomorrow. So it's probably taken away the chance for the number 24 car to really fight for the championship tomorrow. But what it's done is it's actually given the number 17 a mathematical chance to take the championship tomorrow if that sort of thing happens to the number 33. So, these things will spin on the head in a dime in this series.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Natavude. Now we'll have to keep an eye on it, and he's going to be eclipsed. Well, it's going to be even on points. The 17 and the 24, they're going to head into tomorrow, which is probably why they were talking with Natavude about getting that car back out, because it would have been some points. But now, without Natavude finishing, he's not going to finish 75% of the race distance. Indeed, in terms of timing, he only completed 8 laps of the 29 that our leaders are currently on at this point in time. So 25 points for the 17 machine elevates them up to exactly level with Natavude, and it becomes an all-out brawl tomorrow for who will finish second in the championship for GTM. And don't forget, we'll be back here tomorrow yet again with a full day's worth of action. Not the least of which will include the Ecos, which we both went off for. That was certainly something that I haven't seen.
Absolutely, a fabulous race. But hey, I don't understand. We got another 1 hour GT3 race coming up.
We do.
So, no, this day's well and truly over, followed by another Super Pickup Class C race, which will always be exciting because that's C-Class drivers. So, they always put on a good show and a little bit of excitement because the C-Class drivers will tend to make a few more mistakes than the A-Class drivers. So, I'm looking forward to the afternoon yet to come. We've got 4 minutes left in this race. The race seems to have settled down. I don't really want to put the mockers on Kanatande in the number 17. Not at this stage, but look, it's looking pretty comfortable because the race has been settled for about 20 minutes now. And we just saw that fight between the number 10 and 25. So, we're all nice and spread out. Scotty, what do you see?
Yeah, not too much. I'm just sort of looking around at results, lap time standings, up and down in terms of things, and the categories have settled themselves down. In terms of our closest battle on track, it's actually between our race leader and P2. Last time by, both of them ran 39.6s, 1 minute 39.6s in terms of their laps. So 1.5 seconds sort of fallen off from peak pace for the number 10 Fire Monkey car. and 0.7 of a second. So the 17, they've really looked after their tyres quite well for the AAS Motorsport car. I'll stick that in the back pocket in terms of notes for tomorrow. So you could expect reasonable pace right throughout the stint. 41.2 last time out for the 25 and a 42.1 for the 38 entry as well. So lap times have fallen off quite significantly for the competitors.
Well, yeah, but so having said that, the number 10 car with Sean Tong at the wheel, he just set a purple sector 1 on the previous lap. So he's pushing. He's chasing down the number 17 car. And I think that gap is actually reducing. It was about 6 seconds 2 laps ago. It's come down to 4.4 seconds. But we've only got 2 minutes to go. So I'm not sure whether he's got the time to catch up or whether Nadacek or Kennedy is actually just settling in and just managing that gap for the race win now with two minutes to go. So, short period to go. But, yeah, Sean Tong's certainly not given up on the race and certainly not given up on at least giving Katatende a challenge for P1.
Yeah, a little bit deeper in the field as well, Arrow. And Shannon in the 88 entry, chasing down the 19 Toyota Supra. That gap's only 6 seconds or so as well. So I'll come through past the start finish line. I tell you what, we're going to get 3 laps left in this race here. That would nearly be enough time. And as the 17 car passes the start finish line, runs a 1 minute 40.259. So half a second has been taken out yet again. You might have caught on to something here, Pete. The Fire Monkey car is doing supreme in terms of its tyre conservation, because it's still on the 1 minute 39.7s. And if we have a look at the stint length for both of these cars, they pit on the same lap. There's nothing in between them in terms of their stint length. They've been in the car with those tyres on the car for just about the same length of time. And Sean Thong is starting, the Hong Kong driver, starting to come back at the local boy in Kentity.
Well, if anything, he's driving now and he's setting times that's saying, mate, you might be winning this race, but I'm going to keep you honest. I'm not going to give you the ability to back off and be comfortable. I'm going to keep pushing and setting as fast as times as I can, so you have to keep pushing. And hopefully, from Sean's perspective, he might be looking for Katatende to make a mistake, but drivers at this level, they don't make many mistakes, and it takes a whole lot of pressure to get there.
Yep, so under a minute to go in terms of time, so 60 minutes plus 1 lap. And the number 19 car, which is the Toyota Supra, just received his black and white flag warning for exceeding track limits. So if there was a track limits violation to come for this 17 car on the last lap, that would see a penalty that would certainly decide the race victory out on track. As he comes to the flag stand, Pete, there will be 2 more laps to go.
And that's the kind of pressure that Sean Tong actually wants to put on Katatende. He wants him to be still racing. He wants to be putting him under pressure for this whole lap. And because the 17 did get a warning quite early in the race for his black and white. So he is on that warning. If he does get a track infringement, a 5-second penalty puts Sean Tong up to the front. So it's worth doing what he can, everything he can, to put that car under pressure and see if he actually cracks, any way, shape or form.
In terms of the GTM AM standings as well, this will be an interesting one that we'll be talking about tomorrow. There was a 3-way tie in terms of points at the front end of things. Well, that's now going to be decided and go the way of Jack Raffan in the battle with Nadavude for class championship in that class, but they were also fighting it out for the overall championship as well. So the amateur drivers have done a supreme job this season. And Nadavude's put on some real clinics in terms of single car efforts. An hour behind the wheel of one of these things in the middle of the day in high humidity conditions has been a sight to watch. Everyone else has got somebody else that they can hand the car over to. For Nadavude, it has been fatigue management, pace management from him. There's been some supreme drives in the middle there, particularly from Bang San.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And all these drivers have done a wonderful job. They've actually kept it mostly clean and responded very well to the black and white sportsmanship flag. Because once we've all seen the cars that have got them, they haven't really tripped over the track limits that much now, and we haven't seen any 5-second penalties. So we're down to 0 times on the clock, Scotty. So that means 1 lap and the checkered flag.
That's it. The last lap board. One more lap left to run has just been displayed to our race leader. Cantony crosses the line in the 17 entry, and that Fire Monkey car continues to grow. It is only 3.3 seconds from first to second as they cross the start-finish line with one more lap to go after an hour of racing. That is all that's going to separate our front two cars. Kentesack and the Ferrari 488 Challenge car has been drifting for a little while, and Tsuchikori has been dropping even further back. So tyres starting to go away. Indeed, a 1 minute 45.013, 5 seconds off the pace now for Tsuchikori. And Ailing in that car late on in the piece for the 99. They are going to lead the way from the GT4 standings, and they've got things quite comfortably in hand as it currently stands. And then the 99 entry in that Toyota Supra, we've just seen it continue to struggle on its tyres.
Yeah, look, but we're coming up to the checkered flag now. We're on the final lap of the race, but it looks like Katatande has this race quite comfortably. Although was that another track limits there? So was that something that might give him a 5-second penalty? If there's a ping, in those last few corners, he could actually lose the race. So we'll keep an eye out that from the race director. Those warnings come thick and fast, and they happen pretty quickly. So it looks like he's crossed the start-finish line, and he hasn't received a penalty at this stage. So we'll call that provisional for now.
Yeah, and as they come down to the start-finish line, the final corner for the Porsche Cup car, Cantony will cross the line in the 17 entry. There'll be nothing in it when they get to the line. It was coming on them, closing late on in the piece was the Fire Monkey entry. Won't get there as Sean Thong finishes in second place. Now it's the wait back to the Ferrari 488 Challenge car for P3. In the meantime, the driver in the middle is the 99, the GT4 category. It's going to be a class win for Decathorn as he brings the 99 car across the line, flashes and waves to the team, and the Ferrari 488 Challenge car as well. Phenomenal drive from those guys. They struggled on their tyres in the middle to back half of the race, and what might have been, unfortunately for that car, they'll have time to adjust before tomorrow, perhaps look after their tyres just a little bit better. In terms of GT4 standings, we've now seen the 19 entry for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand will cross the line and get home in second place in class, and IRO and Shannon in the Porsche Cayman entry number 88 for your GT4 standings comes home in third spot in class. So that's how they decided out on track. But that race, Pete, that was all broken up by the chaos that unfolded on the run to turn one.
Yeah, the cars unfolded. It upset the order of the cars, and then we saw a little bit of excitement, a little bit of mix-up through the pit cycle, and it seemed that the cars didn't necessarily in that pit cycle all even out with the same 116 seconds that they had. So their crew chiefs are probably going to have a close look at something there and make sure that they're actually minimising their pit time. And then we saw some really strong fights towards the end of the race, really through pressure, not necessarily by super close racing. So, again, exciting race to call, but that's what you get over endurance races. Cars tend to spread out, and what you're looking for is timing changes and pressure by times.
Yeah, and you're looking for those lap times as they continue to drift each way. Supercar GTM field was the 17 for ADAS Motorsport that took the line honours. But the Fire Monkey team kept them honest in the number 10 car, and a Ferrari 488 Challenge car comes home in third. In your GT4 class, it was the 99 who took home class win for YK Motorsports, and home in second was the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Supra, and in third, the 88 entry of B-Quik Absolute Racing. The overall classifications now on screen in terms of how things ran towards the tail end of that one. Natavude set some times. They weren't quick times because he was missing a lot of downforce on the front end of that car, and potentially a lot of work for that team to get that car in race spec before tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some of the teams have got a lot of work there to get their cars back in. The number 24 car looks like it's mostly got a fair bit of front end work. The number 15 Porsche, I think there's a whole lot of suspension work there, so they're going to have to look closely at that. And then I think the Lambo might mostly be panel damage, but we don't know what happened when it hit the fence. We don't know the extent of that damage, but surely they've assessed that. And it might be some late nights for those three crews, but I'm sure that they did set good qualifying times, so they're going to be up the front of the grid for the next race tomorrow.
Number of safety cars that we've already seen from today's action as well. Probably the class that I expected to potentially give us another safety car was the Super Ecos, and well, with the number of cars that are actually out there, they managed to dodge that and not give us one. And Super Pickups as well, multiple cars off the track towards the tail end of things, but managed to avoid bringing out another safety car from the journey as well, ladies and gentlemen. Probably about 15 minutes away from bringing you the intro to the GT3 category. So I might just step out, grab another fresh breath of air and some more water, because your Thailand Super Series B-Quik GT3 category coming your way in about 15-20 minutes time. back to coverage of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. We are on the verge of getting underway with the coverage of your GT3s that a lot of you have been here looking and waiting for. For the people who follow the GT3 circus right the world over and look for the racing all the way around the globe, can I just welcome you to Buriram International Circuit, because we've got race on the cards for you this afternoon that is going to include some stuff that you're probably not necessarily all that familiar with. We're going to get pit stops underway with different timings. Pete will take an opportunity just prior to the big show to talk through what they use as balance of performance here.
Yeah, essentially there's a couple of things they use as balance of performance. So in between the different car makes, they'll look at whether they're naturally aspirated, turbocharged, all those sorts of things. So we have restrictor sizes and we have air intake size restrictions to even out the torque curves of the cars and try and make the performance simple. But then because we have different levels of drivers, so we've got all the drivers are rated from the FAI classification system from platinum through to bronze. So it's platinum, gold, silver and bronze. And depending on the combination of the drivers you've got a variation in terms of your driver per competition time. And that time gets added to the minimum 90 seconds of our pit stop. So for the pit stops today for the GT3 class, it's a minimum 90 seconds plus the driver pairing time for those that have more than just a bronze-bronze combination. So anybody with a silver driver or gold driver will have 26 or 27 seconds added respectively. And we did have a platinum driver in the entry list to start with, but unfortunately Marcus Winkelhoff was unable to attend the event and is ill, and we wish him all the best and hopefully he gets well soon and is able to rejoin the grid next year and fighting fit. But and so in his replacements we have another gold level driver. So gold gives a little bit of extra time. And the other thing that's extra time, if you're a new entry to the series, you've got an extra 15 seconds you've got to add to your first pit stop. So that just makes sure you don't bring any extra superstars and surprise the field, and that 15-second penalty for a first-time driver actually makes it just that little bit more difficult. But as we're seeing today, if you get a couple of safety cars, Scotty, at the start of the race, it kind of neutralises some of that handicap effect and actually makes the drivers that have the lower level combinations, or the bronze combinations, gives them quite a bit of an advantage come pit stop time, because essentially the gap that the drivers might have eked out at the start of the race is not necessarily there for the pit stop, and the drivers in the second half have to make that up on track, and including an overtake. So can make for some exciting races, particularly if you get that safety car that upsets that balance through the handicap system.
Yep, one of the key stories emerging out of the weekend of your GT3 field, unfortunately, the big fan club of Marcus Winkelhock. We've got bad news for you guys, unfortunately. Marcus is sick, he's unwell and unable to partake in what would have been an extremely taxing event here in Chang, Buriram International Circuit. So there was another German driver supported by the factory Audi team that was on holidays in Asia at the period of time. Apparently took his race suit with him on holidays. Well, when you're a race car driver and you feel like doing some fun laps around a whole bunch of circuits, of course you take your race suit with you on holidays. It's Luca Engsler, the 23-year-old driver who's gold rated, who will be stepping into the number 55 car. That's him on screen at this point in time. It's a big role, big responsibility. This is a team who's vying for a championship here this weekend.
No, absolutely, and to get a driver to step in whilst you're vying for a championship that's a big call. But good for Lucas. He happened to be bunny on the spot. Otherwise, they're sort of it's a scour worldwide for their own racing stable and fly someone in. So luckily, being on holiday at the time for the Thai Super Series has gained Lucas' drive. But as we saw in qualifying, mate, he's no slouch behind the wheel. He's pretty good in these cars, and he could pedal that thing around the track pretty quick.
Yeah, the difficult thing is obviously bringing yourself up to speed in terms of the track, up to speed in terms of the team. And we've talked to a number of drivers already, and a number of people, look at the facilities got out the back of the track to keep the drivers cool, the cool rooms. We talked about the fans that are available to drivers to keep their helmets, their equipment cool. When they step in the car, everything's sort of in their range. This is a driver who's not prepared for the conditions, and it takes a lot. It takes an adjustment. to be ready. He is going to be in for a world of hurt, you would probably say, maybe tomorrow afternoon, Monday morning, when he goes to try and recover for all of this.
Well, he's still a professional race driver, so he's got that elite level of fitness that professional race drivers need to have. He's somebody who carries their race suit around with them when they're on holidays is ready to race, mate. I kid you not. These guys go to these events, and I don't think they wish ill on anybody, but if the opportunity's there, they love to jump in a car and get on track themselves. So while we've got a little bit of time, Scotty, leading into the feature race of the day, we might want to have a chat about the track and just let any of our worldwide viewers that haven't been with us for a while know about some of the special nature of this Herman Tilke design beauty.
It's got a long straight. It's a beautiful track. In terms of things, it's extremely fast. It's all about horsepower. It's all about straight line speed in the first sector. It's going to be all about the braking capacity when you get down to turn number 3 through the middle of the circuit. It's very tight, twisty, but very wide. It's going to be, we've already talked this weekend at length about track limits and exceeding them. And one of the cars that we've got on screen at the moment, we've actually got an update coming out of the number 90 car from Troy Williams over in Thailand on the ground.
Afternoon, guys. Just on the grid walk now with the GT3 feature race this afternoon, and geez, I can tell you this BMW in P2 number 90 is a beautiful, beautiful car up close. And I can also tell you this team have the exact same car, another BMW M4 GT3, exactly the same, parked out the back of their pits as a full spares car should they need it over the weekend. So a tight championship playing out here with a couple of the B-Quik cars vying for the outright championship. Update on temperature. Air temperature still 32 degrees. That's been pretty static for the last hour or two now, but track temperature has come off a few degrees, so that's back to 38 degrees at the minute. That could prove to be a little bit troublesome for some teams, as some of them have struggled to adapt to this harder compound tyre now. With the temperature coming off on the track in particular, that's really going to require teams to stay on top of this throughout this race.
Yeah, so that's the technical stuff from over on the ground in Thailand in terms of things as well. Harder compound tyre, a little bit of an adjustment from Hankook in terms of the tyre to make sure they get everything under wraps and make sure the tyres maybe perhaps lasting a little bit of the difference. From the BMW, the AAI team running the 90 this weekend, the first sort of team briefs that we saw from the entry list was that they're actually going to be bringing a second car to come over with a couple of drivers to race. I'd say they probably just haven't managed to secure the drivers to go in and be a partnership so they could get 2 cars out on track. The number 90 team, what they've done, now they've got a spare car lounging around the garage out the back. Not a bad thing, Pete.
Well, I'm wondering whether Troy's about to tuck that spare BMW in the shipping container with his new Honda Brio. He seems to be falling in love with a particular couple of cars over there while he's over there. So, Australia, look out! We might get a few hot cars coming our way. But Troy did talk about the tyres in particular. The 38-degree lap track temperature is 4 degrees higher than we had in qualifying. We had a 34-degree track temperature for qualifying, and we noted that the teams did struggle in qualifying to get the starting pressures right. They did road tyres in the first sessions, and then they went out and set their fast laps at the back end of the qualifying. So we're looking at roaded, harder compound tyres, which makes them just a little bit more durable on a higher track temp. What I expect to see is that on the colder under pressure tyres, maybe in the first couple of laps, some of these cars might be a little bit slippery if there's a little bit of desperation from the drivers just to try and push right onto the thing. As we know with GT3 cars around the world, they do take a lap or two to get the tyres up to pressure. They start on cold tyres. And they're going to play a big part in how these cars start. And with 9 cars on the grid, we really need a clean start to make sure we've got an entertaining race all the way through.
Yeah, and you can see the guys on the ground, the Thai commentators at this point in time, talking to the number 90 car with Betty, the nickname of Chua Chen, in the car to start this race. As is always, the lovely mascot in the background behind our lovely Goody, who is the Thai reporter on the ground at this point in time. They're talking about that BMW car down and on the grid. I tell you what, we'll have an update for you. There's some information slowly trickling out of the circuit about the 65 car as well. They're having to make a little bit of a change, and they've had to have a conversation with the stewards about a few different things. But for now, let's talk a little bit about our grid. This 25 car, we talked about it, Pete, earlier on in the piece during qualifying this morning. The lap times of both of the drivers in this car are actually quite similar. They're quite close together, and they've probably got the faster of the bronze-laden drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a red-hot car. It was a red-hot car in Sepang as well, the other one that we did the commentary for. So certainly a car to come out. But sounds like we've got some breaking news coming in on the 55 car.
Guys, some late intel. Car 55 will be running without air conditioning. The aircon unit has failed on that car. They're thinking of changing that out tonight. But given the Audi, it is actually an engine out fix. Hence, they haven't been able to get to it today. So, maybe a late night for car 55 and a hot ride for Vincent in the first part of the race.
I don't know about you, Scotty, but if I'm in human conditions, the first thing I'm looking for is an air conditioner.
Mate, I'm never leaving. If I was over in Thailand right now, I'm never leaving the air-conditioned comforts of the commentary box. I can tell you that very much. In terms of things for the 55 entry as well, think about Luca Engslers in that car. You know, when you walk over there and you're in the team, oh, we've got air conditioning, I shouldn't be too bad about things. Well, now he's going to prepare for a race. We've already talked about, he's probably physically capable of doing these sorts of things, but it's no 24 hours of Spa. It's no WEC length race, but you tell me one driver that'll sit down and go 80% humidity. Yeah, it's only a 30-degree day, but a 30-degree day with 80% humidity probably feels somewhere in the 40s in terms of centigrade temperatures and what these drivers are going to have to deal with. Have a look at the shadows starting to come over the track. And we're going to have a chat to you guys about the info surrounding the number 65 car. Like you would have just seen, there's only one driver's name associated with that car. Troy's got the latest.
A reminder too, car 65, Viper Neza Racing. Douglas Koo will be driving by himself this afternoon. So an amendment to the driving lineup for number 65, Viper Neza Racing. Douglas Koo will be driving the entire race single-handed.
Yeah, that's going to be a very big ask. And now another breaking story is that they're having problems getting the Honda NSX car. That looks like a clutch problem, Pete. Every single time they go to get drive in that car, it's stalling. Is that going into anti-stall? No, they've got it going away. So that worries me when we come to pit stops then. Is that a clutch issue or is that an engine power issue maybe?
Well, could be a clutch issue. It could be a pit limiter stuck on. Normally when you see something like that, it's not enough revs, and maybe because it's a fairly new car for the team, maybe it's just not getting enough revs and getting away and jumping into anti-stall. So hopefully, look, he's gotten going, so we'll get back in. He'll be able to race, no dramas, no problems with that. But yeah, you're right. We'll have to keep an eye on that come pit stop time. So that was number 69 car, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the Honda NSX, and the only of the Honda NSXs in the field. Field dominated by the Audis of the absolute B-Quik outfit, and we're going to get your driver lineups now for race number 7. Like we said, multiple adjustments up and down the field at this point in time, and that 89 did manage to get away from the grid, and will be trying to retake his position in terms of things. It's going to be Adasak off of the front row for the 25 B-Quik Absolute Racing outfit. Chang Chen in the 90 car. The 18 and the 89 will make up row number 2. For row number 3, it's going to be the 9 of Manat off alongside of Heck Kicks, who's the owner of the Absolute B-Quik outfit. 7th and 8th is going to be Lin Hao Chen and Vincent Friorindo in that number 55 series leading Audi. And off the back row of the grid will be the solo driver outfit of Douglas Koo, and that is going to be a difficult prospect, albeit one that's probably made a fair bit easier by the shadows that you can start to see extending over the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's late afternoon at the Buriram International Circuit, which means that the temperature will drop off over time, but as we know with humidity, the temperature doesn't necessarily drop off until the sun goes down. Safety car lights are out. Cars are forming up in their 2 lanes. Scotty, we are about to get ready for the rolling start of what is our feature GT3 race.
Yeah, this is the one that everyone's come to see. This is what it's all about for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. The drivers for your Supercar GT3 round the final corner. Lights about to come on. 1 hour and 1 lap worth of racing action to come your way in the most expensive cars we've got here this weekend. And the get-go and the rundown of turn number 1. They're already banging paddles. They're 3 wide on the rundown of turn number 1. It's going to be trying to get down the inside. Everyone running off the exit of the turn 1, and I get the feeling that race control will be straight onto those boys, say, hey, probably need to keep it on the road. The 90 car's trying to slot back into second place, but it's going to be that fast-starting Lexus off of the second row. He's trying to get down there, and now keep your eyes on the Audi running to the outside, 2 rows deep as well. Everyone starts to settle themselves in, and for all the dramas that Voravud Biram Bhakti had in the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda NSX, they are out there, they are racing, albeit the team might start biting their fingernails at the prospect of a pit stop.
No, and it looks like the race start is under investigation. I got a feeling that one of the cars had a little bit of overlap before the lights went out, and that's what might be under investigation. I think what happened was, that's actually caused them to line up together. We got in that 3-wide situation, and the drivers have obviously learnt from the last race in the GTM. All of the drivers, rather than just trying to stay on the line, just went out and all copped the track off, except for the last 2 cars, being P8 and 9. They were the only ones without a track limits violation.
I was about to say,
26.
It was car 26, yeah, it was either 26 or 27, deeper in the field for the B-Quik Absolute team, but it was one of the Audi R8 GT3 entries deeper in the field. It certainly wasn't our race leader, so there was one car we could cross off. It was the 25 entry with Adisak behind the wheel, but the 26 has got Hank Kicks as team owner. And if there's one thing you don't want to do, well, you want to set the standard as the team owner, don't you? You don't want to be backwards on the first lap. So for Hank and teammate Eshin Pieris, a lot of work to do in that car now.
Yeah, no, they got a lot of fight back to do because they don't necessarily get. They do have a little bit of an advantage on the timings, but not against all of the cars. So it's not that big an advantage that slide will get them back. So they might be hoping for a safety car, but Scotty, as you and I both know,
in the pit lane,
with only 9 cars in the track, it's unlikely that you get a safety car.
Well, my timing has them in the pit lane at this point in time. So whether or not there's an issue or whether or not there's damage at the rear end of that car, they might actually have a flat tyre. Because if they're coming into the pit lane, the car's up on the jacks, they may have a flat tyre that they need to get changed, and that'll be a tyre that they're now burning through their weekend allocation of at this point in time. So it's a 25 from the 9, and the Lexus RCF GT3 picked up a spot on the opening lap. The 90 back to third in the BMW. So Audi from Lexus from BMW is how they stand at the conclusion of your first lap.
Yeah, and it looks we've got a pit report coming in.
Just watching Hank Kicks come in the 26 right rear puncture that the boys are just replacing now, and he gets away cleanly. So,
well, nice and quickly into us from Troy Williams live in Thailand and updated. So the 26 car will return to the racing surface. Gee, that's good work from him over there. But now it's going to be applying the pressure from the number 9 entry, and he gets it all sorts of lit up out of the last corner. The Honda NSX is going to be in behind, looking to try and grab a spot. It's going to be the 18, the 9, and the 89 on the run down to turn number 1 that are going to be 3 wide, and give me some more of that, because 89, and here comes the driver, Voravud Biram Bhakti, picks up 2 spots as he exits the final corner, and it's the next one in behind these guys. It's all of a sudden on the lights flashing those out as well. So lots of racing action from the 27 car, the Audi R8 GT3 Evo 2 for Absolute B-Quik Racing on the lights straight away. And the Lexus, who was looking so strong in that early stages, this will tell the story of how he got so swapped around. You can start to go on there, lit the tyres up yet again, and has another go at it. My word, he was lucky to not spin that car around.
No, absolutely. It's cost him 3 positions, but he's still on the racetrack and he's got ability now to fight back. So that's that. The good thing is that mixes up a fast car for us, and I think we're going to see racing all the way through this race, like some close quarter-to-quarter battle, which is what we come to see racetracks for, isn't it?
Yeah. and they'll settle themselves down in. Somebody tell these guys it's an hour-long race, because all of a sudden, the Super Eco drivers are all up on the wall taking lessons from these guys, the way that they're going at it at this point in time, and they're going to be quickly catching the 26 entry of Hank Kicks and the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi as well. Lap traffic coming to the tail end of the lap, and we're getting word that there may actually be, so you don't tend to investigate a race start procedure, Pete, without there being something to investigate. Normally, you know, if it's all lights out, all green sailing, they wouldn't even say, you know, we're not checking that start procedure. I get the feeling we'll have a penalty on our way.
we're straight back live, and the big news that's coming out, car number 9 did end up with a 5-second penalty for a false start. So that puts them back effectively in the standings by about 2 positions now, because car number 55 has dropped back quite considerably. We are now 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes into the race. We've got about another 15 minutes or so, about 18 minutes or so before the pit lane opens for the compulsory pit stop. Scotty, what do you think? What are you seeing?
Well, thus far, have a look at the pace. I mean, we saw this car, the 89. The big question mark hanging over it right now is it a clutch? Is it a system fault? Were they able to cleanse this 89 car as the Honda NSX gets back to racing and stretches its legs off of turn number 3? They've got pace. They've come through the field. They did start the race on the second row of the grid, and now they're starting to pick up a little bit of time and close in on their compatriots ahead. And in terms of the outright fastest lap thus far, they have actually thrown down the gauntlet with a 138.5. So whether or not this Honda NSX is looking after its tyres quite well, Pete, well, only time will tell. And with this class swapping over to the faster drivers, you get the feeling a lot of these teams will take this closer to that end of the pit lane window.
Well, if you're putting your faster driver in, you might want to put him in earlier, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I know what you were trying to say, Scotty. It just came out the wrong way. The Honda NXS is really looking after its tyres. It's going well and truly outside the track limits to save all of that rotation grip loss. So maybe the race director is going to be watching that, and I think we might start to see some black and white flag warnings for that inevitable track limits if that keeps happening.
Chang Ram is going to become very, very synonymous with track limit warnings, much the same as they have over in Austria at Spielberg track. It's all they talk about when the Formula One circus heads there. What about the Thailand Super Series circus? Because I tell you what, there's been some juggling acts, there has been some strong men today, and there has certainly been the guys on the high wire walking the tiniest, the thinnest of threads, the tiniest of tight ropes, and they've managed to come out the other side. Now,
interestingly, the BMW, the number 90 BMW of Chang Chen, the Chinese team, and Winwan Chen is really putting the pressure on Adisak at the moment. So Adisak hasn't got it all his own ways. As we sort of talked about earlier, they're really strong in that B-Quik Audi, but it looks like the number 90 car has actually got its measure. And interestingly, the number 90 car is AM Series drivers, Scotty, and they're currently running in second position.
Well, here we go. You were talking about track limit warnings. Well, another one just came out for the 18 car as well. These top 3, they're not disappearing on each other. And the other thing that's starting to concern me is having a look at Vincent Fiorindo's lack of pace, because he is exceptionally slow at the moment. His fastest lap's only on 1 minute 41.138. So we heard that the air conditioning unit was out on the 55 car, which is obviously going to make the driver struggle in terms of the track conditions as well, and his ability to place the car where he necessarily wants it. Have a look at the Vorovu trying to get some fresh air to the nose of the NSX as well. So my concern for that car is, have they lost a little bit of outright pace from that car? Because in qualifying earlier this morning, now it was in cooler track conditions, I will give you that, but they have lost a significant amount of time. But if you have a look around the field, everyone here has lost about that 2-second margin, so it actually doesn't look all that bad, Pete. It's just a difference of qualifying pace versus race pace and track temperature.
Yeah, well, don't forget, we've got 4 degrees higher track temperature, but we've also got fuel tanks full of race fuel ready to go an hour's worth of racing, versus in qualifying you've only got a fuel tank with enough fuel to do the 14 minutes or the 3 or 4 laps that you're actually trying to do at top pace. So so that's always going to cost a little bit, a couple of seconds. And the other thing is the guys need to just keep it within a little bit of measure. Whilst they're still racing and going as fast as they can, they need to go as fast as they can to reliably get to the end, because ultimately it's not to be the fastest, it's to be the first to the checkered flag.
Yeah, but right now, though, 3 cars absolutely attached to each other, and from that BMW, it was a much maligned race car when it made its entry onto the international stage, the BMW M4. replaced previous generations in terms of sim racing. Its prior version was a BMW Z4, which is a very, very popular car. I love seeing Z4s. There's a couple of Z4s that get around up where I am, and it's always a popular car. Right now, though, they seem to be the guy. Whether or not the front end of that BMW is altogether quick and put together or looks nice and pretty, well, that's up for debate. But right now, they are certainly turning up the pressure.
Yeah, and they're trying to have a go. They're looking up at the inside of the number 25 car, but they haven't quite got enough speed, or their 25 is like a bit of a demon under brakes. And, the Audi's always been a really good car under brakes, so that's also the BMW might have a little bit of outright power advantage over the Audi. The Audi's got a little bit of a lower centre of gravity on it and might have just a better braking capability, and what it's being able to do is in those cornering sections just pull away from the BMW and maintain that gap, but the BMW is pulling it back under those long straights with its little bit of a power advantage.
Yeah, and it's been a long day in the office for these drivers, qualifying first thing out early on this morning, and for us here in the English broadcast studio, we're going to apologise to everyone watching along at home. It seems as if the heat in Australia is starting to not just get to us as commentators, it's getting to the computers as well. So apologise as we'll continue to work through the technical issues throughout the weekend. And we'll see how we're going in the meantime. But for now, it's a tie. There is nothing in it between these top three. And you're constantly seeing Chunhua Chen having to move over, having to cover off the Honda NSX in behind. And indeed, he's not going to get another great exit there. Was in nice and fine into turn entry to the final corner there, Pete, but he's driving it in deep and doing a lot of the turning late in the corner. He's pushing the front end of that car quite hard.
Now, here's the thing to look out for. The number 90 BMW has got a 26-second pit stop advantage over the number 25 car. That's a massive advantage because the number 90 has got two bronze class drivers in it. Like it's pushing for outright lead here right now, but it's got two bronze class drivers. They have no driver competition penalty, which means they have the minimum 90-second penalty. Every other car, bar one, the number 27, every other car has a driver pairing competition time added to their pit stop. So the number 90 is looking like, even though it's racy for the front right now, it's going to have a really big advantage come pit stop time.
And that is just part and parcel of everything, new car, new entry to the series. And that is what racing looks like, unfortunately, for these guys. And for the meantime, they're doing quite reasonable. They've entered into the series and been exceptionally strong, and that is the 26 car of Hank Kicks just up ahead of them. And he's going to have to set straight to the outside and get out of the way of these guys. He'll get through turn 10 and turn 11 and try and not cost these guys as much time as possible. He's done the right thing there. Hold his line, recognises the NSX is going to go past him on the right-hand side of the track. Hasn't cost anyone anything too much. But as racing cars drivers tend to do, I'm sure the team of the NSX will be sitting there and crying foul. Nah, they'll probably just get on with it.
Quite a little chuckle from the B-Quik pit crew there. I think they saw that the number 26 car had a really opportunity to create an advantage, but essentially he did the right thing and give everybody a little bit of a chuckle and let the race go on. So we get a full on race and the lap car didn't play a part. So. I think the pit team had a bit of a chuckle about the opportunity that they could have had, but good on them all and good on the driver for being such a sport and making sure that the race at the front hasn't been impacted. That's awesome.
Well, information coming in from the YouTubers as well of tracks that are similar to this. Obviously, it looks very similar to the Austrian track in Spielberg. Yeah, it's the BMW's dominant track in terms of the GT3 standings. Also happens to be the Audi's weakest track. Let that sink into the background and chill one in on that one. So for Chunhua Chen, all of a sudden you say, well, if that's the case, maybe they should be a little bit further forwards. And in terms of things, this might just be Adasak driving out of his skin to hang on to this one at this point in time. From the last sort of 10 minutes or so, it's been a bit status quo.
No, absolutely. But the unknown is the Honda NSX, right? Because Scotty, we don't see a lot of that that type of car racing at GT3 level across the world. We don't have it in the sim, so it's not something that a lot of us see. It's pretty new to the Thai Super Series. We didn't have it in the last round at Sepang.
No.
So it has a little bit of a marker there, but the Honda NSX driver pairing is 116 seconds. So they've got a roughly or very close to the same pit stop time as the number 25 car. So effectively they're even for the race, and that number 90 advantage really sits there.
And just remember, after that pit stop time, there are 2 gold-rated drivers in the field today, with the replacement of Marcus Winkelhock hanging over to Luca Engler. That is one of the gold drivers. The other one is going to be getting behind the wheel of the 89 car, and is Carlo Van Dam. And have a look at the 3 different lines on approach down to turn number 3, and that says to me you've got 3 drivers that are looking for clean air to the front end of that nose, trying to brake in a straight line as much as they can. And when you have a look back through the field, that is pretty much about as close as it's going to be. Last time by, have a look at the differences in lap times. 39.393 for Adisak, 2.42 for Chunhua's BMW, 39.226, 16 thousandths of a second between those guys. And the next 2 cars on road, Manat and Li Zhuangheng, 39.696, 6.78. So it's only 18 thousandths of a second. Well, that says balance of performance. We've got that one bang on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good. And, it's just the driver handicapping is going to impact this race. In about 3 minutes' time, we'll see the pit stops open. So 16:28 or 4:28 p.m. just after 4:28, the pit stops open. It's currently 4:24 over there. So in just over 3 minutes' time, we'll see the pit stop start. And given that we've got the lower class drivers in the car now, I do expect most of the cars to come in early and put their higher level driver in, particularly those that know that there's a delta between the 2 drivers, even if that delta is only 0.1 or 0.2 of a second, because the longer you've got that delta to your advantage, the more you can get out of it. But for the Adisak car that's out the front, we know that both of those drivers are about the same time. So they've got the luxury, because the drivers have very little of a delta, they've got the luxury to go as long as they want, if they want to, and maximise what they might have in terms of tyre advantage at the end of the race.
Don't forget, at the front end of this race, you're seeing the difference between a turbocharged BMW versus the naturally aspirated V10 of the Audi R8. Differences in specs. It's why we love it, because we've got all the manufacturers that we know and love right the world over, and they come together to create their cars that mimic their road-going supercar variants, and then everyone adjusts them so that we can get a relatively similar balance of performance. And then after that, it's go head to head. Who's your favorite driver? Who's your favorite team composition? Are you a Stuttgart lover? Are you a Porsche lover? We did see a couple of those from Sepang. Are you a BMW lover? Or are you an Audi lover? Perhaps you're some of the Japanese variety lover. You're a Honda NSX fan. As Vorovud Biron Bakhti continues to plug away at the front 2 at this point in time.
It looks like we got a GT3 fan in our audience there, Scotty. Old Rowdy Ruffians. He's pulled out the NSX. Is still pretty active in the Italian GT Le Mans Cup and IMSA. Some of the things that you and I don't necessarily get to watch a lot of in Australia because of the time zone differences. So good on you, Rowdy. Thanks for giving us a little bit of extra information. Some of the things we don't necessarily get to see. Everything, and that NSX has got some racing somewhere. Hopefully we can get it on some of the simulators and have a little bit more fun with it.
Tell you what, I am a fan of guys covering the inside and guys looking to try and fill the rear view mirror of the car right ahead of them. Right now, the number 18 car continues to try and assault the rear bumper, and Chen is still looking to defend from Vorovud Biron Bakhti, and Biron Bakhti's probably sitting there going, I feel a little bit held up right now. I've got pace. We just took 0.3 of a second on that most recent time by. Oh, sorry, my apologies. That's the best lap time we're seeing on screen at this point in time. But there was pace. It actually still was 0.3 of a second, mind you, between these two on their last time by. So there is pace in this Honda NSX. Whether or not it can show it in the latter half of this race, post-pit stop when the number 90 steps aside in terms of that longer pit stop time, and what can Adisak do right now to make his co-driver's job that much simpler? He'll hand over to Akash Nandi at the pit stop and the pit window, 40 seconds away from opening Pete. We are probably going to go one more lap, I think.
I think we're going to be right on the threshold of pit entry opening as they cross pit lane, I think. By the looks of it, most of the cars, I think, will do one more lap. You certainly can't come in earlier than the pit window opening, so better to be safe than sorry in that perspective. Yeah, it looks like all cars are going to do an extra lap here.
And now covers across to the inside, so Chang is going to cover him off and force him to go the long way round. And for Viravu, Birombakti doesn't quite get alongside on the corner exit. He'll switch it back though. Gets really, really good drive off. Drives it narrow down the front straightaway. Trying to get underneath to the inside of the number 90 BMW. How's the drive off of turn number 1? Looks wide at the apex there for Chang. And this might be the opportunity that Viravu, Birombakti's been looking for. Adasak takes a look in the rearview mirror and says, come on, let's kick it off, boys. You two need to keep squabbling. I'm trying to disappear down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Geez, that BMW's got some poke in a straight line, hasn't it? Looks like the NSX has got a bit of advantage through the corners, but the BMW is just able to hold it off in the straight line, and that's making it really hard for them to get around the number 90 car.
Looks like drivers starting to get helmets on, starting to get themselves ready. Everyone's standing by in the pit lane. The window has just about opened. And for these drivers, time to come into the pit lane, slap your faster driver in. Someone down the tail end of the field, well, have a look at the 65 Douglas Coupe. If you're hanging off the back end of the pack, you may as well just have a go. You may as well just stay out there right up until the pit lane window ends because, well, you're going to lead a few laps of the race if you do so.
That's right. We all know, leading a few laps of race gets you on the coverage, and that's good for your sponsors. So, get out there and do it when you can. But I'll tell you what, the other thing that's good for your sponsors is getting in and having a cracking race and actually challenging positions like the 89 is on the 90 car. These cars are not messing around.
Well, that pit lane window, I get the feeling it might be open. We'll see whether or not the 25 shoots to the lane. The 89 certainly does. Zabiram Bakhti is going to get out of the 89 car, and our race leader, Adasak, is going to hand over to his teammate of Akash Nandi as well. So 2 cars enter the pit lane. There's going to be more traffic in behind them as well. Here they all come straight away down into the lane to hand off to their teammates. And it's the 27 entry as well of Lin Huao and Huang Rohan will hand over between the Chinese driver pairing. And for the 25 car, out of the car gets Adasak, in goes Akash Nandi. Adasak, job done. He can head to the cool room out the back whilst he watches the telecast.
Akash jumps in. He's got a little under 2 minutes to sit there, so they'll complete the tyre changes for the car. They'll get in there, and Akash will probably have about 25 seconds just to get his brain switched on, just ready to race. Close the shutters for everything else around him, get the mentality, put the pit limiter on, and just wait for that call from the engineer to go out and hit the pit exit just after the minimum time that it's got.
Well, 55 car from Bung Sen. It was them who had the clutch drama. The Vincent Fiorendo and Carlo Van Dam entry. They were in a Ferrari 488 GT3 car. At that time of offering, they put it very, very hard into the wall in a heavy fight with the 55 car. They were going toe-to-toe, swapping lap times for an extended period of the race, and unfortunately for them, they ended their weekend there being craned off of the circuit and requiring some track repairs before we could get back under green flag racing. That was the last we'd see of the Ferrari 488 GT3 entry for the Team Singer Thailand car. Now they've switched over to the Honda NSX, and they seem to be gelling with that car quite a lot. Biravud Birombakti looked quite comfortable there in the 89 entry to start things off. Yeah,
absolutely. But just keeping an eye on the 89 entry, just to make sure that they are able to come out of the pits. And what we saw at the start of the race has not impacted them in any way, shape, or form. But it looks like they're still on track right now. They're still racing hard. Haven't done their pit stop just yet, and that's something we need to look at when the 89 does come in for its pit stop.
Have a look at the pit stop now for the 26 entry. Hank Kicks will climb out of this one after a difficult opening stint and a flat tyre on the opening lap of the race. Hand over to the Sri Lankan driver, Veshan Pieris. And it'll be down to Ashen to see if there's anything that can be recovered from today's action. One of the benefits is that, of course, their pit stop will be shorter for tomorrow, as the success balance of performance gets applied overnight. And right now, out on track, number 90 car is going to go toe-to-toe with the 27 This one's going to be a tight battle. I think this is actually, no, the 90 car, you know what? I don't think they've been in the lane yet, so they're still yet to serve their pit stops. So they're quite keen to get on with this one.
Yeah, there's three cars still yet to serve their pit stops. So that's the number 99 and 18 with a 6-second gap. And remember that number 90's got that pit stop advantage too. But if it does win, it ends up with an extra 15 seconds taken off it for tomorrow as another BOP measure, the old success time that gets added to first, second and third in this GT3 series for Thailand Super Series.
That changes the results up. You nearly kind of want to split the difference every time. Finish on the podium, but only just has been the way forward. It's been an interesting series from lights out in Buriram earlier in the year all the way through the Bang Seng Grand Prix. There was dramas, there was cars in the fence, there was an overtake that happened as the please stop here board gets swiftly moved out of the way for the number 19 B-Quik Absolute entry. And
so Scotty, it looks like the Nissan NXS has come in and out of the pits and had no indication of from what I had from the start pit lane, because it's recording as its pit stop complete and it's back out there on the racetrack. So that's all good for the Honda, and away they go.
Yeah, and good recovery from that team as well. And you see just the number of drivers in that section of the pit lane and the number of team members for B-Quik Absolute. It's difficult to manage too when you've got 5 cars in the competition and all of them want to make a pit stop, all of them want to take the best opportunity. You've only got so many crew members on the ground to get those cars and so many garages to get those cars in and out. Have a look at the fans as well. Everyone out and having a look at this number 18 car as it comes in for its pit stop. I'll fire the thing up and it'll merge back into the pit lane just a few moments. In the meantime, the number 90 car, the BMW, the Chen BMW M4 GT3, still continuing on. The 27 car with Lin Hao at the wheel, now making sure that they're streaking away a little bit after doing their driver swap. Another lap's going to go on. No, they are coming to the pit lane this time by for the number 90 entry. So that means that our entire pit stop time will be complete. And there was a message that came up on my timing charts when the 27 car left the pit lane, Pete. They've made a boo-boo. On the original circuit.
Yeah, they've crossed the pit lane entry line, the number 27 car. It's cost them a 5-second penalty. I was just about to say, did you see the entry for the car 90 there? I don't think the car 90 actually took the proper pit lane, and I think they're going to have to have a look at that. We didn't see the car 27 pit entry, but we did get to see the car 90 entry, and it didn't quite look like they came around the whole of the pit entry. So that was just my immediate flash thought as I saw it, but I wonder if they were going to see something like that as it comes through. Oh, car 27, it's a double tap on them. They've copped another 10-second time penalty for speeding in pit lane as well.
Oh, my word.
Oh, so that's 15 seconds. 1 for trying to cheat the entry and 2 for trying to cheat the speed limit. The speed limit is 60 kilometres an hour, and if you go over that by even 0.1 of a kilometre an hour, you are breaching the speed limit, and there is no excuse for that in any form of racing in motorsport around the world.
Well, it's safety rules, isn't it? As
Absolutely.
well as these pit stop times. It's about safety. Let's slow the pit stops down. We don't need to have the world's fastest pit stops. Formula One can have those all for what they need to get done. It's about keeping everything safe in terms of endurance race, and that's what set the standard for GT3 racing. If we're going to have crew members working on these cars in the middle of the night that might be a little bit underslept because they've been working on them all day, well, let's slow these pit stops down. Let's look after the crews, and the same applies here in the Thailand Super Series.
Absolutely, and it's 60 kilometres an hour for every car, so it's not like, so it means that the cars don't necessarily race through pit lane. Certainly, there's a time race for the crews to achieve what they need, but again, that safety factor of 90 seconds to complete a pit stop, that's a long time to complete a pit stop for a lot of these teams. So it's not necessarily a race in pit lane, and that's what brings the safety factor to the cars in that when they're around all those crew members and the spectators in pit lane. So really important that they maintain those protocols, and as we see, 10-second penalties for breaching the pit lane speed limit. It's almost kind, for someone like me, I in my race controls, sometimes I give them a drive-through for that.
Yeah, well, in terms of things, it'll be all question marks hanging over the number 90 cars have made their pit stop now. They have re-entered, and it looks like they might have re-entered in the lead as well, but we'll get the field cleansed the next time they pass the control line, and we'll find out more about them. And their pit lane entry might be a little bit under review. The cars that have received penalties is a 27, for speeding in the lane. It was a 27 for crossing a white line on entry. I thought the marker might have said exit that they were actually looking at. It was one of the two in terms of their pit lane transit, and the number 9 for a restart race start infringement. It wasn't even a restart. We haven't seen the safety car come out as a part of Thailand Supercar GT3 race 7.
Yeah, that was a false start. So number 9 just got underway a little bit before the red lights went out, and you could kind of see that because there was a car that sort of got into a bit of an overlap situation, which is you're not allowed to do that until the race goes out because effectively you're still under control conditions while those red lights are on.
Pit lane window now closed. All drivers have served their pit stops. It's the number 90 BMW that leads the way at the moment. And again, we are saying that there's a question mark over their pit lane. That's just from stuff that we've noticed. There's no investigation has been noted by race control as of yet. But in the meantime, fastest laps of the session thus far have come out now. It's the 55 car with Luca Angslett behind the wheel. Ran a 36.549 on their most recent lap. Akash Nandi, by the way, 36.648. So there's not much in between at the moment. Luca Angstler, who's trying to ingrain himself within that team, this will be really, really important track time at race speed that he'll now need heading into starting that car tomorrow. Their race may not necessarily be on the cards this afternoon, but it's set this car up, set your driver up for success tomorrow.
No, and it's clear that the timing has worked. It's not as big a gap as I thought it might be with that time difference. But the number 90 and the number 27 were the two cars that had got the bronze combination. So they've got the lowest 90-second minimum time for their pit stop. So they're the two out the front. And then it's the Akash car that had the longer pit stop. But really, they're only sitting about 4.5 seconds behind. So, and you can see that they've already caught up the number 90 car. So, we'll see. I kind of expect to see the number 25 get past the number 90.
Well, there's an update coming through. It's under investigation, the number 90 for crossing pit lane entry. And our sources have said with race control that it is a penalty coming. So we'll get an update on that one. And for the crossing the pit lane entry, was 10 seconds for the car just before? No, it was only 5 for crossing the line.
Yeah, it was 10 for speeding.
Yeah, for the 27 car, who they lead the way, but they've got 15 seconds worth of penalties coming their way. Currently only lead the race by 4 seconds as it currently stands. And Akash Nandi's just made an overtake for position. With what we know, that wasn't actually for position. He would have had it within 5 seconds, which means right now Akash Nandi leads the way on corrected timing.
Because it's the 27 car that has the 15 seconds, isn't it?
Yep. And I tell you what, Voravud Birambakti's handed over to Carlo Van Dam, and Van Dam's put the head down. He is 15.082 seconds behind your race leader. If he goes a little bit faster this time than our race leader, that will be an overtake for position.
Yeah, so we've got some things to keep an eye on here. So we've got number 27 car with 15 seconds. We've got the number 90 car with 5 seconds coming. Hasn't quite been announced before, but we expect it to come.
Expecting it.
And then we got the cars on track, a little bit out of order. And once you reconsider it, and interesting, you just talked about the Carlo Van Dam car in the car 89. It's just eked out. It didn't necessarily close the gap there to the leader. So it just eked out. We'll keep an eye on that gap. It's 15.15 seconds now, but we'll see how that goes as the race comes down. Still 20 minutes to go, and that's an interesting gap just to monitor now, because essentially that could put the Van Dam car into second.
I'll have to keep an eye on things as well, because we've got to talk about some series status and what this means as well. The number 9 car sits in second place. We've already talked about Vincent Florindo and Marcus Winkelhock leading the championship in the number 55 car for B-Quik Absolute Racing. Well, second place in terms of the championship is that number 9 Lexus, and they've got a 5-second penalty as well. And And hello and welcome back to coverage for the Thailand Super Series. Apologies about the technical issues that we have just run into, but there has now been a change for the lead out on track. The number 25 with Akash Nandi behind the wheel has managed to make an on-track overtake on the 27. 27 currently seeing 15 seconds worth of penalties to come his way at the tail end of things. In the meantime, there's a battle on between the number 9 and looks like the 18 trying to get down the ends of them at the final corner, and through they go. Job done for number 18 Audi. Gets the job done, and there we go.
Yeah, and what do we miss, Warraway? The number 25 car has taken the lead. It had a little bit of a fight with the number 27, but team car on team car. So from the live feed, we did get to see it was kind of a team understanding. Number 25 did fight through and is now able to pull away a little bit.
Have a look at the last lap times as well. So it was about 1.5 seconds slower as well, the 27 car. In terms of the standings at this point in time, Carlo Van Dam, well, the numbers change because he's less than 15 seconds to the race leader, except for the race leader is no longer the car that he's chasing. He's just got to be less than 15 seconds behind. It actually now becomes the 27 car in P2, and at this point in time, it's about 13 seconds behind them. So after the post-race penalties of 15 seconds get applied to the 27, that will be P2 for Carlo Van Dam and Team Singer Thailand.
Absolutely, and keep an eye on El Carlo. He might just try and fight in this last 14 minutes to try and get an outright P2 rather than rely on penalties. But that's the nature of drivers, right? They'll know that they're there, but that won't give them up trying to get in front on track, because ultimately they want to see themselves beat the car across the line rather than do it on penalties. I know all drivers want to really, want to win outright, and they don't really like winning when it's penalties.
I'll tell you what, there's just been a significantly slow lap come through from the number 90 BMW, because that is now an overtake that's happening out on track as well. That's the 18 car. They've got supreme pace at this point in time. And I'll tell you what, further down the field as well, Luca Engler just set the fastest Sector 1 time of the session. So he's starting to set the track alight in terms of his lap time. Drops into the 36.4s, and 36.5 last time by. They were the fastest car on track, and for them, 7 seconds up the road now is the number 9 car. But they've only got to get within 5 seconds of them for that one to be done out on track. 12 minutes on the clock. And for your Saturday's action from Buriram International Circuit and your Supercar GT3 class, the word on the day is race control.
I'm going to say, for fans of the BMW, number 90 BMW M4 GT3, it's not good news. They're lapping about 2.5 seconds slower than what they did at the start of the race. So I'm not sure whether that indicates that they've got a tyre problem or they've got something else that's actually slowing them down, because that's a considerable time loss. And they were maintaining pace at the start of the race. They were flying, but right now they seem to have lost a lot of pace. And unfortunately, we just got a message from race control. The team manager for car number 90 has to report to race control after the race. So not sure what that's about. Something that might have happened on track or something that might have happened in the pit stop that we haven't seen.
That feels like a reprimand, more so than a penalty. That says, we've noticed something else that wasn't an issue this time by, but we want to say, hey, you guys need to make sure that you don't do this tomorrow, would be my question in terms of things. They're potentially in with a shot in terms of things, but for number 9 car, again, is going to receive themselves a black and white flag for track limits violations. Next one of those will receive another penalty. If they get another penalty, they'll be 20 seconds penalised off of that number 9 car. We've got an update coming to you from Lane over in Thailand.
Guys, the angle of the sun is causing some trouble with it. A few of the drivers reporting in that they're having trouble seeing into that last corner, which might explain some of the pit entry penalties as well for stepping over the white line on pit entry earlier in the race.
Well, that's an interesting one to contemplate down at the last corner. I mean, we obviously don't get that sense from where the cameras point because we're always looking backwards from that last corner. But effectively, drivers looking up and into the sun coming to the final corner in the pit lane entry.
Yeah, and look, you get a bit of sun, you get the glare on the windscreen at the right angle. It really minimises what you can see, and so sometimes the driver has to go a little bit on feel and understand the braking markers in their peripheral to actually hit that apex. And when you've got to do something different, like actually go into the pit lane entry, it's really easy just to come outside the lines. And we saw that with two cars getting a 5-second pit lane penalty, 5-second penalty just for missing the pit lane entry. Just for missing the lines quickly.
That begs the question then, Pete. Do we think, because obviously it wouldn't be a limiter issue, right? So, once you're on the limiter, you generally stay below it. So whether or not the 2 points of time that you can obviously exceed the limiter is on the way in, whether or not they couldn't see where the white line was on the pit lane entry, or when they've left the pit lane for the 27 machine, they've jumped off of that pit lane speed limiter a fraction too early as well with the sun. Makes a little bit of sense.
That could be the issue for the pit lane speeding fine that we saw of car number 27. But the other two penalties were actually missing the entry lane, so it was cars cutting the line on the entry lane. So not quite what you're talking about. What you're talking about is if you miss hitting your limiter right, you actually end up getting a pit lane speeding penalty.
Anyway, settle things in now. And for Akash Nandi, he's got control of the field with 8 minutes and 40 seconds left on the board. 5 seconds now is the race lead. And for Carlo Van Dam, he's now under 10 seconds behind the 27 car. And he did take another 10th of a second out of Akash Nandi up ahead of him. And we're keeping half an eye on, as well in the background, the progress of the number 55 car still in the 36.9. So in terms of things, when we start this race tomorrow, he's going to be at the wheel of this car. Right now, he's half a second quicker than anyone else out on track. And that is going to be a huge part of whether or not that 55 car will manage to go on to win Thailand Supercar GT3 Championship for your B-Quik Thailand Super Series. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to the final races of the season. And today could just go on to be preparation for tomorrow. It's about getting Luca Engler into that car. It's about getting him settled. When the news came through that Marcus Winkelhock would not be available to race this car this weekend, you can only sit down and say to the driver of the 55, he's done a reasonable effort. He's done a respectable effort. And in challenging circumstances, Pete, yeah, he'll lose some points today, but it might be about just setting him up for tomorrow.
And that's really what he needs to think about. Whenever you have a bad race, but you're out there fighting for the championship, and you've got to think, it's about making sure you make the most of whatever opportunity you have. You mightn't win everything, and very rarely does a single driver win everything. Having said that, Max Verstappen had a pretty good year like that. But normally in motorsport, to win a champion, you've got to be there or thereabouts for nearly all of the races. Particularly in championships where the cars are close and the racing is balanced.
Well, we're going to continue to apply the pressure for right now for Luca Engler. It's to the number 9 car, who struggles to pull the car up at the final corner, running down there into the sunshine, and position gained for the 23-year-old from Germany. Will scoot on by, and Natapong starting to really struggle on board that Lexus. He's having a torrid time out there. And for those of you who are thinking championship standings, this is the two cars that fight it out. This has championship implications. For Lucas Engler, he's trying to get Vincent Fiorendo and friend Marcus Winkelhock a championship when he's summoned into this race car. And that pass on track means that they will not lose points tomorrow in terms of their championship fight. But now the 25 car is 16 points back off of the championship lead. And when they head back to Buriram Circuit tomorrow, it is going to be down to next to nothing. In fact, the championship may swing back the way of the number 25 car.
Well, that makes tomorrow's racing exciting. And given that we've got another commentator in to sit in for me tomorrow, I think I might have to try and sneak some time somewhere to listen to you and Dan call it, Scotty, because it's become interesting. It's not one and done like some of the other championships today.
Yeah, there's a few championships that are now decided in terms of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. But this is not one of them. This is going to come down to the final minutes of the race tomorrow. It's going to come down to the final death knells, the throws. And for a young German driver who is on the up and whose stocks are slowly rising, this will be an opportunity to step into a car at a late opportunity at a track he's probably never done a lot of driving at. And for the Audi Sport driver, this is an opportunity to show his wares on a global stage and see what he's capable of. Down past the lap car right now, the 65 entry for the Aston Martin driver. And for Douglas, it's going to be an extremely long weekend. I can only hope that somebody has got an ice bath on standby for the bronze Malaysian driver of Douglas Coupe.
So, Scotty, we've got 4 minutes to go, which is going to see about 3 or 4 laps. We've got Lucas Engstrom doing lap times and close to, just under 3 seconds faster than Yinyu Chen in the number 90 car. He's still got a chance here to get in front of the number 90 car with the few laps we've got left to go in this race.
Don't forget that there is a 5-second penalty for that car as well, the number 90. So that could become relevant in terms of things. So right now, well, effectively, yeah, you'd 100% be right. He's actually ahead of them right now with 4 minutes left on the clock.
So that's another few points for the 55 car, and that's important to note for the championship standings.
Hank Kicks watches his stablemates on board, and indeed his team. We've already talked about at length the flat tyre on lap number 1 for Hank, and that would have been a wild ride for the owner of the racing team. We talked about not wanting to set the standard for the drivers. Well, when you've got a flat tyre, there's not really all that much you can do, unfortunately, for him. It's been a long, long race ever since Eshan Pieris behind the wheel of that car right now is taking time out of the car ahead of them, but it's, they are a very, very long way behind.
Oh, absolutely. So we've got a few minutes to go left in this race, just over 3 minutes. So essentially we should see 3 more laps of this race, and it's looking like the number 25 of Akash and Adasak are pretty comfortable, eking out a little bit of lead from their B-Quik Audi teammate Huang and Lin Hao in the number 27. Following up in the number 89, a fairly substantial third place right now, not carrying any penalties, is Carlo Van Dam in that number 89 Honda NSX. It's good to see after the troubles they had getting off the line to start that they've really been able to pull up and get into that podium, mate.
And for the 90 car, continuing to struggle. There's their struggles on board right at that point in time as well, as Luca Angela catches up and manages to get the move done out on track as well. So for the DTM driver, another spot grabbed back. Very, very important for him to do so and do so cleanly. So now he'll move himself up inside the top 5 out on track. And the 18 car will be the next one on track that he's hunting down. Right now is 11 seconds back off of that car. But that car lapping in 1 minute 37.3 range. 27 car continues to fall off. So it looks like with the penalties applied to that 27 car, it's going to be a third place finish for them as it currently stands. Their effective time back from the leader right now would be 24 seconds. So for the 18, if they can find some speed late on in this car, they're running out of time. But Pete, I mean, they're not out of a shadow of a podium here as well for the 18.
No, not at all. But I'm keeping an eye on the number 90 car, the Yinyu Chang car. I think they're in trouble of losing a position after time penalty to the number 9 car. They're just over 5 seconds now, but the number 9 car is lapping at about 2 seconds a lap faster. So whether it's a problem with the BMW or whether that's just the pace that the current drivers got in, we might find out a little bit later. But it's looking like, the way I'm seeing it right now, I think the number 90 car is going to drop 1 more position.
Well, I just had a thought, Pete, and look, don't take anything from this, but thought that just popped in my mind. The driver behind the wheel of the number 90 car right now is actually the slower 2 of the 2 drivers that make up that driver combination. So my question to you would be, we know that the team manager for that car has been summoned to the steward's office post-race. Do you think it's because there's been a miscommunication and put their drivers in the wrong way round?
Potentially, but they're both bronze-rated drivers. So, if you base the driver allocation or driver order on the FIA license classification, then I think they can go either way. But if both drivers have to set a time and it's based on driver speed, regardless of license classification, then potentially that might be a misunderstanding that needs to be just investigated and worked through between the race director and the team manager.
Yeah, and confirmation coming from the YouTube chat. Is in you, Betty? Yes, there was a Betty logo or a Betty name card on that car as well. So for Yin Chen, we believe that seeing the name on the side of that car, that would be Betty Chen in behind the wheel of the number 90 car. And setting laps as it currently stands for the 25. They're going to come up through 9, 10, and 11. They'll set the run on towards turn 12, and they will receive the last lap board this time by. In terms of race standings, it's not really going to be all that effective for them. They won't be too worried about how far back their nearest rivals are. 11 seconds on the track, 26 seconds, and confirmation the final lap board has now been displayed. The run to home now for the 25 car. And we'll talk in terms of championship standings. This could have been the car that won the championship. The 27 now across the line, followed by the Honda NSX in the background with Carlo Van Dam at the wheel. Race 1 of the championship for the 25 car. They come home from Buriram with a win. And then it was only good enough for 5th place on day number 2. Bang Seng Grand Prix, well, it only had disaster written all over it for the drivers of the 25 car. DNF in race 1 from Bang Seng, DNF in race 2. And finally, we went across to Malaysia, and these guys got to take to Sepang International Circuit. It was a phenomenal weekend worth of racing and absolutely worth the watch. And second place there in both the races. So they've had pace, they've had speed, and just like the bulk of the field, they'll look back at it and go, you know what? That race 3, race 4, that's all the difference. They just needed a result from one of those races. They'd be in championship contention here, Pete.
Yeah, but as we've seen, this race, and we saw at Sepang, one of these cars you can get taken out lap 1, turn 1, and that's race over. I'm still you're watching closely. P25 and looking like they're going to take the win easy, but for car 27, I think that's an effective P3 because they're still carrying a 15-second penalty, and the 89 Nissan GTX is well within that 15 seconds. I think that's going to swap those positions, those on-track positions over, which will mean that 89 will be effectively second place.
Yeah, and they're going to come through the final couple corners. For the 27, they will cross the track, across the start-finish line in P number 2, but it's 15 seconds you've got to count off. For Carlo Van Dam, it'll be P2 from the Buriram International Circuit and the Honda NSX in its first outing. You'll take home some silverware from that side of the garage. The 26 car, by our timing, is somehow managed to... No, okay, so timing has failed us on that behalf, but the 89 car, followed by the 18 home of Li Juanyu and Lu Wenlong, the Chinese entry for the absolute B-Quik outfit in the R8 Evo 2 Audi, manages to cross the line in P4 on track, and for Lucas Engsler, its P5 was what he was able to get back to, and 12 seconds back from P4. Pete, I've got an update. Based upon our final finishing times, 15 seconds reminder, ladies and gentlemen, was the penalty that's to be applied to the 27 car. Well, they finished 11.978 seconds back off the race lead. I don't think they're going to finish on the podium whatsoever. You had 15 seconds of the time, 26.978. The 89 car of Voravud and Carlo Van Dam will get promoted to P number 2, and it's going to be the number 18 car. So we'll see 2 Audis on the podium. It's just a matter of which one is which, and it's just switched around on our timing sheet as well. The number 18 car is going to come home in P3, and they will get the result. How's that for a final lap worth of drama? It did come down to the last lap, and it's less than half a second that's in it.
That was fabulous. I was looking at the time as you were speaking about it and going, number 8, now 27's not even on the podium here. That's 0.5 of a second. What an exciting finish, even from time. Like, it didn't look like it on track, but, You know, those penalties, you know, a team's going to go and slap themselves now and have a look at how did they get that speeding penalty? How did they get that pit entry penalty? You know, because even one of them has cost them a podium. It's cost them a trophy today. But here we go, back to the highlights. A really good start. A lot of the cars went wide after turn one. Scotty, here go to you to finish off, mate.
Yeah, this was what it looked like on lap number 1. Keep your eyes deep in the field for one of the B-Quik Audis as it spins off. Unfortunately, a puncture early on in the piece, and then this was the huge moment for the number 9. Gave the false start, jumped it, and then went again for them, but then it was just a struggle to hang on to the rear end of the number 9 car. It did manage to resurrect that car. This was an incident that we didn't end up seeing in the background as well with some of the issues that we had throughout the piece. It was a 65 car with Dominic Koo. So Douglas Koo behind the wheel, unfortunately for him, is the solo driver of that Aston Martin car. The pit stops went by because they're sped up. They looked like they were in a hurry. They absolutely were in a hurry. It's the 25 that come out, had some work to do to hunt down the 27. They did that for Akash Nandi and Adasak Tungpacharon. They managed to come away with the race win out on track. Didn't need time penalties to affect that one. They were quick. They were consistent all weekend long. And for the 25 car, could this result today put them in with a realistic hunt of the outright championship win tomorrow? It is going to come all down to the wire. 1 hour's worth of action out of the way today for the Thailand Supercar GT3 field. Tomorrow, we crown ourselves a champion. But that's not all from the action here from the racetrack today. Final race of the day is going to be the C-Class Super Pickup drivers who will get the track all to themselves. And we saw the action for the A and B class drivers a little bit earlier on. There were some engines pushed to the absolute limit. I don't know if we're going to see some of that from our C-Class drivers.
We don't know. But look, at the end of the day, it was a really good race, you know. We've got a championship that's still up to grabs. That makes tomorrow really important for those, particularly those cars out the front, the number 55 car and the number 25 car. They've got something to fight for tomorrow. So the other thing to look out for is you're going to get some success competition times added to some of the pit stops now for 25, 89 and 18. So they're going to get 15, 10 and 5 seconds added to their pit stop time respectively. Notably in the AM series, the number 90 was able to hold off the number 9. So did finish 6 overall according to the timing. So even with the 5-second penalty applied. So they did hold off that BMW. It didn't drop too far down the field, but from a car that was fighting up the front at the start of the race, it certainly dropped off. And I think those guys, you know, everybody out there that was following that car was kind of hoping it probably would have stayed up there for the whole race.
And for the few of you that are watching along at home, they'll be sitting here and going, hang on, there was actually quite a few extra cars when we went over to Sepang earlier on in the season. And sort of discussing it. What was the go with championship standings over there? Well, there was a number of cars that were allowed to enter the championship, but they weren't actually competing for outright honours. We're just getting some discussion in the background. What actually happens to the number 18 car? For them, podium on debut, that's a phenomenal prospect. But all of a sudden, does that mean that Vincent Fiorendo and Lucas Engsler, who's subbing into that car for Marcus Winkelhock, does that now mean that they're going to be getting 4th place points? We'll get confirmation for that coming your way, hopefully in the very near future, which is the difference between 10 points and I think 8 points. So it is a 2-point differential, and it is rather important to that championship because the difference for the 25 car is that they'll get 25 points for the race win, which will take them to 96. That much we can absolutely confirm. Well, 10 versus 8 points is nearly a tie in terms of things. It's actually the difference of who loses the championship going to the final round. If the 87 car gets 10 points, well, that'll take them to 97 points. They'll lead the championship by a single point heading into the final race of the season. If they finish 5th place and get the 5th place points, as well as we're seeing the interview with Carlo Van Dam at the moment as well, that means that the championship will be led by the 25 car. That's how close it is. It's going to be 1 point into it in the championship fight when we head to results tomorrow.
And as I said earlier, the 25 car will end up with a 15-second success competition time added to its pit stop tomorrow for winning today, whereas the car 55 for coming 5th won't have any success competition time added to it. So car 55 gets a 14-second advantage over the 25 car tomorrow. That might make the difference in the championship, Scotty.
Yeah, that's going to be huge in terms of things as well. And you saw the action, and they were talking to Carlo Van Dam. I'm sure he'd have quite a lot to say about the performance of that NSX and whether or not they've had the opportunity to do shakedowns as well with that car. So a lot to really talk about in terms of things, and multiple cars up and down the field. 1 point championship fight, Pete. I'm chomping at the bit. And Marcus Winkelhock, all he can do is sit in a hotel room, not be feeling so crash hot, and go, man, I've just got to trust in the driver that we've got in to substitute for us.
Well, that's what you do. If you're in a team and you're a part of a team, you must be able to trust all the people as part of that team to actually have success, right? That's why we have different people that do all sorts of different roles. And, Marcus, whilst feeling under the weather, is probably going to be pretty happy that the guys have got a look in and maybe a little bit of an advantage tomorrow.
Yeah, questions will be asked. There are questions to be answered. On the flip side of a couple minutes worth of a break right here, we're going to step away, grab a couple mouthfuls of water after 60 minutes worth of GT3 action. We will take a quick break and catch our breath to bring you the final race of today's action with the Thailand Super Series Super Pickups to bring you action from D2 class.
ที่สุดก็เดินทางมาถึง2สนามสุดท้ายนะครับที่บุรีรัมย์ครับพี่พิดาครับในรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, and welcome back to final coverage of the day. And you can see the guys from the Thai studio over at Buriram, and how important it is to sit down and go through all of your pre-race analysis. No, that's not our pretty faces on screen in the background. Those are race cars. Look slightly below them. That's me and Peter Baxter. Bringing you all the coverage as a part of the Speed Cafe partnership with the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. It's been an awesome pleasure to bring you coverage thus far throughout the weekend. For Peter Baxter, this is about to be your final race of the Thailand Super Series for 2023. What is your favourite memory from this year?
Oh, that's a big question. I mean, look, I think first of all, just to be able to be involved, for Speed Cafe to bring us on board from the sim racing team has been awesome. I really enjoyed the commentary, but I think getting a much better understanding of how all of the BOP comes together and the pit times and the success times, and putting that all together and just being able to put that in a race and hopefully allow everybody to understand, or interpret what they're seeing on the track with just cars in positions through to actually a race. And that's been really cool for me to be a part of. So, thanks for letting me have involvement. Obviously tomorrow Dan's going to step in for me, but no, it's been awesome to be involved in the Thailand Super Series, and I hope I get to play a part some shape or form when we get back into 2024.
Yeah, well, we will thank you for all your coverage and everything on board. It's been an absolute pleasure. And, I'll say a big thank you to Thailand Super Series for the opportunity. To be frank with you, because this has been some amazing racing we've seen this week, and let alone the opportunities, we've got to be back and be a part of this. Can announce to you watching along, ladies and gentlemen, the English language broadcast team that is on board. You'll be seeing myself back next year. Hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit of Peter Baxter in some form or the other, and Daniel Yeaman will be on commentary with us here tomorrow, as well as we'll say a big shout out to our producer that's been our lovely voice in our ear right throughout today. Jay Kennedy's does all the work behind things to get us graphics up, get those videos that you've been seeing from Troy sent across and converted and attached to the stream. He's the unsung hero of our broadcast team out and over here, so we want to say a big thank you to everyone that's been a part of it, as well as to the series organisers for having us on. And the return for 2024, ladies and gentlemen, the English language broadcast will be back as a part of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series, so keep your eyes on that one. For now, though, we turn our eyes to what you were just witnessing on the screen, and the breakdown, the points breakdown. It's come down to the crucial phases at the tail end of things. We're into the last stanza of race number 7, which is the Super Pickup Class D2. And the C-Class drivers out here, Pete, they're about to be unleashed. And there are a few beasts from this class.
No, and as we know with C-Class drivers, these are guys that generally will race just a little bit slower. They don't necessarily have the experience that A and B class drivers do. So consequently, they do make a little bit more mistakes. They might do a little bit of extra door banging, and we might see a little bit more excitement in the race. And with 22 cars on the grid, Scotty, that's a whole lot of cars at a standing start with a series that we do know will tend to go 3 and 4 wide into what is a very fast turn 1 here, with a easy to go off the track limit, but it's got a nice wide runoff.
Easy to go off the track limit. I think it's easier to count on one hand the number of cars who haven't run off the track limits throughout the course of racing at turn number 1 today. The stewards have said, we're going to be a little bit kinder to you. I've been enjoying this guy's lovely face just about all weekend. I believe his name is Goody. He's our Thai grid reporter that's down over there and talking with both the grid girls and the drivers right up and down the field today. It's been awesome to see him at work. And for you, ladies and gents, watching along at home, the final race of December the 16th is just about to be underway. And I'll tell you what, we've actually got a grid report coming your way from our reporter on the ground in Thailand as well.
On the grid now for the last race of the day, 12 laps in Super Pickup. Looks like we've lost a few of the trucks from earlier in the day. I think the heat really got to a few of the competition cars, unfortunately, but the whole front straight now is completely in the shade, and the temperature has come off a number of degrees just in the last 20 minutes or so here at the track. So as we move into the evening, a very, very pleasant evening, but again, that last corner. Hopefully the sun's not too bad for these competitors for the last race, but looking forward to a fun 12 laps to finish the day.
I mean, I'm still waiting for Troy Williams to come back to us with. We said I asked him a little bit earlier in the background, just checked in, make sure his energy levels are fine, being an Aussie as well. Albeit he is from the north end of the country, not the very very north end, but he will certainly have a little bit better of a grasp on the conditions that are over there. This is the update from the 54 car as well. There's a little bit of damage to the rear end of that car. Is that a rear wing that's not necessarily looking in the best of shape by the look of things, Pete?
No, there's no back.
No back
There's
tray.
no tray. Most of them will have a tray lip that they should fold up. So, but I can see the car in the background. That doesn't seem to have a back tray either. It's just got an open roll bar. That might be a feature of the back of most of the cars here. Because that would, having a quick look. No, none of them have got a back tray, so it might just be that little bit of a curvature in the back wing as a bit of a damage. As we know, most of these wings generally have to be fairly straight, and when the scrutineers put a gauge over them, they sort of a go no go, and if they whack a go no go over a bent wing. Cars can end up with disqualifications when scrutineers have a look at things like that. So that mightn't be a good thing showing that on telly. It might have actually drawn the ire of people that might necessarily need to come and check it after the race.
Yeah, you scrutineers are no fun. You won't let me out on the track with my beat-up car. There's some more shots from over in Thailand. Have a look at the framing that's required to strap that wing to this car, and have a look at the radiators that are in the back end of this car as well. That'll be for palming off some of the excess heat. They take up just about the entirety. The number of shots that we've seen of the front grills of these Thailand super pickups, they want everything they can possibly get, sucking air in through the front end of these cars. Well, that doesn't leave an awful lot of space for radiating some of that heat. Sometimes you've got to vent that heat any way that you possibly can. Add another radiator here, add another length of pipe there, and hope that you can vent out as much of that heat as you physically can.
Well, Scotty, they look like oil coolers to me, so they're most likely engine oil cooler and transmission oil coolers. Just something to run the oil through and keep it down as the cars are going through. Because you get three types of heat dissipation from an engine, and one of them is through the convection through oil coolant, but you've got to get that out through a radiator and then it radiated into the air. So there's two types of transfer to get it out of the car through that fluid and then through those oil coolers. So normally when you're putting small little, what looks like little radiators out the back, that's what they're running through them is oil coolers, and that's normally to keep some major components a little bit cooler and less stress.
I tell you what, everyone is down on the grid. Everyone is getting ready to rumble. Your pole position driver, and we said there's 22 of them for this class. There's 5 cars from the tail end that don't have a time registered against them. The front end of the pack capable of setting 1 minute 59s in terms of your Class C standings. Let's top in terms of your championship standings as well. A couple of results that shake things up a little bit, and there's 2 cars in particular that I'm keeping half an eye on. It's the 96 and 53 that sits second and third in terms of the championship. In terms of things, Supercorn leads the way in your number 4 entry on 74 points. We'll start off with the third row of the grid, but it's also the 98 car, which is a fair bit deeper in the pack and indeed failing to set a valid lap time, whether or not that's a scrutineering issue. For the second last row of the field is Woodapat. Did receive disqualification from race number 3 earlier in the year, and Pora Mate in the 53 entry is the other one that also got disqualified from that race earlier in the field. We'll start on row number 2, so obviously car passed scrutineering earlier on in the day. If he's going to call back some points on Supercorn, it'll be incredibly important to do that now.
Yeah, and Supercorn sitting there in row number 3 in car number 4. So a little bit of a mix up there for the championship. It's not a case of the championships out the front. And as we know with these trucks, you get different finishing orders. It's mixed up all the time. It's not always the same drivers, but it's nearly always the same sort of 4 or 5 that find their way to the front and then have a bit of a fight. So we got in terms of championship, we've got 20 points between first in the championship, Supercorn, and 4th, Kittapong. With 2 races to go, 40 points up to grab, and there's only 20 points separating the top 4. This is going to be another case where it's unlikely that the champion is going to be sorted today, and these guys are going to go down to the wire tomorrow.
Yeah, Arnifap has had that window just about all the way closed. And for Krekpong, you can see there's a safety net there because he wants that window as open as he possibly can to get some air into that car. That seems a lot better from the 66 entry off of the outside at the 5th row of the grid. 10th spot for Chayapon Chentakit. And he's got that door still extremely open, trying to suck some air into that cockpit and make it a little bit cooler as the sun starts to set over in Thailand. Getting late in the day now too, Pete, as well. Local time over there, 5:30 p.m. local time in the Northern Hemisphere. So it's winter, so day is coming to an end.
No, so it's likely to be the case of those cars with the window nets and the windows down. They're not running air conditioning. The cars with the windows up, they'll be running air conditioning.
Right. Get me one of those ones. Yeah, somebody get on the phone, get on the blower, get me one of those ones with air conditioning. I'll go and do hot laps in that thing.
Yep. And the reason they got the doors open, Scotty, right now is they haven't started the cars up yet. So now they're about to get them started, and we'll get those air conditioners working in the closed cabins.
Fire them up. Get some air breathing life into these drivers because we're about to set sail for the final race of the day. You can see the lights starting to come on and the effect they're actually having on our start straight. Sun in behind the grandstand at this point in time. Like we said, 5:30 p.m. on the dot. It just ticked over 5:30 p.m. on our live timing screen a moment ago. And we are about to get underway for our formation lap for your Super Pickup Class D2. All of these drivers competing directly with each other for points. And there is no other class of driver out on the track that will be sharing it with these guys, unlike the Super Pickup Class D1, where you've got the mix of A and B drivers as they set sail on their formation lap. The final category for today, Pete. Oh, you know what? This is your last race with us for this year. I'll let you walk us through the grid order if you don't mind.
Oh, thanks, Scotty. That's a devil move for the final race.
The last moment, yeah.
In the truck racing, right? Really have had a tough time with some of these names, but we'll give it a go.
Yeah, I've done all the prep work, sat down in the background, learned all my Thai names, but for you, Pete, this will be a journey. Take us through the Super Pickup Class D grid order that's about to come up on your screen.
Let's talk about the track first. It's a classic Herman Tilke design track. A nice long double straight with a tight turn 1 for sector 1. We've got the double turn hairpin turn 3, really fast turn 4. 3 and turn 6 for sector 2, and then a tight little stadium section for sector 3. The official tyres is the Hancock Venus RS4 for the Super Pickup. 18-inch tyre. It's a groove tyre, so not full slip. It's something they can race in the grid. So let's go to the grid now for race 7, the final race of the day. So on pole, we've got Sirac in the 89 car with Kittapong in the 18 coming second. Just going to go over picket fast. 9 Cherisac and Supercorn. 56, row 14, 63 and 7 feet. Row 5, 9 and 66, and row 6, 11 and 12. Kittasak in the 13th through to 15th and Pocho in 16th. 17th through to 20th, we've got 54 through to 56, a couple of team cars there, and rounding up the group, we've got Akachat and Woodachai in the car 69 at the back end. Didn't set a qualifying time, but certainly will be under pressure for the race.
I'm going to go through and say, P, they did you dirty there. That's the quickest they've run through the grid all day today.
I think they've done you dirty all day, mate, because I got to miss out on most of the names. But essentially, look, this is a big field, and it's a good 22-car field. The safety car will be leading them round, about to pull away. The guys will form up into double formation, and standing start, if I'm right, for the truck, Scotty. And then we'll see a nice fight with this lot into turn 1.
I can't believe they've done that to you, Pete. I was sitting alongside here and going, yeah, Pete's got this. He's going to be able to read through that. They raced through those grid orders. So it's going to be the 89 of Surachai from pole position. Kittapong off along his outside. Chaiwat in the 28 machine off alongside Poromate on row number 2. Tirasak, Supercorn, Jakrafan and Arnufap make up your next 2 rows of 3 and 4. Krokpong and Chaipon on row number 5. Thanawat, Mudia, Kiatasak, and Sangchai on row number 7, Tassanai and Pichai in the 26 and 97, row number 8. 54 of Saranyu and Somnak, the first of the cars that did not set a time, was Somnak in the 67 machine, Woodapat in the 98, Chaturovet in the 56, 34 of Akachat, the 69 of Woodashai, we heard, may not make the grid. We'll keep an eye in the background of that last row of the grid. Maybe one car missing from that one. Ladies and gentlemen, your final race of the day of the Thailand Super Series, race number 7, the Saturday, December the 16th. Who is about to receive a Christmas trophy of a Thailand Super Series class win? Will they decide it today, or is it going to go down to tomorrow, Pete?
Certainly, I don't think we're going to see our championship decided today, but who can take away a single class trophy? That'd be a nice little pre-Christmas gift, wouldn't it?
Oh, boy, wouldn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the yellow flag on the back left-hand side of your starting grid. We'll see that change to a green flag in just a few moments' time. They're holding on a fair while here. Green flag is out. We'll keep our eyes towards the front end of town now. The lights are about to come on for your Thai Super Pickups, your Class D2, your Class C drivers, and they're off and away as they try and get these things lit up. And indeed, on the outside of the front row of the grid, it's going to be Kittapong. I think actually got a terrible start. No, he's actually managed to get that one away quite well. Surachai is going to pinch him off as they run down to the turn number 1. 3 wide on the second row back through there. I think that might have been Poromat. It wasn't Chaiwa who went in quite deep. They're 5 wide in the background. 5 wide as they try and rejoin the track. They said it's the last race of the day. The lights are on, and I don't think there's been any less room given all day long.
Now, did anybody tell them that the race director is still here? It might be 5:30, but he certainly hasn't gone home for beers yet.
Whoa!
Whoa!
That is an incredible save from the driver of the green machine.
That is truck racing extraordinaire. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just come to see some of the best rating by the C-Class Thailand Super Series truck drivers, and to be able to hold the oversteer all the way up there around the double apex hairpin, maintain it out with some serious resistance. Oh, there's a massive brake back on. That's trouble. Oh, that's not brakes.
No, that looks like a
that's
gearbox.
An engine. That's an engine or a gearbox. Yep.
Yeah, it's coming from the centre of the car, not from
Yep.
the engine bay. So that was a huge blowout from that car. Trying to put the torque through that differential has not gone the way that the driver was intending as they turn themselves back through 6 and 7 for the first of 12 laps for the last time today. And you can see the smoke in the background. There's a huge accident back down there on the inside of turn 7. Off on the inside of the track, there's no gravel down there, and able to pull it away for the driver. The number 9 car is Kurokpon, who was up reasonably well inside the top 10 after starting in 9th place for race number 7. Has all of a sudden fallen to the rear of the field. We'll try and get you an update of what car it was that was actually missing. I think the 69 car didn't make the start of the race, and we're about to get an update on who it was. It was contact for Kurokpon. He got pinched off on the inside of turn number 7 there, and well, you said it, Pete. The stewards are still here. They're still watching, and they might have something to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen the cars that got down the auto. I still haven't worked out. There might be Chawa, the number 28 car, which is one that's had the mechanical failure there, because that's the only one that hasn't recorded the time on that next lap. So
I think it was from the second row of the grid.
Yeah. So the number 28 car started fairly high. Yeah, and that's a big championship indication because he's P6 in the championship, so that's a big failure at this stage of the championship.
Yeah, and Surachai, Fengfong, and Kimpong Nimpapan are going to lead it away for race number 7 for these guys. Supercorn's jumped through from 6 on the grid. Got a reasonably good getaway. He's already up into P number 3, and he's been given a little bit of life and permission to go and chase down the leader, see if he can't go and get there. Now, Poromate's going to crawl all over into the 67 car of Somna, all the way down at the tail end of the field, has ended up in the barriers as well. And those locked rear tyres.
Yeah, is that a big lock up maybe? Is that something in the driveline that's locked up? Because, he was driving along the straight and those tyres were locked up. So something certainly failed in that, and maybe it's a gearbox lock up or something that's actually caused just the rear wheels to lock up and spinning, because that's an odd place to spin. That's not a braking failure or an over corner, over driving failure. That's another mechanical one there for 67 of Somnak Pentium.
They are Yeah, so the 28 was the engine of gearbox when it left the circuit, which was Chiawat. And unfortunately, he's now down at the tail end of things. It was the 34 we saw at turn 3 on the opening lap. Well, based upon that sort of driving, indeed, it might be the 34 that was all out 5 kinds of sideways.
Oh, here we go. A safety car coming out, which is going to neutralise this race, get them all back together, and we'll be able to clean up. Yeah, the 67.
Look at where that is.
Yeah, they have to bring out the safety car because if that was a lock brake, then essentially you come off the brake and keep the car going. So it definitely has to be something mechanical in there. Maybe a gearbox lock up and it's just locked up the back end of the drive line. So there's no way the driver will be able to get that car going. He's trying to stay. He's already out of the car there, so they're going to put that on the tow truck and clear the race.
I'm going to go ahead and say that might be a money shift, where you go for fifth gear and you accidentally get third. Just with where that one's locked, although the tyre marks aren't actually all that long in terms of the track, because have a look at the black marks on the rear end of that thing. So whether or not maybe a rear brake is locked on.
No, and he's right on the inside of the circuit at what is a very, very high-speed corner, right? So normally if you're on the racing speed and at racing speed, you're going to be on the other side of the circuit there. So that indicates to me that the driver already knew something has gone wrong in the car and he pulled off to the left to make sure that everybody had their racing speed coming up to turn 4, and then that whatever broke in the car broke and spun him around. That's why the skid marks, the witness marks are there as short as you're seeing them, Scotty.
Yeah, interesting. That is incredibly interesting. But, anyway, so they were looking under the 28 machine, which is the car that we think has lost either a driveline or an engine on that opening lap and had this huge blow-up on the run down to turn number 4. There was a lot of looking, inspecting, people checking underneath that car on the starting grid before it got away. And it only made it, a formation lap and 3 corners before it all come to fruition for that team. Field's going to be neutralised now with a safety car. Remember, it's 12 laps the race distance, so there is no time certainty. There may be time certainty as we get later and later into the evening here. But for right now, it is 12 laps. Every lap we lose on the safety car is equal to 1 lap out of race time, and we don't have a confirmation as of yet if they will actually go time certain. I think we might have enough time to get the remainder of this race in.
No, that's right. And these laps under safety car do count, so they do keep ticking them off even though it's under safety car. So this will be another lap down. But essentially what it does is it cools the tyres off again, and it means in the restart, these light things. Coming down to turn 1, I think we're going to see a whole bunch of cars breaching track limits again. But let's see, because they haven't had a long time on the safety car, but just had the message that the safety car's going to come pit in this lap. So that's good. Again, that the crews and the marshals out there that have volunteered for the day, certainly performing a super duty out there and clearing these cars super quick.
They've had their hands full. In terms of a couple of the categories, and have a look at the field that has been I reckon they're going to have to do maybe one more lap. No, safety car's coming in. The safety car is coming in. It's about to leave the field. We're about to go back green flag racing. They've done a phenomenal job of getting this race back underway. That's fantastic.
That's one of the quickest safety car clearances we've seen in a long time, mate.
Was that less than a lap? It was about a lap.
About a lap, yeah.
That's phenomenal.
No, good on. Congratulations.
To all the marshals over at the Broome International Circuit, my hat is off to you, because you have rescued what was a race that looked like we're going to lose maybe 2-3 laps and maybe go back with 7 laps left to go. We're going to have 9 green flag laps left to go as we come out of the last couple of corners this time by. So the run up through 9, 10, 11 here, you see the safety car actually pull away from the field. And with that car behind the fence, we can go back to green flag racing. Confirmation right there that the field is now under Surachai's control, and things are going to be condensed a little bit towards the front end of this one. And the 98 car as well, keep half an eye on him, because he was from the back rows of the grid. 19th that car started. It was already up to 4th place, Pete. We've got another surge through the field, and we've seen a few of these today.
Yeah, I was just looking at the time there going, I'm sure that 98 car was down the back of the field. We've only done 2 laps and he's already up the 4th. That's phenomenal riding. So he must have some sensational speed in that car. We are away, and here we go. Are we going to see the breach of track limits that we've seen with a lot of cars? The opposing tyres are pulled off. And yeah, here they go. Out they go. Starting to use the blue tarmac in between the track and the pit lane exit. A couple of cars there. Another couple of ticks off the race director.
Do you remember that car that was all kinds of sideways when we got down to turn 3 on the opening lap? I reckon it might have been the 98 machine.
No, it was a green one, mate. It was a green one.
Green.
So,
it is green. And there he is as he tries to get it down into turn number 3. Somebody trying to get down the inside of him with the 4 machine, and that'll be Supercorn, who started on the 3rd row of the grid, has got underneath him in terms of things as they try to get the car back underway. Down off of turn number 3, they're under turn 4. They'll be side by side the whole way down the straight as 4 versus 98. Woodapat versus Supercorn. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be Woodapat when they get down here to turn number 4.
And that is the championship battle.
As the 34 is going to dive down the inside as well. And this is a big opportunity for that car. Akachat from the rear of the field. Another car from the rear of the field has come all the way through towards the front end of the race. And for the 34 car, put your hands together. My word, what an overtaking display. But Woodapat and Akachat.
Absolutely. To overtake the current championship leader like that, just as he's on the exit of fight, that's like taking a whole opportunity. But are we seeing the number 4 car under a whole lot of pressure? Who's that off the track? Is that the number 4 car? It is. That is the number 4. That's the current championship leader. He's come off the track, Scotty. Slowed down. He's lost another 3 spots. So he's now down to 6th, 7th, as I've got it right now. We'll see if that is another spot. No, 8th, 9th, 10th. So the number 4 is dropping down the order. That's bad news for his championship leading.
Tweeting confirmation was the driver who had all the issues on lap number 1 with that car out all kinds of sideways down at turn number 3. And for the 66 driver is Chayapon Chantakit, putting on his best drift capabilities in non-race trim. Well, it could be in the 26. It's just gone through the front of shot as well as Tassanai Jaiman. Looked quite similar to that car. The 42 is going to try and go off and alongside of him for what's higher. The 90 in behind these guys as well, Sangchai, as they run down the back end here. And the 4 is in the pit lane.
Yeah, big news, Scotty. The number 4 is pulled into the pit lane. So we had a little bit of a dropout in the English broadcast again there, but as we went through that dropout, the number 4 had dropped down the pit order. And as we come back, we see that number 4 is in pit lane. And as you and I both know, in a sprint race, you don't go into pit lane unless you absolutely need to. So that's a mechanical failure for number 4. And I'll tell you what, that he's going to lose positions in the championship, and he won't be leading the championship at the end of this day, given that the number 98 is up there in P4 right now, and really only has 6 points to get in front of him. So this is championship-changing stuff for number 4 car.
I'm just looking for the 69 cars. Some cars that we're looking at on shot at this point in time, the 26 and the 69, aren't actually on that front 20 page in terms of your timing at this point in time, but this is an intense battle that's being fought by these guys. It might not be the 69 entry as it's entered under the timing sheets that we've got necessarily in front of us. 26 is currently sitting in 10th place at this point in time. And the lights starting to come on as Surachai goes past the start-finish line at Birmingham to put one more lap in the book. 7 laps now to go in your Saturday night action. Has Kittapong got anything that he can throw back at the driver of the 89 car? And this is going to have championship implications. There's a lot on the table now with the number 4 of Supercorn in pit lane.
And what you've got to look out for in terms of championship implications is this race here between the 53 of Borobat and the 98 of Woodapat. These 2 cars are in contention for the championship with Supercorn out. That means these 2 cars need to maximise this opportunity and try and make a bit of a gap in the championship. So right now that's going to bring them much closer to number 4 car. It's going to make tomorrow's race a whole lot more exciting. But they don't necessarily have to win, because they're just got to take advantage of having Supercorn out.
Well, we talked about it all season in terms of the these sorts of classes, that it's about making sure that you finish the race, not overdriving from what your car is capable of, and then you not overdriving from what you're capable of in terms of looking after the car, get through it. The street circuit race at Bungsen certainly proved that.
Yeah, and Scotty, as we're 5 laps in, and as we see, we're already getting a black and white flag warning. So car number 26 has received the first track limits warning. So that's the Tassani number 26 in P10. So he's going to look out. Again, such close racing. This is one of those cases where a 5-second penalty might cost you 5 to 10 positions on track.
Yeah, such is the closeness of the racing up and down the field. Incident between the 9 and 34, no further action as well. It was contact between those two cars. It sent Kirkpawn tumbling down through the field on the opening lap, so clearly overlap not required, and overlap was provided very, very late on in the piece, and racing route not required to be given. It was the decision of the officials. Whether or not the number 9 just missed his turn in and self-penalised himself. Kittapong now 1.5 seconds back off Surachai as they run through half race distance in the book. 6 laps left to go with the 4.4 kilometre circuit here in Buriram. 24 kilometres left to run in terms of race distance. Now they're running out of time. 24 kilometres for most of us is less than the distance to the servo.
Well, for you it's only like 200 metres for me, but it's a long way to go still in this race for these trucks. So we're about halfway through the race now. C-class drivers, we've got a championship that's up for grabs. We've got P3 and P4 fighting it out from champion contention, and we've got P1 and 2 having a big old fair fight to actually take the first trophy of the weekend away home for the C-class trucks.
It's Sangchai on the run down in there. It's the number 69 on the side of his truck. It's the number 90 that is on the dash of that car. I was wondering why I couldn't see that car in terms of the timing sheets out there at this point in time. But it's a side-by-side battle with Kiatasak. And one of the prettiest trucks that we've seen just about all weekend long, the number 90 for Sangchai as well. It's been beautiful to watch. Down through this middle sector now is Surachai. And this is where Kittapong's been making a ton of time up as they head into the back of the circuit. It'll be the turn in through 8 through 9. And the dip and the rise out the other side through 10 and 11.
And Scotty, our leader's just received the black and white flag for exceeding track limits, so he's now on notice. And you don't really want to lose a race by a 5-second penalty. So, that actually is good news for Kittapong in the number 18, because his job now is to keep keep the 89 under as much pressure as possible. He doesn't now have to overtake him, but if he puts enough pressure on the 89, exceeds those track limits another time, then that 5-second penalty changes the result of the race.
Continuing on though is the battle up and down the field, and you can basically look up and down the timing charts and find people right next to each other. Such is the closeness of sprint racing. And the 19 will try and hold off of the number 9 at this point in time, close on the track. Last time by it was the number 9 that crossed the stripe first. This time by it's going to be the number 19 as Tirasak gets back by Kirkpawn, and Kirkpawn's probably got a little bit of red mist underneath that visor at this point in time after being round on lap number 1. Tumbling down through the order. Now's the opportunity to get the elbows out. 5 laps left to run. Surachai leads the way. And last time by, dipped to the 2010s. Kittapong took some time out of it. 0.3 of a second now faster for the number 18.
Exciting race they got. It's really put on a show. Not much, that was car just tried to turn in there, but the number 19 Delco car just held its line, didn't have to turn in as much, and it actually put that other car just off a bit. Nearly come to turns, come to a bit of door-to-door bang, but the drivers were switched on enough. And there's another track limits breach for sure coming the way of the car 18. It hasn't had a black and white flags warning yet, but maybe if we see that, that's going to even it up between the two cars.
I'll tell you what, I'm enjoying this racing under lights for the Super Pickups. Their final visit to the circuit for today's racing action. We're talking about 0.3 of a second last time by Pete, taken out from the number 18. He's going to take even more on this lap, and he's going to challenge him into the final corner here. There is a little bit of overlap, and we've had another car suffer a failure on the run down to the final corner. And is that another engine? Is that another differential for the 89? Albeit he's going to make his way into the pit lane.
That's another gearbox potentially from that car, or it's certainly an engine or gearbox. Well, I'm saying that I'd probably call it a gearbox more than anything, but on that news, that's our leader. Car 89 is out of the race.
Yep.
We've got someone else following in.
What a pat from at 5th place as well.
Yeah.
We're losing a ton of drivers, and we've actually just seen our first track limits violation, by the way. It's resulted in a penalty. It's gone to the 26 car.
Yeah, that was the car that received the first black and white penalty. So he's just kept on going. Maybe he hasn't taken the message from the team as seriously as he needed to. But, that's good news for the 18, really. And the 18 now is out with a nice 3-second gap. But we didn't know that second car that come in yet. Have we got a handle on that?
It was the 98. It wasn't 98, because that looks like the 98 that just went through shot right there. And indeed, that is the 98 of Woodapat, who is actually still in P5. So where is it, 96? Or similar?
Looks like the 97 car is stationary on our timing screen. So, so that's Pai Chai Jenna Villavan in the 97 car was running reasonably, but now sitting in P18 with a suspected mechanical failure there. I'm not sure what it is, we didn't really see it, but it might be 97 trackers on the move again, so we might see it come out. It might just be something easy for them to fix. They can get out and get some points.
How's this for Spice later on in the piece? The number 18 car, our race leader's just been served his black and white flag for track limits exceeding, and now have a look at these guys. They're going to continue going toe-to-toe. It's the 19. We saw Kirkpong in the 9 going toe-to-toe earlier in the race. And there was no love lost between these guys. And now the 19 covers to the inside as well. So he's not going to let that one happen. And the 26 car, he's just mentioning, got his black and white flag. So now he's been warned about track limits violations at this point in time. Was a little bit higher up the order. Was inside the top 10 was Chassenite. Now sits outside the 10 in 14th spot.
Yeah, dropped down a little bit. The number 98 also received the black and white track limits warning. But it's a little bit sensational as the sun goes down and you see the reflection off the pond around the corner, the lights reflecting off some of these awesome liveries, and obviously the headlights on the cars. They give us a really bit of a sensation we haven't seen all day. It's like twilight racing here at Burrarong.
I'll tell you what, they've been going for a fair while, by the way. Marshall's over there. Make sure somebody's given them maybe an ice bath later on tonight because they've been going since, well, first on-track action was 8 o'clock this morning. Well, it's closing in on 6 o'clock this afternoon. That is a long, long day at the office. 10-hour day as it currently stands. They're probably not done yet, by the way, because they'll still have to clean up the track and make sure everything's packed away and set up again for tomorrow. So it'll be another early start yet again tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt with the 7:30 track inspection, the marshals will be grouping together around about 6:30 for their briefings to get everybody set up and ready for that 7:30 track inspection.
Oh, to be a race fan, it's a painful life sometimes, and a big shout out to the volunteers that make racing possible, not just in Burrarong but right the world over, because it is not possible without their support. And then, if we don't have their support, we don't get to see racing like this. Pinch break now for the 53, trying to hold off of the 34. This is for second on the racetrack at this point in time. And with less than 3 laps left to go, who wants to finish in P2? Who wants to win? And if there's a penalty that come in the way of the 18, he's got no track limit violations left up his sleeve as well. This could turn into a battle for the outright lead.
No, absolutely. And importantly, the 18 and the 53 are all going to have a look in for the championship after this race, given that we've got the number 4 car out and the 98's currently sitting in P7. So with this championship points thing is one thing that we're going to need an update overnight for sure.
Out. Pete, they've taken a huge deal of time out of our race leader. It was 3.4 seconds. They're down to 1.9 seconds for this race lead at this point in time. At that rate, they're going to catch him in the final sector on the last lap of the race. He's got no curb strikes left. He's got nothing up his sleeve. And poor mate says, I want a race win. I don't want to settle for second place. Leave me alone. I'm going in search of the leader. To the inside now, Farkachat as they run down to turn number 3 for the 34 car. Not quite in deep enough. Has a wiggle under brakes. The pinch now from our race leader. And look at the disc slide up in the gloom, in the glow of late night racing or late evening racing in Thailand, and there's a change for P2 on the racetrack, and all of a sudden Akachat can just about smell victory. It smells like the taste of fresh air out the windscreen of his super pickup.
No, absolutely. Poromate made a little bit of mistake coming on the exit of turn 3 there. He just got in onto the throttle a little bit too early with a little bit of happiness in the tail, but it's cost him some time on that straight down to 4, and it's allowed Poromate to get in front. It's allowed Akachat to get in front and settle in for a second, and now put the pressure on car number 18. And as you say, Scotty, that gap is closing, and it looks like that Akachat is getting even closer and closer to our current leader, Kittapong.
And Woodappat, I think, did actually have that drive through the pit lane, because I had him on an in-lap and an out-lap at different points in time. So for Woodappat, still hanging on to P7, 30 seconds off our race lead at this point in time. Sangchai is starting to close in on him as well. So 1.5 laps left to run for your Thailand Super Pickup D2. The Class C drivers for Poromate. He did have second place at one point in time, not anymore. And this is going to tell us a replay of what went on. That was a hell of a save. It was the switchback of the 34 car, who was our second place car, went around, lost the rear end of that car. So that was sitting in P2 at the time of that accident. Well, you were wondering why there was only 2 cars on view for the race win at this point in time, and that might be enough for Kittapong to get home. And for Poromate, started off the second row of the grid. P4 survived the safety car period. He's now potentially going to come home in this second to last race of the championship for P2. Wouldn't that do his championship hopes a great deal of good?
That'd be wonderful. And, look, final lap to go. Kittapong's looking pretty comfortable there in P1. I know the gap's closed a little bit, but as long as he doesn't get a track limit violation, I think he's looking really good. But the 53 car still hanging in there. Certainly the 34 car of Akachat, that seemed to have dropped right off there. Has something gone wrong with that car?
Spin. That was the spin that we saw.
Yeah.
That was him that went around down at turn 9.
There we go. Okay, so that's massive advantage for the 53 car. 53 and 18 currently 3rd and 4th in the championship, but finishing 1st and 2nd with Supercorn out of the race, and 98 of Woodappat currently in P8. This is certainly going to mix up the championship, Scotty.
Oh my word, tomorrow is going to be on for young, on for old, on for your C-class drivers in terms of the super pickups. It has been a super series, and that's why they call it the Thailand Super Series, because the action from lights out this morning to all the way at the tail end, first time we've managed to pick up qualifying action and bring it to you all season long. And it's been a phenomenal drive, this one from Kittapong. He put the car in all the right places. He harassed, he harangued Surachai, and eventually the turbo just went. We're hearing on Surachai's car, but for Kittapong, doesn't matter. Drove it clean, drove it nicely, drove it squarely, and he's going to drive it all the way to the flag. It's going to be the 53 that brings it home in P2. And for Akachat, it's going to be P3 currently, but he's still going to make it all the way back. He will do so, sharpen that car up in the dying stages of it. Drove it too hard to try and get back to Kittapong. And instead of looking at P2 on the track and the potential for a race win, comes home in P3, arm out the window in celebration. And look at the fans as well, celebrating the drivers as they come back over the start-finish line. Finishes under lights here from Buriram and Arnafat Chakrafan. Get home inside your top 5. It's going to be Chaipon who comes across the line next. Sangchai, Woodappat, Tirasak and Krokpong, the back end of your top 10. And there was a drag race out of the last corner for Krokpong. Wanted to try and see if he could get past Woodappat on the final lap of the race. And not to be.
Well, there you go, rounding out the wing. Kittapong in the number 18 has taken out the wing from Poromate in number 53. Both of those drivers will take a significant chunk of championship points out and make it really interesting tomorrow. Akachat in the 34 comes home with a 3rd place podium. What a fantastic way to finish this race. Aaron Fulp in P4, Jackafran in P5, and we go back to the other classifications of P11. Katasak in 55. All the way down. Best time was set by Kittapong in the number 18 time. And Scotty, I've got to tell you, if there's ever a reason to stay behind at a racetrack for the final support category race at a race meet, tomorrow's championship C-class race for the trucks has got to be it.
Mate, that is all of a sudden just set the lights on this championship as we set the lights on the racetrack to finish things off tomorrow afternoon. The last race tomorrow night is actually going to be the A and B class drivers. So they will sign, seal and deliver us out in terms of things. And that championship's been all well and decided. If you're looking to keep your eyes on the Super Picker Class C, it'll be from 4:55 p.m. local time in Thailand tomorrow. So if you compare your times, that's what time we're scheduled to go live with that race tomorrow. For everyone that's joined us here for every minute of coverage today, we say a big thank you. Thank you for sticking with us through the technical dramas. Our producer is about to go off and yell at his internet service provider about dropping internet connection at one of the worst possible moments throughout the day. And for you, Pete, I want to say a big thank you for joining me this weekend and right throughout 2023.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome, Scotty. It's been a great part to be the Speed Cafe team, and we'll see what 2024 brings.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's not all from your final weekend of racing for the year. On behalf of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series, we'll join you same time again tomorrow to bring you all the coverage live from the circuit. We will kick off the broadcast before the Super Compacts race number 8 prior to 8:45 local time tomorrow. Join us then as we go live with your final race of the Thailand Super Series B-Quik calendar. We'll see you then.